Hey you all, welcome to Just a Shinobi. Today, we dive into an exciting what-if scenario. What if Naruto summons Gamabunta against Sasuke? Part 2. Hope you love first part. Hope you enjoy this, hit subscribe for more thrilling content. Explore my other videos, share with friends, enjoy them too, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. It motivates me. Let's not waste any time. Jump into today's what if. You know where she is, pervy sage? Questioned Naruto as he strolled up to the gate, Jiraiya standing tall in the opening. Naruto would never admit it, but he truly did respect the Sannin. Naruto could tell the man was powerful beyond what normal ninja could truly comprehend, and even though he acted like a perverted idiot, he knew from their spars just how much the pervert held back. I know where she was last sighted, and Tsunade has a pattern she follows. We should be able to find her inside of a week, stated Jiraiya with a jovial tone. Even though he knew that he would never have Tsunade, he kept tabs on her. After all, at the very least she was a teammate. Suddenly, the Toad Sage's mood changed along with his face and voice becoming much more serious. I saw your conversation with those two last night. You should know better than to lose yourself in that kind of situation. Those two have been at this game for far longer than I've been alive. Naruto hung his head. I know, I just couldn't hold it in. To be told that my childhood was in their hands and they choose to force me to grow up instead of stay a kid. Don't worry too much about it. When those two plan something out, it's usually foolproof, stated Jiraiya, more to himself than anything. Those two? You mean Danzo and Old Man are working together? Questioned Naruto, confirming the suspicion that had been plaguing his mind. There are things in this world that simple shinobi like us should not, and cannot comprehend. The relationship between my sensei and Danzo is one of them. You could learn a lot from both of them, Naruto, even if it is by avoiding their control over you, stated Jiraiya before turning his head. Well, I'll be damned, the whole team showed up right on time. Just as he finished speaking, the whole of Squad 1 walked into view. Jiraiya had to admit, he was impressed by the team. Most teams were 4 people, which was the optimum for movement and stealth. However, this team was definitely not built for stealth. First, he spotted Hana Inuzuka, Tsum's eldest and a very competent fighter as well as medic. She would be a great asset to any team, and maybe she could keep the blonde in check. Next was Inaburame, Shino if he had to guess, as the boy had his father's hair. Again, a competent fighter and a sound strategist. Naruto was impossibly good at in-fight strategies, but needed work in everything else. The Aburame would help greatly, not to mention the long-range support that the Aburame clan offered. After Shino, he spotted Choso's son Choji, a taijutsu and possible ninjutsu powerhouse who had more loyalty than an Inuzuka canine. And with the way he was staring at the last member of the team, the sound-turned leaf ninja, he was sure the boy had a crush on her. Taiyuya he knew of course to be an incredibly competent fighter, having been one of Orochimaru's personal bodyguards. As a genjutsu expert and summoner, she was a force to be reckoned with. And unless Jiraiya was seeing things, Taiyuya occasionally glanced at Choji as well. Most definitely an assault squad. As the group approached, Shino, who had become a sort of second in command, spoke. We are ready, Naruto Teiko. It is a pleasure to work with you, Jiraiya-sama. Don't sweat it, kid. Stayed Jiraiya with an easing smile. Now this mission could last anywhere from 3 days to a month. I will lead with Naruto as second in command. The rest of the group nodded in understanding. Naruto, getting that Jiraiya wanted him to explain the rest, spoke. Our mission is in rank retrieval and escort. The rank is a mixture of the importance and danger of the target. We will move slowly in 2 groups to avoid suspicion. 6 ninja in a team will look odd, and we don't want anyone to begin questioning us. What's the target? Questioned Hana. Tsunade Senju, Shinigami. Seems like the fat one likes the redhead, stated Zabuza as he watched the team depart from the gates. We get any more channels on this thing? Why? Wanna make sure your girlfriend makes it home okay? Teased Kushina as she and Minato sparred in the vastness of whatever realm they were standing on. And you really should. Call an Akimichi fat, they don't like it. Will you let it go already? Shouted Zabuza as he reached for his sword, only to remember he didn't have it. Oh right. Gave it to the kid. Fucking brat. Please don't swear about my son like that. asked Minato, though it sounded much more like a threat. Which one? 'Cause apparently you have two of them, shouted the demon of the hidden mist loudly. Not only did you and the Red Death have a child together, but you even hooked up with Mikoto the counter ninja Uchiha. Yep, agreed Minato happily. We should ask if Mikoto-chan can join us here. Kushina gained a faraway look and started giggling like a certain super pervert. That would be wonderful. Not for the first time, Zabuza wondered what he had gotten himself into. The Yellow Flash and the Red Death are perverted idiots. They have a son together, and he has a son with an Uchiha as well. Fucking A, what did I do to deserve this? And you better start out with me this time, Minato, shouted Kushina. But she lets me. Crack. Border of rice and fire country. Tsunade walked with purpose to a house that was about a mile outside the border town. She had heard that there was an interesting anomaly in one of the Sarutobi's personal patients that involved Kyuubi chakra, and had to find out what the anomaly was. With a knock on the door, she waited for the unusual woman to answer. Who is there, oh Tsunade? Come on in, came the voice from inside the house. Tsunade hung her head as she walked into the Sarutobi home. How is it that this woman is the best medical ninja besides me and Shizen? Kono rounded the corner to see her old sensei, only to find her travel companions missing. Where is Shizen and Tonton? They're pricing some supplies at the market. Sarutobi sensei said you found something remarkable? Asked Tsunade as she made herself comfortable on the couch. Yeah, I found an old scroll in Hashi's things. Figured you could give it to the brat when you see him. Shrugged Kono as she tossed Tsunade a small scroll. What's this? Asked Tsunade. Some wind jutsu that Hashi had been working on with the Suma. Figured since you're going to see little Naruto soon you could give it to him. Laughed Kono as she placed a stack of folders on the table between them. He has a wind affinity. I haven't seen Naruto since his first birthday, stated Tsunade as she pocketed the scroll. I'll give it to Jiraiya next time I see him. He keeps tabs on the little Gaki. You'll see Jiraiya-sama soon too, and Tsume's daughter. But that's either here or over there. As you know, there was no cure for Project X's chakra poisoning, stated Kono as she sat across from her and handed her a plain-looking folder. Are you saying you found a cure? Questioned Tsunade in amazement as she looked over his last checkup. No. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki did. Route 7, halfway to border. Hana walked side by side with Jiraiya as Taiyuya followed about 4 paces behind. Hana could not begin to understand the Sannin, or for that matter, her team leader, Naruto. Both had reportedly been the dead last of their class, though it was common knowledge that Jiraiya had skipped class even back then to peek in the bathhouses, only to both pass their first Chunin exam, become Jonin at remarkably young ages, and both are considered one of if the best of their generation. And they both acted like complete and total morons outside of battle. Something troubling you? Questioned the Toad Sannin, his eyes never leaving the road. Jiraiya-sama, are all great ninjas so weird? Questioned Hana before her hand flew over her mouth, and her eyes widened comically. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was laughing deep and loud. He walked hunched over as if punched in the gut, his voice booming out over the landscape. Yes, stated Jiraiya. Every single one of us is weird. The weirder you are, usually the stronger you are, though sometimes the weak grow into a weirder state to portray power. Seeing the confusion on both Hana and Taiyuya's face, Jiraiya elaborated. All ninja need a vice. No normal human can handle the strain, mentally or physically, without an outlet. For example, mine is perversion, though I keep away from the taboo aspects, and do my best to avoid those that are too young. Guy dedicates his time to his students and training, allowing him to forget the past, as well as give him a better outlook on the future. Let's see. Oh, Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju were notorious for losing themselves in seal making. In fact, Minato once spent 28 straight hours on his Horatian seal. Everyone has a vice or 2 or 20. That allows them to act as competent shinobi without the mental and physical side effects. What about Shithead? What's his vice? Questioned Taiyuya. I mean, he's my age and he's easily Jonin level. He even went toe-to-toe with the snake fucker twice and walked away. Jiraiya became very serious as he looked down the path. Naruto hasn't found one yet. He carries everything he's ever endured with him. Maybe that's why he is so strong. But it's also why I want to work with him more. Maybe if I teach him the way of the pervert, land of waves. Hey Mom! He's waking up, give him some room Inari, he must be tired, and I don't think he wants to be annoyed while he rests. Tsunami and Inari looked at the pale-skinned young man that laid in their guest bed. As their new guest opened his eyes, they were taken back by the purple color. Hello young man, my name is Tsunami and this is Inari. He's the one that found you unconscious on the beach. What's your name? Asked Tsunami. Call me Sujetsu, stated the teen with a smile. You wouldn't happen to have any water, would you? With Tsunade. So you believe he's cured? Asked Tsunade with shock in her voice as he looked over the files in front of her. That has yet to be determined. The chakra poisoning from whatever he did to that eye is gone, eradicated by the Kyubi chakra, but with what I've seen, the Kyubi's chakra could be much more poisonous, stated Kono, her head draped over the armrest of the couch she was laying on. But even with all that, we may have a bigger problem. Bigger than him dying? What could be worse? Questioned Tsunade. The seal has broken, his appearance is already starting to change slightly. Flashback. You're doing good Mikoto, don't worry, everything will be okay, stated Kushina as her best friend tried to give birth to her firstborn. Damn you and Minato for convincing me to have a three-way, shouted Mikoto, her face contorted in pain as she once again pushed. You're doing great Mikoto, just a little bit further, stated Tsunade. Rin, keep up the chakra flow, only a little bit more. Sorry Tsunade-sama, I'm just getting tired, stated Rin. Tsunade couldn't fault the girl, after all, she was only 9 years old. What's a three-way? Oh Kami! Shouted Mikoto with one final push. He's out! Rin, cut the umbilical cord, stated Tsunade as she held the child in her arms. What do you want to name him? Itachi, stated Mikoto as she caught her breath. Itachi had been picked by Minato, and she had suggested it to Fugaku. After she caught her breath and gotten a hug from Kushina, she sat up and motioned for Tsunade to hand her the baby, though little Itachi wouldn't let go of Tsunade's shirt, as he seemed mesmerized by the blonde's large chest. The newborn was fighting to remain by the blonde woman's chest. Kushina burst out laughing at the scene, her hands holding her sides as she tried to gain her breath. He is so Minato's son! Just can't take his eyes off a nice pair of tits. Hey! I'm right here, you know! Shouted Minato from his side of the room, though he had to admit, he could see why Jiraiya was so fascinated by them. Hell, if he wasn't in love with Kushina, he would. Minato! Shouted Kushina and Mikoto, seemingly knowing where his mind was going. Sorry! Stated Minato as he moved over to the child and looked at him for the first time. Itachi had golden hair and black eyes, his face a miniature copy of Minato's. Damn, I was hoping he would look more like you. Mikoto looked sadly at her son. Poor little Itachi, he will be cursed to look like someone he has no relation to. We will be there for him always, and I'll be in his life as much as possible, stated Minato with a reassuring smile. But if he doesn't at least look a little like Fugaku, then he will be killed. I understand, stated Mikoto sadly. Go ahead Minato, make the seal. It's too bad you have to marry that prick. Now we can't have our parties anymore, stated Kushina with a perverted blush on her face. What, you think I'm gonna stop that just because of Fugaku? And flashback. That's not good. If it gets out that he is the son of Minato, the entire world might lose their collective sanity, stated Tsunade, her hands holding her temples. I need to find Jiraiya. He's the only one who could fight Itachi long enough to place a new seal on him. That won't do any good. We both know that the most we could do is stop the transforming, leaving him a mix of Minato and the team, stated Kono as she sat up. It should be about 5 years before he reverts back to what he should have looked like, and by that time, who knows what will have happened. 5 years to revert to his natural appearance? That kind of change could do some serious physical damage, stated Tsunade. Oh yeah, but I can fix that, said Kono as she moved to the door, opening it for her former sensei. Have a nice day Tsunade, don't heal the four-eyed boy, you'll regret it if you do. Konoha Defense Department. Shikamaru stood across from Shiho, a shy blonde girl with spiral-patterned glasses that could surprisingly keep up with his intellect. On the table between them, a map of northern fire country, more specifically, a map of the border between the land of rice and the land of fire. If I were Orochimaru, where would I hide? Questioned Shiho, her voice quiet, almost as if she was talking to herself. From what we were given from Taiya and Karen, there are 4 bases, 1 north, 1 south, 1 east, 1 west. He would have to be in the south base, or one of the middle ones, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get to the Valley of the End. Stated Shikamaru. From there, at Jonin level speed, he could be at any base, though from what I witnessed in that fight, Kabuto Yakushi was extremely low on chakra, plus Itachi Uchiha escorted them to the border personally, so there would be no way for them to run to any other location. It's too bad we don't have a spy in Rice to report to us. Stated Shiho. Nah, that would be too easy. The authors would never make it that easy. Stated Shikamaru to himself. What? Questioned Shiho as she stared at Shikamaru like he grew a second head. Nothing. It's too troublesome to explain. Stated Shikamaru as he looked back at the map. The authors. Does Shikamaru know about them as well? Thought Shiho in shock. I think I'm in love. Maybe she isn't that troublesome. Hyuga compound. Hinata stood tall over Hanabi, who was laying on the ground with bruises covering her body. Her new style is rather violent. Stated Niji as he stood next to Haishur. I had no idea the gentle fist could be so destructive. Indeed. It reminds me of your father. Though I admit, I never thought that it would be Hinata that would adopt the brutal fist. Stated Haishur. With her natural flexibility, she can easily target vulnerable areas while avoiding most strikes. I wish I had known before she became a genin. She may very well be at your level if I had. Father, may I spar Niji next? Questioned Hinata as she pulled her hair back and out of her face. Good luck, Niji. Stated Haishur. I advise you do not hold back. Hokage's office. Mei and Ao once again sat in the Hokage's office, though this time they were accompanied by none other than Kakashi of the Sharingan and the brutal green beast of Konoha Mato Gai. These two will escort you to the border. From there, we will begin shipping resources to you disguised in various ways. If it comes to the point where we can spare a few high-level ninja, we may do so. In return, we expect full compensation, once you win the war of course. Stated Sarutobi, his eyes trained on the Kiri ninja. Only he knew, but he had Danzo in the corner listening carefully to ensure he was not misheard. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I look forward to repaying your kindness when we win this war. Stated Mei with a grateful smile. Could I ask one last personal favor, and that would be? Questioned Sarutobi blankly. Please look after Naruto. He is all I have left of the one I once held closest to my heart. Stated the redhead. A smile came over Sarutobi's face. I will indeed. Now I believe it's time you two get going, your people need you. Mei and Ao nodded before standing up and bowing, Kakashi and Guy escorting them out of the room. The second the room was clear, Danzo came out of the corner, a smirk on his face. What do you think, Hiruzen? We have our bargaining chip, torture and interrogation. Hello, Ibiki. Stated Sasuke as he watched the interrogation specialist enter the room. Have you given any thought to what I said earlier? Asked Ibiki, his eyes scanning the room to make sure the Uchiha had not set up any traps. Yes, and I'll agree on 2 conditions. Stated Sasuke. First is that a Yamanaka takes me into my memories and helps me remember something from when I was young. Very well, Inoichi can do that during your monthly mental evaluations. What's the second stipulation? Asked Ibiki. And I already told you that I would not become your sensei. I want to know who the second Jinchuriki Naruto fought is, and I'd like to talk with Naruto. Basement. Fu awoke with a start, her heart racing and her vision blurry as she got off the bed she was lying on and tried to gain her bearings. Whoa there, girl, take it easy, you've had a rough day. The drugs probably aren't out of your system yet. Stated a voice that Fu could tell was female. If she's anything like Naruto, she's probably hungry. Stated another voice, this one male. Fu looked at the voices, only to find 2 people standing there behind bars looking at her. Who are you people? Where am I? And don't compare me to that bastard Naruto. Stated Fu in anger. Why doesn't she like the Gaki? Questioned Anko. Probably because he was the one who defeated her. Stated Inoichi before turning to the captive. Hello, Fu. My name is Inoichi Yamanaka. I'm here to inform you that your village has signed you over to us. What does that mean? I'm your prisoner now? Questioned Fu. Only if you choose to be, stated Inoichi. Because our villages are allies, and they signed your shinobi license over to us, you could become a shinobi of the leaf. Or you could be held prisoner. Or we could rip your bijou from you and seal it into one of our ninja. And what makes you think I'll be treated any better here than in my old village? Jinchuriki don't have good lives, plus I don't know anyone here, and I have no money. Would I just live on the streets? Questioned Fu heatedly. Not at all. If you choose to become a member of our village, then you would be provided a place to stay and some drank or crank in village missions to support yourself and pass your probationary period. Stated Anko. And what about people here accepting me? Fighting with my biju's powers is my primary mode of combat. Everyone I work with would know the second I fought. Stated Fu. Really, it's your primary combat type? Huh, do you know how to fight like a normal ninja? Asked Inoichi as he walked up to the door and opened it. Come with us, please. Regardless of your decision, we have to sign you in and give you a mental evaluation as part of the transfer. I do, but I'm barely Chunin level without my bijou. I was taught to end fights as quick as possible, so I never bothered to fight without bijou chakra. Stated Fu openly, realizing this is the only chance she would get. So Shibuki is still looking out for me now, huh? He always wanted me to get an evaluation. Hopefully I don't have to work with that Naruto asshole. Border of Rice Country. Tsunade! Shouted an all too familiar voice. Tsunade turned to see Jiraiya, and what looked like an Akimichi and an Aburame approach her. Jiraiya? Have you taken a new team? Stated a very confused Tsunade. Nah, this is the Gaki's team. They were sent to retrieve you and I figured I could help. Stated Jiraiya as he approached her, Choji and Shino behind him. Who's the Gaki? Questioned Tsunade. You'll see when he gets here. Anyway, Sarutobi-sensei wants you back in the village to start your medic program. You've been gone too long. Stated Jiraiya. Tsunade looked ready to retort when her eyes softened. We will see, Jiraiya. But there's something else we need to discuss. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Oh? And what would that be? My, it seems the Sannin are all together again. And this time that brat isn't here to interfere. Everyone turned to see Orochimaru smiling like a madman, Kabuto standing shakily next to him, his skin so pale that he was beginning to turn blue. To Kabuto's right stood Guren, a moderately tall blue-haired woman wearing a green jacket. To Kabuto's left stood Gozu, a hulking, ugly man that had black hair and wore a simple tan and red battle robe. Tsunade, I need you to heal little Kabuto here. In exchange, I'll pay off your debt. My, it seems the Sannin are all together again. And this time that brat isn't here to interfere. Everyone turned to see Orochimaru smiling like a madman, Kabuto standing shakily next to him, his skin so pale that he was beginning to turn blue. To Kabuto's right stood Guren, a moderately tall blue-haired woman wearing a green jacket. To Kabuto's left stood Gozu, a hulking, ugly man that had black hair and wore a simple tan and red battle robe. Tsunade, I need you to heal little Kabuto here. In exchange, I'll pay off your debt. I see that you lapdog has chakra poisoning, huh, Orochimaru? Laughed Jiraiya. I thought he was some kind of hotshot medic. He can't even purge his chakra by himself. I'll have to up Naruto's training. Your new brat has done me enough damage, Jiraiya. If I see him again, I just might kill him. Laughed Orochimaru before he turned back to Tsunade. Go ahead and heal him, Tsunade. As I said, I'll pay off your debt in full if you do. Nice try, but I have more important patients to tend to than some punk teen. Stated Tsunade with a snort and a dismissive wave. Get lost. There's nothing you can do that can coerce me to your side. How about bring back Dan and Iwaki? You said you'd do anything to have them back. Stated Orochimaru. And how would you manage that? Questioned Jiraiya mockingly. The only jutsu in the world that can bring anyone back to life is Edo Tensei. And not only would they come back as undead, but they would be your slaves. Let's go, Tsunade. Incompetent as ever, Jiraiya. You know nothing of the jutsu that I have. Shouted Orochimaru. Tsunade. Heal Kabuto now or I'll kill your only apprentice. I wouldn't count on it. Everyone turned to see Naruto walking up to Jiraiya with Hana and Shizen in tow. The moment I sensed you found this, I sent out a clone to make sure no civilians were close by. I just so happened to run into this beautiful young woman. I killed most of the last group you sent out, Snake. What's different about this one? Soon Shino and Choji fell in behind Naruto, with Shino whispering something in his ear, only for Naruto to nod. Is this the one you wish us to kill, Master Orochimaru? Questioned Girin. He doesn't look that tough. I'm beginning to doubt Kabuto's claims that he's as strong as Kakashi Hatake. He is not to be underestimated, stated Kabuto weakly. Master, I don't have time. We need to get to the North Base. Orochimaru continued to stare at Naruto with hate in his eyes. Very well, Kabuto. We do not have the strength to fight both my former teammates, as well as the brat and his team, Lord Orochimaru. I can kill them all now and be done with it, stated Girin confidently. Miss Girin, please listen to Master, stated the large man behind her. I owe you my life, but there is no reason to risk yours in this battle. Girin didn't respond, she simply turned and walked to Orochimaru. Very well, Tsunade. Know that you made a mistake today. The day will come when I kill both you and Jiraiya as well as Sensei and the brat, stated Orochimaru with a sinister smile. You might want to hurry back to your village, brat. You're probably already too late. Too late for what, Orochimaru? Questioned Jiraiya seriously. What are you planning? I will have my body, Jiraiya. And I believe that my secret weapon just secured it for me, stated Orochimaru with a smile before the Oto ninja disappeared. Konoha, Interrogation Department. Sarutobi stood beside Danzo and Kakashi in full battle gear, only to find out that his response wasn't quick enough. The interrogation department had been raided. Everything from documents to prisoners had gone missing in the absolute chaos that the southern wing of the defense department had become. Umbu, tend to the injured Kakashi. Take command of Anko's team and search the area for any evidence of who did this. Teams 3 and 4, round up all the prisoners that escaped, commanded Danzo. Kakashi simply nodded before disappearing. Who could have gotten in here, taken out Ibiki and Anko, and then demolished this entire wing of the building in such a short amount of time? Stated Sarutobi as he and Danzo walked through the wreckage of the building. Are the delegates from Kumo that your men spotted on the border in the village yet? Could it have been them? No. They have yet to cross the Pinzu River. This was done by someone who had inside knowledge of this building, stated Danzo as he looked at the cells that once held the prisoners. The best seals that Kushina could create protected those walls. There is only one way this kind of damage could have happened, stated Sarutobi as he looked through the torso-sized hole that was smashed through every single cell and out of the building. Ibiki was found at the end of this path of destruction. I have no idea what kind of raw power caused this. It appears that the prisoner escape was just a byproduct of the attacker's escape. But what did they want? Questioned Danzo. Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo. All prisoners but 2 accounted for, stated an Umbu that appeared in a kneeling position before them. Let me guess. The Jinchuriki of the Nanabai is one of them, stated Sarutobi. No, sir. She was found unconscious in a pile of rubble when we first responded. Her chakra is still sealed off, stated the Umbu. The missing prisoners are Mizuki Tuji and Sasuke Uchiha. I don't care about Mizuki. I want Sasuke Uchiha found now. With Jiraiya, brat, take your team and started heading back. I have to speak to my teammate, stated Jiraiya. You don't have to lie. I was staring at her chest too, pervy sage, stated Naruto with Shino nodding next to him. They are most fascinating. Such size seems illogical, though I find myself mesmerized anyway, stated Shino, getting a slap on the back of the head from Hana. Jiraiya, however, was not amused. Will you just get out of here, brat? If we haven't caught up by the resort, then get a few rooms and wait for us. Whatever you say, pervy sage. All right, Team 1, back to the village. Hana, you and Shino take point. Stay 30 feet ahead. Choji and Tairyu, you're in the middle, I'll watch our backs, stated Naruto with a serious look on his face. The 4 nodded and disappeared, leaving only Naruto. I have a bad feeling about this pervy sage. Orochimaru was confident about something. I think we need to hurry back. And with that, Naruto disappeared. Jiraiya nodded before turning to Tsunade. We were sent to retrieve you by Sensei. We have both decided that you've been away too long, and that you need to take your position back as the head of the hospital. Fine. I'll return, stated Tsunade, simply getting a shocked look from Jiraiya. But there is something far more disturbing that has happened that you need to know about. Oh? Have you finally fallen for me, Tsunade-heim? Asked Jiraiya in a lecherous voice. No, you idiot! Shouted Tsunade before forcing herself to calm down. The seal on Itachi faltered. He's beginning to revert back to how he is supposed to look. 3 hours later, Hot Springs Resort. Naruto wasn't very surprised when Jiraiya had shown up a half an hour later with Tsunade, though when they introduced the pig he found himself a little shocked. More at the pig than anything, as the pig seemed very interested in him for some reason. No, the big surprise happened when the blonde Sannin handed him a scroll that contained a few half-complete wind jutsu that had the Sarutobi clan mark. From what Naruto could gather from looking over the jutsu, they were all very powerful, very volatile jutsu. The 2 jutsu in the scroll that caught his eyes the most were the 2 that seemingly broke the boundaries of the basic 3 types of jutsu. First was a wind technique that created a cloak around the user, essentially cutting wind resistance to 0 and allowing easier high-speed movement. There was even a side note that one could control the wind cloak to propel the user in any direction at an instant's notice, giving them an ace in taijutsu. The problem was that it not only needed a huge amount of chakra to use, but the control and concentration involved would be astronomical. The second jutsu that topped his interest was a ninjutsu that controlled the air current in an opponent's body, either in his lungs or in his ears, and using it to control how they breathe or what they hear. Whoever wrote the scroll even hypothesized that by using wind chakra to cast genjutsu on the ears, you could confuse the enemy as well as cause them physical harm. A devastating and brutal combination. Naruto was so mesmerized by trying to solve the jutsu deficiencies in the scroll he was reading that Shino had actually had to pull Naruto out of his path so the blonde wouldn't run into a tree or other obstacle. Naruto Teiko. We are approaching the resort, stated Shino, bringing Naruto out of his musings. If the scroll is that interesting, maybe I could help you with it. My Kinkachu tell me your chakra is fluctuating in a way that suggests deep thinking. Naruto looked around. Choji and Taiuya were simply walking next to each other, much closer than necessary. Hana was walking with Shizen, chatting about something, probably Taunton or maybe medical knowledge. Jiraiya and Tsunade were communicating in a secret sign language that Naruto recognized a few of the words from his training with Jiraiya, that just left Shino. Naruto had grown a great camaraderie with the Aburame. They both held creatures in their bodies, both had been outcasts as children. Naruto because of the Kyuubi and Shino because of his bugs, and both had a healthy respect for one another. Naruto respected Shino for his intelligent thinking and versatility, and Shino respected Naruto for his strength. I'd appreciate a new set of eyes, stated Naruto as he turned the scroll to Shino. These 2 jutsu theories, they make sense, but the power and control they need to work would be Kage level. Perhaps if you, Hyuga compound. Haisher stood before Kakashi and with a nod motioned a branch member over to them. Get every able-bodied Hyuga to sweep the village. The rest stay in the compound to ensure that no one tries to infiltrate. Thank you, Haisher, stated Kakashi as he watched the branch member disappear into the compound. It is on no trouble on my part. Beside the Hyuga compound and the Hokage Tower, the defense building is the most secure building in the village. For it to be ransacked before the second wave of Umbu can react is a very troubling concept. Please take Hinata along with Niji. Her skill have improved vastly over the last month, and her eyes will aid in your mission, stated Haisher. Kakashi nodded and moved into the compound to find Niji and Hinata while Haisher moved to join a group of branch members that were heading toward the middle of the village. Hospital. A full battalion of Umbu stood guard in the shadows of the hospital to ensure it would not be the next target. In the emergency wing lay Ibiki and Anko. The Umbu that had been first to respond were in the Umbu Medical Center, while the rest were out searching the village. Anko was simply knocked out, showing that she had been caught off guard. Ibiki, on the other hand, had a broken back, broken leg, and was missing a good chunk of his right bicep, though the surgeons were able to repair the limb to the point he would no longer worry about losing his arm. Sarutobi and Danzo stood at the end of the Ibiki's bed looking over his chart. Danzo had a very sour expression on his face as he summarized what his men were able to find. There was no entry point. However they got in was not through any doors or walls. The fight was extremely short. Some ninjutsu was used at some point, and the rest of the damage must have resulted when Ibiki was knocked through the walls. Stated Danzo. This wasn't just any ninja, Danzo. We both know that. Anyone strong enough to overpower Ibiki with pure force is a frightening suspect, let alone if he has a good deal of wind manipulation as well. We need to recall Jiraiya and Team 1 immediately. Tsunade will have to wait. Stated Hiruzen with a sigh. It's for the best, Hiruzen. We can't afford for them to be out of the village. It's been 3 hours and there is no sign or spotting of anyone who could have done this. Stated Danzo. I'll send a messenger ape. What should we do about the Kumo ninja? They will arrive at any time, and if they see the village in such array, they may see it as weakness. Stated Sarutobi. I'll escort them to my office in the defense building. When Naruto returns, have him report directly to there. The Kumo ninja will stay in his home, and I will assign my best man as an escort. Stated Danzo. I'll make up some easy story about an incident that has you predisposed. With a nod, both men left, with Jiraiya. As usual per the situation, Jiraiya had spent the last 15 minutes staring at his teammates' large assets as well as checking on the rest of his travel team. Hana and Shizen had hit it off, and were seemingly in a deep conversation about something. Tsunade's boobs were still huge. Choji and Taiya were just walking together. Every once in a while some words would be exchanged before silence resumed. Tsunade's boobs were still huge. Naruto and Shino seemed deeply interested in the scroll that Tsunade had handed the blonde. It was funny, really. On missions such as this, Minato and Shibi had fallen into discussions such as the one their sons were having. Jiraiya-chan. Suddenly Jiraiya hit the deck just as a white blur swooped over him, landing on the hilt of the Kubikiribocho. What do you want, Momo? Shouted a childish-sounding Jiraiya. Hello, Jiraiyakin. Oh, if it isn't little Tsunade. This makes my job much easier. Shouted the small winged ape on Naruto's back. Naruto Teiko. There is a monkey on your sword. Stated Shino. I understand the situation, Shino. Deadpan Naruto. Why is nothing easy with pervy sage, Jiraiyakin? Hiruzen sent me to inform you that the Defense Department has been breached. You are to return immediately. Stated the monkey before he began looking around, settling his gaze on Naruto. Now which one of you is Naru? They named their son after a ramen topping. Didn't they, Jiraiya? He was named after a character in my first book. Stated Jiraiya indignantly. It was ramen, Jiraiya. You, ramen boy. Stated the small monkey to Naruto, getting a glare from said person. Oh, you are her son for sure. Danzo-kun wants you in his office 10 minutes ago. And with that, the monkey poofed away. Shino, lead the team to the village. I'll see you all for next assignment. Stated Naruto as he began exuding Kurama's chakra before disappearing in a blur. What the fuck just happened? Main gates. Yujito and Samui were in awe of the giant gates that they were slowly approaching. Standing between them seemed terrifying as they had to look straight up to see the top of the wall. Can I help you too? Came a friendly voice coming from a small booth to their right. The two females looked to see a smiling Chunin who had a scar across the bridge of his nose. Return to your duties, Yumino-san. I will be responsible for these two for the duration of their stay. Stated a new voice. The Kumo Nin turned to see a decrepit old man leaning on a cane. Both Kumo Nin had similar thoughts at the sight of the old man. This person is going to be our escort? Is this some kind of joke? However, both Kunoichi's eyes threatened to leave their skulls when the Chunin responded. Yes, Sir Danzo-sama. Shall I sign them in? Asked Irika quickly. Danzo smirked as he saw the Kunoichi react to his name. Good to see that I am still known in this world. Shit! Danzo Shimura? This old man is the darkness of shinobi. Thought Yujito as she reevaluated her opinion of the man before her. If you would. And sign in Uzumaki as well. He is to report straight to me and I believe he will not stop to sign in. Stated Danzo before turning and walking away from the Kumo Nin. Please come with me. Due to an incident earlier today, Hiruzen is busy. Samui took the chance to look over at Yujito and quietly confirm what was going on. Danzo? Is this the same guy that killed the first Raikage? Hiruzen killed your first Raikage, stated Danzo from ahead of them. He then turned his head to look directly at Yujito, freezing her in her tracks with his cold, almost lifeless eye. I killed your first two Jinchuriki. Samui froze. It's true. This man really killed two Jinchuriki. Look out, kitten. He does not lie. That is the man that killed my first host, Nibi? How is that possible? This guy would be Hokage if he was that powerful, thought Yujito. I am powerful, Miss Ni. And Hiruzen got the job because he is stronger than myself. Now please come along. I wish to begin the discussions on whatever young A would like. IWA. So, reports show that Kumo has sent a treaty to Konoha? Questioned Inoki. Yes, sir. None other than the Nibi Jinchuriki and her cousin, stated a jonin. Interesting. Bring me Kitsuchi. I must ask him something. Suna, are you ready for your hearing, Gaara? Questioned the boy's sensei Baki. I don't see why this needs a hearing. They were there, they saw my defeat, stated Gaara irritably. He had just returned the night before from being held a prisoner by Konoha, and he had yet to even see his siblings. Just give them what they want, and you can go home to visit them, Gaara, stated Baki as he motioned to the door. Gaara nodded before walking through the door and into the Suna council room. The members of the council all sat up while the head of the council, currently Councilman Yura, spoke up. Gaara, do you know why we asked you here? You wish to hear about my fight with Uzumaki, though I believe you already know all the relevant information, stated Gaara emotionlessly. Your sensei filled us in on what happened. The Hokage has recommended that you become a Chunin, and we on the council agree. You and Temari are to become Chunin while Kankuro is tested tomorrow afternoon, stated Yura as he handed Gaara a tan flak jacket, who slowly grabbed it and put it in his gourd. I know you are all planning a way to get Uzumaki on your side. It won't work. If he hasn't given in to his bijou, then there is no way to tempt him, stated Gaara, getting concerned looks from the council. He makes a great point. There's nothing we can provide that would be as persistent as a monster that lives inside of him, stated a nameless councilman. That matters not at the moment. Gaara, you're free to go, stated Yura with a smile. Gaara simply nodded and turned, walking out of the door, heading out of the village and into the desert. Already I am treated better. I was promoted. Naruto Uzumaki truly is the best thing to ever happen to me. Though I will never lose again. Konoha, defensive building. Yujito had encountered many dangerous people in her life, but none terrified her more than this old man. Danzo Shimura sat across from them at the small desk in what was seemingly his office. His lone eye seemed to stare at both of them at once while he shuffled papers around on his desk. The man exuded a sense of dread and death. Even though he appeared to be almost 70 years old, he still gave the impression that he could kill them both at any moment. I apologize for the absence of my second subordinate. He is still returning from a mission to capture and rank ninja, stated Danzo, watching the Kumo-nin's reactions. Lord Danzo. He has just entered the village, stated the pale-faced teen that was standing in the corner, his own emotionless eyes scanning the room continuously. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing a moderately tall, blonde-haired teen with bright blue eyes, wearing a dark blue and orange bodysuit with a Konoha flak jacket under a dark blue sleeveless overcoat. You needed me, Danzo? The Kumo-nin were once again taken aback by the Konoha-nin and his lack of respect. Sure, the teen was a jounin apparently, but Danzo was a world-class shinobi. Uzumaki. These two are to meet with Hiruzen tomorrow. You will be their guide until then, stated Danzo, getting a questioning nod from the blonde. Take Sai here with you and set them up in your compound. Since you will be keeping an eye on them, finish your report on your last mission and have your team meet Kakashi to debrief. Yes, sir, stated Naruto, who looked at Sai with a nod, getting a blank stare in return. Well, as he said, my name is Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. If you will follow me, please. This is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Though Yujito as her and Samui got up to follow him, he has recently used a great amount of his chakra kitten, and he doesn't seem to have suffered from it. He may have Karabi's level of control, stated Nibby with worry. You will not be able to beat him, kitten. He has almost a tail of my power lingering in his system. He could be able to harness as much as 7 of his tails. Yujito felt herself starting to panic as she looked at Samui. She cannot kill someone that strong. I can't kill someone that strong. Nibby! Are you sure it's 7 tails worth? Fearless kitten. His power is much different than the rest of us. As Kyubi, he did not receive an element to control or a special ability. His power is pure. Kyubi is the guardian of the bijou. He was given the power to stop any bijou, even if it meant overpowering all of us at once. His tails represent the power of all bijou. His second tail can overpower Shikaku, his third can overpower me. If he has control 7 tails, he can fight the 6 tails Jinchuriki to a standstill. Kirabi can still defeat him easily. If it comes to war, Kumo still holds the upper hand. That doesn't help us now. Our mission is to seduce him or kill him, thought Yujito. They were walking through the woods, with a medium-sized 2-story house at the end of the path. Uzumaki-san, are you sure it's no trouble for us to stay here? Just Naruto is fine. I don't really care for formalities, stated Naruto as he flared his chakra, feeling 2 flares back, followed by a third and fourth. And it's no trouble at all. The compound has more than 20 rooms that you could stay in. Compound? Questioned Samui, who had her question answered when they reached the end of the path and the house came into view. Samui and Yujito were amassed by the back half of the small house that turned into a compound. What happened over there? Asked Yujito, getting Samui to turn around, only to see a large trench that spanned the length of several training fields. Oh, that. I was training with a new attack and it got out of hand, lied Naruto as he walked to the door and opened it. The group followed him in to find most of Team 1 and Karen sitting in the living room. Did you 3 already report to Gigi? Nah, Bug Dude sent us here, he's meeting with the Hokage now, stated Tayuya before leaning back into the couch she was sitting on. What's with the Kumo chicks? We are in the village for a diplomatic consult, stated Yujito. Dad hasn't said anything about that. So why does Kumo want an alliance? Questioned Choji as he sat down across from Tayuya. It's more like we're looking for a non-aggression treaty, stated Samui. Any chance we can be shown where we will be staying? Naruto nodded and a Kage Bunshin appeared next to the girls, before walking through the living room and into the main compound. Karen, what did they feel like? Questioned Naruto as he sat down next to Hana, who was sitting on the second couch. Well, mostly nice, though that taller one had a second source of malice in her. And both of them feel like lightning, stated Karen. The smell like fear. Something scared them pretty bad, stated Hana. When I got to them they were in Danzo's office, stated Naruto. Yeah, that creepy fuck would do it, stated Tayuya with a belch. Are we dismissed? I'm hungry and bored. Kit, come into the seal. There is something we must discuss. I can't believe you're taking us there for this. We can just do this at your house, stated Hana as she walked with the rest of the group into the Golden Leaf, an extremely high-class shinobi restaurant that mainly served jonin. I agree, Naruto. Even though Tayuya is hungry, I know many other restaurants that would be more suited to this type of interaction, stated Shino, who, while often confused by Naruto's antics, didn't see the point in coming to this expensive of a restaurant. Oh, don't worry about it, stated Naruto with a grin. First, you guys have been awesome over the last few missions. Second, this place is perfect for this. And third, we have to show our wonderful guests from Kumo a good time. How can we help you all, Toda? Oh, Naruto, how are you today? Would you like your table? Questioned the hostess as she grabbed the menus. Yes, please, though I'm going to need 3 tables. Danzo will be joining me when he gets here, stated Naruto as he followed the perky hostess. Yes, sir. Right this way, please. The group, including the Kumo Kunoichi, walked up a staircase that led to the VIP area. Only Naruto had any clue what was going on. The Golden Leaf was, in fact, a shinobi restaurant. Every cook and server was a shinobi, active or retired. On top of that, every booth or table has silencing seals put in place by either Yoname himself or Jiraiya, and everything was chakra-proof. Even the Kumo ninja knew of the extravagant golden leaf. Here is your preferred seat, Naruto. Shall I prepare for Jiraiya-sama as well? Questioned the hostess as she pointed to 3 tables in the corner of the VIP room, annoyance evident in her voice. No, the waitresses don't need to worry about him today. Just get my team settled in and we'll be good, stated Naruto with a smile. The hostess nodded before heading off to get a waitress. You guys go ahead and take the table on the right, Sai, you sit with our guests. The team and Sai simply nodded before taking their places. How much money does Naruto have that he is a regular here? Questioned Hana as she watched Naruto sit at the 3rd table alone, his back facing the door and his head back in his scroll. I came here after my first A rank and it nearly cleaned me out. Don't you know? Shithead owns this place. It was left to him by the last owner. He comes here all the time to meet with Jiraiya, stated Tayuya as she looked over the menu. And the fucking food is so good. I swear they have akimichis in the kitchen. Actually they do, stated Choji as he looked over at Tayuya shyly. My aunt and uncle are the head chefs. Man, now I know why you're built so well, you must eat like a goddamn king, stated Tayuya, not knowing that saying that an akimichi is built well was one of their highest compliments. But Shithead was right. We all have weaknesses, and had we fought the snake fucker and his butt buddy, we would have been toast. Let's order and get this training thing figured out. At the next table over, Yujito and Samui were wondering what exactly was going on. We haven't even been here for a day and we've been to the fabled Namikaze mansion, had a tour through the village led by one of their newest up and coming ninja, and now we are at the Golden Leaf. Konoha must really want us to be happy to butter us up this much, stated Yujito, trying to get a reaction from the stone-faced teen sitting at their table. It's pretty cool. At least that Naruto guy is nice enough. Not like those damn IWA needs, stated Samui as she leaned back in her chair and looked at the menu. Look at the prices. The cheapest thing is as much as a drank mission. Do not worry. Naruto-san will just get the money back anyway, stated Sai as he looked over the menu. He may not have emotions, but his taste buds still worked, so he's being reimbursed for us. That's pretty generous if he can bring us here and get paid for it, stated Samui. No. Naruto-san owns this restaurant, and only shinobi work here. Most diplomatic meetings happen here for the second reason, stated Sai as he put his menu down and gave a creepy fake smile. Even Lord Danzo eats here when he goes out, after the Hokage Tower, clan housing and the defense buildings. This building is more secure than just about anything. Both Samui and Yujito shivered when they heard the man's name. I can see why they call him the darkness of shinobi. He just feels dark. The entire time I was around him I felt like he was trying to suppress me with his chakra. You seem to be handling Danzo-sama's presence better now. You haven't even flinched since he got here, stated Sai. Both girls turned to see Danzo sitting across from Naruto. I have not been here in quite a while, stated Danzo as he lifted the menu. Jiraiya may be an idiot, but he knows how to waste all that money his smut makes. To think, such a genius way to have private conversations was his thinking has always astounded me. Do you have your report yet? Questioned Danzo, his stern exterior hidden behind the menu. Such delicious food here. To think that your overtaking of the ownership has actually increased the value of the meal is impressive. Thanks, but no, I don't have the report done, stated Naruto sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. With everything that happened since I got back, I can't help but get overwhelmed. Jonin duties are not to be taken lightly, Uzumaki. Try to remember that for your next report, stated Danzo as he continued to thumb through menu. So I'm off the hook? Questioned Naruto. Why did everyone think Danzo was such a bastard? He seemed like a completely likable guy outside of the defense building. Other than that whole trying to abduct him thing. Yes, Uzumaki, I will not reprimand you for not turning in a report when you yourself were not the lead on the mission, stated Danzo before he placed the menu down and stared directly into Naruto's eyes. What I am going to reprimand you for is having no grasp of the situation you are attached to. You have not inquired as to why you were called back or on anything involving why Hiruzen was busy, or why the Kumo Kunoichi have been assigned to you. The smile faded off of Naruto's face as he looked back into Danzo's lone eye. I had no time to ask. With other nations' ninja in the room, it would have been a security risk. You wouldn't have had that pale, creepy, brick wall of emotion tell me, and Gigi would have informed me anyway if it was something that important. I suspect the reason they're assigned to me is intimidation. The Nibi Jinchuriki is dangerous. Having me close to her is the best way to stop her quickly. Your Kage Bushin Uzumaki. You can use them for more than just training. Use your strength for reconnaissance. Right now you could have a henge Bushin at that table, or one meeting with Hiruzen, or even one meeting with me. Stated Danzo. Naruto bounced his head on the table. Ah, damn it! Why didn't I think of that? Hiruzen and Jiraiya did not train you to be Umbu, and I will not train you to be Root. If you want that respect you used to shout about, you have to earn it. That means going beyond your duty, not skirt-tailing it. Bringing the mood down as he reprimanded the young teen. There's not to make reply, there's not to reason why, there's but to do and die. Stated Naruto before being cut off. Into the valley of death rode the 600. Stated Danzo. You have been reading your mother's notes. Neither have understood the meaning behind that poem. You do not know that she spent time under me. Just as Jiraiya and your father did, as well as your pitiful sensei. They were not trained to be drones, and neither will you. You are a talented young man that has the ability to change the tide of current affairs. You will need to continue to push yourself past your limits. A long pause plagued the table before 2 plates of food appeared on the table in front of them. Hiruzen has high hopes for you. You are not just a pawn in this game of chess. Your value is substantially higher. Stated Danzo, cutting a chunk off of his steak and chewing slowly while holding eye contact. You do not flinch, yet even my eyes can see the fire that burns so black in your eyes. That damned fire that your father had when he disobeyed his orders. So I'm like my old man then. Smiled Naruto, saving the fact that he wanted to know why his father would have spent time in Root. No. When Minato disobeyed orders, it was because they went against his instincts. You're much more like Jiraiya. Stated Danzo with another bite. How? Questioned Naruto. I'm not a pervert. We are all perverts. Are you telling me that you have yet to gaze at the assets of the younger Kumo Kunoichi? Questioned Danzo seriously. What? No. Stammered Naruto. Well, you should. They are quite a sight. Stated Danzo with a straight face, getting a shocked reaction out of Naruto. I may be old, Uzumaki, but I am still as lecherous as the man I was when I had my first child. Did you think that Hiruzen and I were so different? Naruto simply sat gobsmacked as he stared at the old man. At the table Team 1 sat, Hana had been trying to understand the conversation that her team leader was having with the old warhawk. What did Danzo just say to leave Naruto speechless? You're a pervert? Wait, child? First child? Like you actually had children? Questioned Naruto as he stared at the man in front of him. Contrary to popular belief, I do have a feeling or two left. And you just hurt them. Stated Danzo with another bite. And a joke? Who are you? God damn it, I swear if you're Jiraiya. Stated Naruto as he reached for his sword. I may be the darkness of shinobi, but I am still human. Stated Danzo. And yes, children. 3 in fact. Though only one still lives. You have no idea the amount of ass you can get when you're the baddest man in the village. Danzo smirked as he looked at the confused Naruto. Back to why I came here today. This morning, the defense building was raided and several prisoners escaped. Enko and Ibiki are incapacitated, and Sasuke Uchiha and Mizuki Tuji have escaped and cannot be found. Did Sasuke break out? Questioned Naruto. Not known. Ibiki was dispatched before the first Umbu team responded. Stated Danzo with another bite. Due to the Kumo ninja being close at the time, we are keeping them under watch until Ibiki or Enko recover. That damn snake. That's what he meant when he said that we would be too late. Stated Naruto. Elaborate. He said his secret weapon had secured his next body. I figured he meant that he had found a new one. But it seems that he has regained Sasuke. Stated Naruto with a huff. Or at least a chance to regain Sasuke. From now on, every mission you go on with Jiraiya, you will write the report. Danzo took another bite of steak before pulling out 2 scrolls and handing them to Naruto. The larger one is the information you will need for the next month. The smaller one is a gift. Should you prove worthy, I shall give you another gift, but for now I must find Hiruzen. Danzo placed his finger on his steak, and an instant later the steak was carved into perfect bite-sized cubes. Danzo pulled a small bowl from his robe and dumped the steak cubes into it before getting up. The perfect snack to walk around with. Do not disappoint me, Namikaze. You're not anything like Jiraiya said you are, stated Naruto under his breath. Yes, I am. Make sure you study that scroll you received from Tsunade. The theory in that scroll will be paramount in your eventual battles, stated Danzo as he began moving away. I'm an old man, Uzumaki. I can no longer fight on the front lines. How do you know what's in this scroll? Only Shino and myself have looked it over. Hiruzen's older son and my third child spent an arduous amount of time on that scroll. I'd know it anywhere. And with that, Danzo disappeared in a vacuum. Shunshin, Hyuga Estate, Hayashi. What do you think of your eldest daughter's progress? Questioned one of the clan elders. Hinata has made great strides as of late. Adopting the brutal fist has helped her tremendously, and she is already at high genin level with the style, stated Hayashi. Within a year, she could match Niji if this learning curve continues. And your youngest? How is she progressing? Hanabi is progressing at the same rate she always has. Though now that she has seen Hinata's strength, she has begun to lose confidence, stated Hayashi. Let her train under Niji and all will be well. It may be better for the Hyuga to have a kind soul at its helm, stated another elder. I'd advise you continue both of their training. Whichever one is a better candidate when the time comes, will be nominated. There is another issue, stated the third elder. She still holds feelings for the Jinchuriki. Should those feelings bloom into a relationship, it could endear the branch house to her completely. The only problem that would cause would be that we don't know that will happen if she mates with him. For all we know, it could make a powerful strain of Byakugan, or cancel it out, stated the first again. Beyond that, the boy is very powerful for his age. And we all know his lineage, and the fact that Minato himself joked about our children marrying, stated Hayashi with a smile. Maybe I should invite the boy for dinner? Even if nothing comes of it for Hinata, endearing him to the Hyuga cannot be a bad thing. The door to the meeting room opened to reveal an elderly woman. Be careful bringing that boy here. He's too much like him. Grandmother? Why are you wary of him? Surely you know as well as anyone that there is nothing to fear from a properly sealed Jinchuriki, stated Hayashi. After his grandfather and mother died, his grandmother had all but kept to herself. It was an extreme abnormality to see her anywhere but the gardens and her room. It is not Kyubi I am worried about, Hayashi, stated the elderly woman as she raised her cane and silenced an elder that had begun speaking. That boy. He reminds me of my foolish first husband. I have seen much in my time, Hayashi. It is not coincidence that he is pulled toward the seat of Hokage, or that he has grown so powerful in such a short time. Will you listen to yourself, you old bag? You think Uzumaki is going to turn out like him? The boy is nothing like S. Don't you even breathe his name, shouted the older woman before she composed herself, and took a deep breath. Hayashikin, do what you think is right, but mark my words, Naruto is just like he was at that age. Training field. Very good, Sakura. I have to say, you're a pretty fast learner, stated the Nico masked Umbu as she watched the pink-haired girl run around of the small lake. Thank you, sensei, replied Sakura as she continued her exercise. Unknown to Sakura, the Umbu had a vicious smirk behind her mask. She pulled out a few kunai and shouted, Now for your next exercise. Dodge, hospital. The patient is waking up, shouted a nurse as she ran out of the room she had been in. Hiruzen appeared before her with a group of Umbu in an instant. It's quite all right, Miss Tanu. We will take it from here. Relieved by the Hokage's kind tone, the nurse excused herself to tend to her other patients. Umbu, seal the room. Only Kakashi Hatake and Danzo Shimura may enter, stated Sarutobi as he moved into the room and motioned the Umbu medic to tend to Ibiki. Sasendai Mesama. Did the Umbu get there in time? Did I hold them off long enough? Questioned Ibiki as he looked into the Hokage's eyes. Tell me what happened, Ibiki. I would like to hear all of it. Flashback. Anko, wa. Questioned Anko with a mouth full of food. Chew with your mouth closed. Just because I enjoy your company, doesn't mean that I enjoy watching you try to mulch rice. Stated Ibiki as he sighed. Why are you even here? You're no longer assigned to this department. Well, Hyugaba and Haruno are recovering from the last mission, so I guess I just wanted to say. Anko's eyes grew wide as she broke into a horrible scream and hunched over the table. Ibiki was at her side in a moment, only to find her curse seal pulsing with chakra. A split second later, Ibiki was thrown against the wall of one of the cells by a burst of chakra. When everything died down, Anko was limp on the floor and two figures stood behind the chair she had been sitting in. Well, what luck. Right where we need to be, stated the shorter, stockier figure. As Ibiki's vision stopped swimming, he recognized they were wearing cloaks to cover their faces. Good. Less work. Big man. The taller man instantly nodded and charged Ibiki, who met him head-on and stopped him in his tracks, shocking both of the cloaked men. My, how you've grown, little Merino. How? Do you know my name? Growled Ibiki as he lifted and threw the taller figure into the wall before closing the distance and swinging at the shorter cloaked man. Still just a bull, I see. No matter, stated the shorter cloaked man before catching Ibiki's fist and countering the incoming kick. After all this time, you've wasted your gifts. Big man. Ibiki felt his world explode in pain as he was forced against the same wall, finding a large, gray forearm across his chest. Die! Shouted the deranged man as he held his hand up to Ibiki's chest, only for it to ripple and morph into an odd cannon. Die! 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 Ibiki used all of his strength to throw the man away from him, only for a blast of chakra to hit his upper arm, tearing off this bicep. Die! 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 Shouted the enraged gray giant as he rammed into Ibiki, smashing him through the walls of the cells and out into the area around the building. Ibiki tried to get up, only to find the same Kanahan pointed at him. Die, Jugo! That's enough! Ibiki watched the giant form shift back into his usual cloak self before running off. Great, now I gotta catch him. Oh well. Come on, little Uchiha, you're coming with me, stated the second cloaked man as he walked away with Sasuke over his shoulder. Let me go! I'm not going with you. I need to stay here, shouted Sasuke as he struggled to free himself. Funny. Now let's go. End of flashback. I'm sorry I failed you, Hokage-sama, stated Ibiki as he finished his recap. It's alright, Ibiki. Get your rest. The Hokage stood still at the bedside of Ibiki, his mind a flurry of thoughts. Umbu. Get Jiraiya in here now to reseal Anko's curse mark. Sir. Not her fault, stated Ibiki as he fell back asleep, no longer able to maintain consciousness. He's far worse than we thought, sir, stated the medic Umbu. His back is broken in several places, his right lung is punctured and his shoulder blades are fractured. He will recover. He's had worse, stated Sarutobi as he lit his pipe. Tora. Send Asuma, Kurenai and her team, and Sakura Haruno to my office. Then relive Naruto of his duties with the Kumo ambassadors. Tell Guy he is to be their guide until everything is sorted out. With Team 1, Naruto stood with his team at a reserved training ground. Behind him was Sai with the two Kumo escorts, sitting under a tree. Okay, team. You all discuss your weaknesses, but there's one thing no one can be good enough at least according to Pervy Sage, stated Naruto, mumbling the last bit. Is it eating? I bet it's eating, stated Chuji. No way, it's gotta be swearing, stated Tayuya. Collecting forks? Questioned Shino. Marking your territory? Asked Hana, getting an odd look from the rest of the team. What? I'm an Inuzuka. We mark what we claim with a scent, whether it's with piss or other means, like fucking? Stated Tayuya, getting a blush from Choji and Naruto. Tayuya! Shouted Naruto. She's right. That's another way. You're not helping! Shouted Naruto as he pointed indignantly at Hana. God damn it! I meant conditioning. Like working out. You can never be strong, quick, or fast enough. Intercourse would be a great physical exercise, stated Shino before having to dodge a chop from the Kubikirabocho. That's it, Start running! Shouted Naruto as he began chasing his teammates around with Kagebushin. It's bad enough Danzo is a pervert, now my whole team is? Under the tree, Yujito and Samui were having trouble believing what they were seeing. Are all leaf ninjas so odd? Samui, be respectful. Though I agree that this isn't exactly what I expected from a training exercise, stated Yujito. It's a bit eccentric. Naruto was taught by Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya of the Sannin. Eccentric is a common property for that line of teaching. With teaching like that, he would be rather strong, stated Samui. Maybe I should spar with him. I would advise against it, Samui. He doesn't seem to be the type to hold back. With Tsunade. Tsunade stood over Ibiki as she ran another diagnostic. Man, first that leak kid and now this? I remember when you were just a little kid. Tsunade was pulled out of her thoughts when a thump was heard in the hallway. She turned to see Danzo in the hallway. She noticed that a sad frown had replaced his usually stern exterior. How is he, Tsunade? Questioned Danzo as he stepped into the room and closed the door. Will they be able to recover? Tsunade just nodded. Anko will be fine after the pervert fixes her seal. Ibiki is another story. He's pretty broken up. If he wasn't such a bear, he might have died from his injuries. Danzo moved to the window and looked out into the village. Will he recover? Will he be able to resume his duties? You don't have to act like a dick about it, Danzo. I know what your relationship is to Ibiki, stated Tsunade as she placed his chart in the slot at the end of the bed. I'll give you some privacy. His meds should wear off soon. He will be coherent until his pain medication kicks back in. And with that, Tsunade left the room, closing the door behind her. Gaara stood before the council with a dull expression on his face. They knew what he wanted, and he couldn't stand to wait on their answer any longer. Well? Will you grant my request, Gaara? Why do you want to become an Umbu? You're royalty, and you've only ever been able to work with your siblings, who won't be joining you, stated Ezubo, the brother of the elderly siblings and a master swordsman. I was beaten by Uzumaki. He too is a Jinchuriki, but he doesn't fight like me. I wish to be able to fight without my bija as he does. I want to be a shinobi, not a weapon, stated Gaara with the most emotion in his eyes that most of the council had ever seen from the young man. I say we let him. It's not like he's going to die, stated a younger counselor, earning a few gasps from the others in the room. We are at a disadvantage. The Kyubi, Hachibi, Yambi, and Sanbai Jinchuriki are all remarkable shinobi that can become tide changers in a battle. Gaara may be unstoppable in the desert, but he has been beaten before, albeit by another Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki beat Gaara using techniques that skilled jonin around the world can use. Can we even use Gaara as an Umbu? No Jinchuriki has ever been an Umbu before, stated an elder councilman. That's not true, stated Chio, the sister of the elder siblings. The last Kyubi Jinchuriki was an Umbu by the name of the Red Death. A collective gasps followed the accusation. Kushina Uzumaki? Yes. Tsunade's first apprentice was the Kyubi Jinchuriki, stated Chio. Gaara, I approve your request. You may join Umbu if you pass the testing without losing control. Report tomorrow. Emotion crept into Gaara's eyes as he nodded and left the room. It all makes sense. Naruto may be her son, but who in her age group had blonde hair? If Kushina is his mother, only one person could be that boy's father. With Danzo. Danzo stood above Anko's bed, his good hand holding hers. My. Little Anko. I should have killed Orochimaru before he marked you. He watched her shallow breathing, imagining her reaction if she were to wake up to him. I tried to keep you both safe in the interrogation department. I never thought you would still be under Orochimaru's influence. Not her fault. Not strong enough. Danzo looked to Ibiki, a broken grin stretching the large man's face. Anko really doesn't know. Does she? Flashback. Danzo-kun, he's beautiful, stated a purple-haired woman with deep brown eyes. Yes, he is, Korona. He will be strong like his father, and brilliant like his mother, stated Danzo with a proud smile. I love you, Korona. Me losing my eye was the best thing that ever happened to me. I'd like to think I could have caught you even if I didn't have to heal you after you and Hiruzen fought the Raikage and Jinchuriki. Her brown eyes bored into his lone eye. What shall we name him? He will need a strong name, Hiru. After Hiruzen, stated Danzo. But for now he will take your last name. I have far too many enemies. Hiru Mitarashi. Sounds perfect. Flashback and wipe that grin off of your face. You remind me of your father, stated Danzo with a scowl. There was a tense silence before Danzo walked over to Ibiki's bed and sat in the chair beside it. My men have reported that Idate is doing fine. He's very fast now, nearing Chunin. Ibiki just nodded and closed his eyes. Thank you for watching over him. I watch over all my family. Get some rest, my grandson, you need it. Hokage's office. Hiruzen smiled as he looked over the assembled ninja. The current generation to surpass the old. Tobarama Sensei, you would be proud. Before the Hokage stood Ino Yamanaka, Asuma Sarutobi, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Sakura Haruno, Mato Gai, Tenten Higurashi, and a still injured Rock Lee. Leakin, has Tsunade not performed the surgery yet? Questioned Hiruzen, knowing that the surgery most likely got pushed back due to the incident with Ibiki. Not yet, Hokage-sama. I am scheduled for tomorrow at noon, exclaimed Lee happily. Good. Now as for why you are all here, due to recent events, Ino Yamanaka will be placed with Team 8. Asuma, you are being reassigned to the Department of Homeland Security. Sakura, you are to fill in on Team Guy, stated Hiruzen sagely. Kurenai has been informed of this development. Ino, if you would like to follow Hinata and Kiba to their training ground to get to know each other better, Tenten, please help Leakin get back to the hospital. The 5 genin got the hint and left, leaving Sakura, Guy and Asuma in the office alone with the Hokage. Now that you're alone, Sasuke Uchiha was abducted last night from his holding area in the defense building. Ibiki confirmed he was taken, that he had not left voluntarily. Guy nodded grimly while Asuma grunted. Sakura, however, went wide-eyed. Sasuke-kun was kidnapped? Does Naruto know? Naruto-kun has been informed. I have an Umbu going to his team now to retrieve some dignitaries he is hosting, stated Sarutobi before looking back to Guy and Asuma. If asked, tell the truth. Sasuke was preparing for another meeting with Ibiki when the defensive building was compromised and he was abducted. Do you think Kumo is behind it? With their Jinchuriki here, it would be easy enough to sneak in a small force, stated Asuma. I do not believe Kumo to be single-handedly involved in this. But that doesn't rule it out, stated the elder Sarutobi. Guy, you will be taking over the guard of the dignitaries. Naruto has no experience in this field and Danzo should have never assigned him. With Jiraiya, damn it, pervert. I'm gone for 2 minutes and you're harassing the nurses? Shouted Tsunade as she approached her old teammate, who was leaning against the counter in the nurse's station. For your information, Haim, I'm grabbing Enko's chart, stated Jiraiya, before leering at Tsunade. Though I'd much rather grab a piece of you. Shut up, pervert, dismissed Tsunade. And you could have just come find me, I'm the one that wrote up the chart. But then I couldn't discreetly seduce this beautiful receptionist, stated Jiraiya. If that was discreet, then I don't want to see you actually try, stated the nurse. Oh, but my dear, if I cannot use my words to properly describe the beauty that shines upon you, then what am I to do? Quipped Jiraiya with a sincere smile. Damn it, pervert, let's go, stated Tsunade as she grabbed the toad sage by his ear and dragged him away. It's bad enough when you dragged me into your antics. Stop flirting with my staff. OW. Not the good lobe. Team 1. Samui stared at the blonde Konoha nin that happened to be their target, and not for the first time, she had her doubts about the mission. First, was the fact that the blonde had been literally throwing the fabled Kubikaribocho around like it was a normal katana for roughly the last half hour with no signs of even slowing down, pointing to tremendous strength and stamina. Second, was the fact that he had taken a hell of a beating from his teammates, from the Aburame's inventive ways of deploying the Kikachu, to the Akimichi and red-headed girl's tandem attacks. Hell, the guy blocked a 4 Getsuga with that giant sword of his. Yujito wasn't doing much better. Her eyes were having trouble understanding what she was seeing most of the time, let alone believing it. The reports state that he had just recently been promoted to Special Jonin. Usually that would point to being fairly balanced at Chunin level with exceptional skills in a few arts. The supposed son of the Yondaime Hokage seemed to be the opposite, other than his kenjutsu form, which was solid, but nothing special, and his genjutsu, which from what she had seen was terrible. He seemed to be at least high chunin or higher in just about everything. Though she had yet to see his pure taijutsu without the kubikuribocho in his hands, and he seemed to be rather reserved in his jutsu usage. Sai was just watching the team. His secondary mission was to observe Team 1 and ensure that their training was up to Danzo's expectations. An Umbu appeared near Team 1 and whispered something to Naruto, who nodded before the Umbu turned to walk to the Kumo Kunoichis. Hokage-sama requested you come to his office now. Your new liaison will be assigned after your meeting with him. Both Samui and Yujito nodded before the Umbu grabbed their shoulders and the three of them disappeared. When the chakra smoke cleared, Sai too had disappeared. Thank God that creepy fucker left, stated Tayuya. Weirdo kept looking at us like we were livestock. Who was he anyway? He seemed like he was bored being assigned to them, stated Choji. Never mind that, stated Naruto. Now that the warm-up is over, we can start training. Warm-up? We just spent 2 hours fighting you. How is that the warm-up? Questioned Hana, her 3 dogs sitting patiently behind her. Oh yeah, you guess don't have my stamina, stated Naruto. The assembled group, minus Shino, all face-faulted. Oh God, he is an idiot, thought Tayuya as she pulled herself up. I got my ass kicked by an idiot. Hana wasn't doing much better. Okay, so he is human after all. I was beginning to think he was some kind of superhero with how good he is at everything. Bananas are a good source of potassium. Buzz. Interesting. Shino seemed unaffected by his squad leader's antics. Shika was right. Outside of fighting, Naruto is an idiot, thought Choji before looking at Tayuya. She could eat with me anytime. I guess if you're all too tired you can split up and work on theory, stated Naruto as he scratched the back of his head. To the library, 1 week later, Naruto, dressed in his standard jonin garb, kubikuribocho sealed in a scroll, walked down the near-empty streets that matched the setting sun in the land of fire. It had been a few days ago that he had been invited to dinner at the Hyuga estate, and he still couldn't wrap his mind around the little girl that has extended the invitation. Flashback. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Questioned a small, yet mature, voice behind Naruto as he walked down the road. Naruto spun around and looked around before he heard a sigh that emanated from the small girl before him. Are you talking to me? Once again the girl sighed. Yes. My father, Lord Heishi Hyuga, would like to invite you to dinner this Monday. Do you accept? Wait. I thought Hinata was Hayashi's daughter, questioned Naruto, his eyes widening when he saw her grimace at the name. Yes, she is my older sister, stated Hanabi with a light tone of anger in her voice as she subconsciously rubbed her shoulder. Do you accept the invitation? Huh! Oh yes, I will attend. Jiraiya had beaten it into him during his time in Wave that if a clan head invites you to dinner, or anything for that matter, it's best to go to it. When should I arrive and what type of clothing? So he's not a total idiot. Interesting. It will be a casual guest dinner. Your uniform will suffice. Dinner starts at 7, be there at 6:30, stated Hanabi. I still don't see what Hinata sees in this guy. Sure, he's a jonin and beat Niji, but he's an imbecile. Alright then. See you then, Hanabi, stated Naruto as he turned around and began walking away. Hanabi turned herself before a thought dawned on her. Wait a minute. How did he know my name? And flashback. I wish I could get Bachan's or Gigi's help with this. I know I'm going to make a total, as is that Danzo? Thought Naruto as he moved through the streets. Sure enough, the seemingly crippled Warhawk stood about 50 feet down the road, slowly moving toward him. When they finally met up, Danzo turned and walked alongside the young blonde. Do not be anxious. Hayashi wishes to meet you in person as he sees you as a viable candidate to ally with. Kinda hard to do when I'm eating dinner in their compound, stated Naruto. And what are you doing here? You're not helping me feel better. Will you shut your trap? I'm trying to give you advice. When you approach anyone, do so deliberately and with confidence. You're going to need to be respectful in this situation until Hayashi allows you to be comfortable. Also, the youngest of his daughters, Hanabi, is incredibly inquisitive. Let her observe you as she wishes and she will be a non-factor. Pausing to take a deep breath, Danzo's good hand lashed out to cover Naruto's mouth. Quiet. Hayashi is patient, but appreciates discreet directness. If you treat the branch members like peers, you gain favor with Hinata and Hayashi, but lose points with Hanabi and the elders. Hinata is your ticket to being allies with the Hyuga. Until recently, she has struggled with her fighting skills. She is growing formidable with her taijutsu, and with some assistance on your part, she would make a great addition to your team when Inuzuka eventually takes over a tracking team. What is the point of you helping me? I know you've wanted me to be your weapon forever. Hell, you sent Umbu after me. Why, after all of this, are you actually trying to help me? Am I no longer a pawn in your plans? Questioned Naruto heatedly. Your presence on the board never ended. It was your value that has been altered. Now lose that temper before you go into that dining room, commanded Danzo before he began walking away. Don't make the mistake of trusting a Hyuga at their word. Once is enough for 2 lifetimes. 10 minutes later, Hyuga Estate. The table was already set by the time Naruto was led into the dining room. Hayashi sat at the head of the table, while Hinata sat to his left, with Hanabi next to her and Neji across from Hanabi. Hayashi motioned for Naruto to take the place across from Hinata, which put him on the right side of Hayashi. As Naruto moved to sit down and thanked Hayashi for inviting him, Hinata's blush grew increasingly red. So he is still her weak point. Interesting, thought Neji as he began to devise a scheme to win his next spar with his cousin. Thank you for having me, Hayagasama, stated Naruto kindly as he sat down. Thank you for coming, and Hayashishima will do. We are both jonin, and I do not expect so much formality from the young man who has helped my family out, stated Hayashi, getting a shocked look out of most of the table. But first, as I'm sure you know, the Raikage will be visiting next week. I have a favor to ask of you, Hokage Office. I'm sure you understand the gravity of the situation. As a new special jonin, it is quite the honor to be requested personally to guard a diplomat, the Sandaime said as he smoked his pipe. He couldn't help but feel proud of the young man. But at the same time, he held great remorse for the fact he had done the things he had. But what was done could not be undone. Hi, Hokage-sama, I just hope I live up to Hayashishama's expectations, said Naruto, who, over the last 2 months, had achieved more than some jonin do in a year. His life had become centered around his team and their training. Using every single method he had picked up from Jiraiya, Iruka, and even Kakashi, he had helped groom the team into something dangerous and feared, and they had helped him grow into a truly formidable ninja as well. My boy, you and your team are already world famous. We get reports from around the nations of people looking into your squad, Sarutobi said. After all, Team 1 has completed 16A ranked missions in the last 2 months, and let's not forget that less than private battle you had with those grass ninja. Hey, they threatened our client. What was I supposed to do? Naruto asked, his tone questioning as his eyes bore into the elder Hokage. Well, Danzo, your plan worked. He doesn't trust me anymore. He sure does look like his father. Easy now, my boy. You should know that your team has their own bingo book chapter. Even Kumo has a warning about fighting you, and you are going to be escorting Hayashi and his daughters to Kumo to sign the neutrality pact, Hiruzen said with a smile. Back to the matter at hand, as I'm sure you know, Hayashi can handle himself fine, and Hinata is growing to be a solid young kunoichi herself. Your secret mission on this escort is to let little Hanabi see the bad side on the ninja world. Hayashi believes she is growing too big of an ego. That's why we are going through an area known to house bandit camps, stated Naruto, understanding that this wasn't going to be a simple escort mission. And keep Hanabi close enough to set her straight without putting her in danger. Correct, now you must be off, but remember to keep out of trouble. You're not the best at keeping your head down, smiled the Sandaime. And whose fault is that? Questioned Naruto with distaste in his voice. Tell Sakura I said hi. She is your new bookworm, right? Hospital. Good to see you are recovering, said a voice to Ibiki's left as he was reading a scroll. He turned his head to see Danzo in the chair next to him. Old bastard is still dangerous. What are you here for? Enko woke up a week ago, and you stopped visiting after that, stated Ibiki in a neutral tone. Still insolent, Danzo said with a scowl, though he was rather enjoying the fact that his lineage was so strong-willed. Tsunade tells me that you're almost ready to return to work. We have quite a few that just will not break. You or Anko will be needed. Anko can't even return to the department she is assigned to yet. What makes you believe she will be able to interrogate anyone when she is still reviving from that seal that Master Jiraiya placed on her? Stated Ibiki. I don't. I believe she should take her time. Asuma is doing quite alright in her spot on Team 2, and you will be able to interrogate. Danzo said as he reached into his robe and grabbed a small file. That isn't why I am here. Idate has grown well. I will be petitioning the Hokage to send Hunter Neens after Aoi to clear his name. If that happens, I'd like for you to be the one to retrieve him. Namikaze's house. You know, people are going to start talking with how many beautiful women are living in Shithead's house. Tayuya said as she sat on the couch across from Fu. Oh yeah, I mean come on, me and you are explainable because we're Uzumaki. But no one knows what little Miss Beetle over there has to do with him. Karen said as she pointed at Fu, who scowled and turned her head. And let's not forget that Hana is always around. Sakura and Ino stop by from time to time, and don't get me started on the Hyuga girl. Fu was about to retort when Tayuya butted back in. Hyuga girl? What Hyuga girl? I think her name is Hinata. She spies on Naruto all the time. I'm surprised he never said anything. I'm pretty sure he knows, said Karen as she threw her legs up. Got the day off, don't know what to do with myself. How about jack shit? I need a break. Shithead's training is torturous and our mission streak has been brutal, stated Tayuya as she too put her feet up on the table. Oh? Is Death Song Tayuya a whittle tired? Laughed Fu. It's a dumb name. I kill a few ninja with genjutsu and suddenly I'm Death Song Tayuya and Konoha's siren. It's fucking dumb. Tayuya said. That second one is pretty good actually. The three girls turned to see Naruto standing at the front door with a shit-eating grin on his face. We got a new mission, Tayuya. You and Shino get the rest of the team and meet me at the main gate in 2 hours. Tayuya sighed. Her hopes of a day off shattered. Fine, I'll grab the walking nest and head out. Where is he anyway? What do you mean? He's in the lounge chair, stated Naruto as he pointed towards the back wall of the living room where Shino was staring at a banana. When did he get here? Fu asked. While she wasn't a censor, she was extremely aware of her surroundings, and Shino was not there 5 minutes ago. Still on the banana, huh, bug boy? Questioned Tayuya with a smile. Having met Jugo a few times, she could appreciate someone who could lose themselves in something most people found commonplace. I believe I know all I need to know about this vegetable, Shino said as he placed the banana back in his jacket and stood up. After this mission, I will need a new food to study. How about the tomato? Stated Naruto as he tossed the Abirame, a ripe tomato, from the garden. Iruka-sensei said it was a vegetable, but I think it's a fruit. Shino softly caught the projectile tomato and looked closely at it. I shall deliberate. What are your secrets, squishy fruit? Alright then. See you two at the gates. Border of Konoha. Had it really been 2 months already? He was sure it had not yet been 2 months since he had sat in this chair, next to that desk, with this nearly psychotic woman running a green chakra-coated hand over his body. Good, the chakra cleansers are working, Kono said as she handed him a lollipop for good behavior. You even made it to your appointment on time. Good boy. He was not amused. I'm Itachi Uchiha. I'm being treated like a 3-year-old by my Jonin sensei, who is also my doctor, that is currently trying to cure me of chakra poisoning that my half-brother gave me, which cured the chakra poisoning that I gave myself by reprogramming my best friend's eye, so that I had a fail-safe if my other half-brother ever got out of hand. I shall write a book. Alright Itachi, you're all good. Your chakra is being cleansed at a good rate, and should you ever need, you have more than enough pills to catch back up if you lapse over, stated Kono, her back to him as he stared at the rear end of his Jonin sensei. Fantasy number 1, teacher/student forbidden romance. Reason? That ass. Itachi thought as he got up to leave, popping the lollipop in his mouth. Thank you again, sensei. Fantasy number 2, Tsunade of the Senju and Itachi of the Uchiha. Reason? Even though she is 50, I still can't stop thinking about them tits. Defense building. You're late. How can I be late? I sent a goddamn clone to the complex and came right over from Hokugesima. Naruto said to Danzo. Quiet, stated Danzo with an air of finality, causing Naruto to sit down across from the old warhawk. Good. Now we may begin. How is the other Jinchuriki coming along? She's fine. She's made all the same friends as Taiyuya and Karen have, though she seems to still dislike me pretty heavily. Scowled Naruto. It's kinda dumb, she even admitted her life is better here than it was in Waterfall, and her bijou is in communication with her already. Though I don't think she will have the control or power that I get. And once again, you have answered my second question with your ramblings. Sighed Danzo. On to why you are actually here. I seek audience with you about your upcoming mission to Kumo. Do you have any intel on the state of Kumo? I don't want to walk into a trap, and now that my heritage is basically known to everyone, even though we haven't confirmed it, I'm an even bigger target than I was before. Naruto said. Indeed, Kumo themselves seem straightforward. We assume they are using this non-aggression treaty to both gain time to build their forces as well as to build trust among the other nations. Danzo said as if reading it from a report, which he had no doubt memorized. They recently signed a similar deal with IWA as well that will allow them safe passage to the bordering areas on Kumo. Oh man, you mean I could cross IWA means? This mission is going to suck. Naruto groaned before being conked on the head by Danzo's cane. I mean, it will be a valued learning experience, and I hope all goes well. Danzo nodded slowly. I'm starting to think that Sarutobi may be on to something with this plan of his. The boy is a great leader, and is already considered a low A-rank threat in most nations. We will see if the rest of his plan follows suit. There is another matter. There are rumors that Kumo is developing a new super weapon. The only intel we have to go on is that it's at the top of one of their mountains. All you are to do is snoop around enough to ensure that they know we know about it. Do not expose yourself, stated Danzo. Now be gone, I have no further use for you at the moment. Kumo, Asama, why have we been called? We are still preparing the training grounds for your eventual spar with Bisama, stated Darui with a bored expression. Behind him were Karui, Omoi, and Samui. I'll cut to the chase. Konoha has accepted our non-aggression pact. They are sending 3 delegates with the team escort, stated A. That's unusual. 3 delegates makes sense too as usual, but they have a full team escort? Who are the delegates? Darui asked, slowly losing his bored expression. Hayashi Hyuga and his 2 daughters, said the Reikage, getting shocked looks from everyone in the room. Why Hiruzen Ono chose them, I don't know, but as far as I can tell, he did not choose them to incite conflict. And now the full team escort makes sense, Darui said, trying to make the situation a bit lighter. I'm afraid to ask. Who is on this team that is guarding them? A sat back in his chair, a long sigh escaping his lips. He has informed me that it is Konoha's Squad 1, led by Naruto Uzumaki. Bombshell. The son of the man that single-handedly won the Third War for Konoha was leading the clan head and heirs of the Hyuga into the village. And it's not like the teammates were very far behind on the dangerous scale. Naruto himself was widely accepted to be a meter-rank threat. Some even said he was on par with Kakashi Hatake and Asuma Sarutobi. Shino Aburame, the Black Death of Konoha, known to be able to kill someone via rapid chakra draining in mere seconds. Also extremely skilled for his age in just about every ninja art with a specialty in supplementary jutsu, and nearly undetectable stealth. Backup squad leader, and listed as high B rank in most bingo books. It was said that Naruto and Shino made a dangerous tag team, often compared to A himself and B. Hana Inuzuka, Konoha's Beast Queen. Ability to not only synchronize with all teammates, but also to pair with all 3 of her canines to form outrageous damage with pinpoint accurate control. Also the medic for the team and skilled in earth jutsu. Mid to high B rank, Choji Akamichi, the brutal bulldozer of Konoha, mastery over multi-form jutsu that clan is famous for as well as skilled in earth and lightning jutsu. Extremely protective of both teammates, and anyone he is charged with protecting. Mid to high B rank, Taiyuya Uzumaki, Konoha's Siren. Ability to kill with only genjutsu, also a very well-rounded fighter. skilled in water jutsu and ability to summon doki as well as having a very high battle intelligence, rumored to have worked directly under Orochimaru, however this was never confirmed. High B to low A rank threat, fuck, stated Derry simply as he sighed and moved to the window, looking over the village. So we really have to restrain our ninja. There are plenty of them that are still mad about the Hyuga incident. Even me and C would need to tread carefully around both Hayashi Hyuga and Konoha's Squad 1, indeed. Which is exactly why you and Yujito will be their escorts. I'd put B with them to stop the threat of attack altogether, but as we all know, my brother is a political nightmare and tends to challenge Jinchuriki to power battles. Aside as he looked out the window, only to sigh again as he saw the man himself climb through the window. Those fools had it coming. Step up to me and they go running, 'cause I'm the almighty killer B, we! Shouted a voice from the window. Damn it B! Use the door! Shouted A as he raised his right hand and made a gripping motion. Don't you make me use my iron claw! Darui and Team Killer B sweat dropped. Samui was the first to recover. Sensei, that was terrible. So not cool. Yo, Team Hachibi. What happened? I thought you went with Darui to the training grounds for some lappin'? B asked as he looked to Darui. B. What have I told you about leaving your canyon? Questioned A. Damn it, he went through all the trouble of finding a nice canyon to hide B in, and he never stayed there unless he was sleeping. Not to, but the B has to strut too. Stated B. Now what's this I hear about Uzumaki? Is he the young Namikaze? Aside. It was going to reach B sooner or later. He was just anxious about how his brother was going to react. Yes, B, he's that one. B immediately became stiff. Bad memories, yo. I'm not afraid to admit he scared me shitless, bro. I knew what he was referring to all too well. It was about a month before the end of the war. Kumo was attempting to take the Kanabi Bridge when a lone man appeared and disrupted the entire operation, crushing morale and ruthlessly eliminating everyone he came across. Only 3 Kumo ninjas survived. A had been able to stay out of his reach with his speed. Moroi had managed to somehow deflect the blows that were sent his way. B should not have survived. Flashback. B! Shouted a younger A, his eyes wide as he watched his brother in all but blood be held hostage. B stood on a thick branch, a tuft of blonde, spiky hair poking up over his shoulder and 2 tri-pronged kunai across his throat. B himself was frozen stiff. The killing intent coming off the man even gave Hachibi pause. You know, I don't usually kill Jinchuriki. But you seem to have too much control to let live. Stated the blonde, studying the son of the third Raikage. Genuine concern? He actually cares for this man. Wait. Don't kill him. Shouted A as he dropped his lightning armor. Kill me instead. Genuine concern my ass. He loves this man like a brother. Thought Minato as he righted his grip on his kunai. Why should I? Neither of you are a match for me. I could kill you both. I pledge on my name, as A of Kumo, I will give my life to keep him from harm. Minato's grip tensed more. His eyes bore into the young son of the third, and with a nod, he pushed the Jinchuriki out of the tree and appeared on the bridge he had been defending. Hokage-sama wishes that Kumo and Konoha be allies. He knows that you treat your Jinchuriki like human beings. Minato looked to B. He was still shaking. He really had never faced the kind of trouncing he had just given them. Seeing what I have just seen, I am starting to agree with him. Resign from this war, or next time I will not spare any of you. And with that, Minato disappeared to the other end of the bridge, standing guard until we saw the trio disappear in the distance. If only A had heard what the terrifying blonde had said, he would have convinced his father to signal the retreat. A, you will be a great Kage. Flashback end. The silence that had taken over the office was unusual given the occupants. It was a rare sight to see B so still and so quiet. Only A and Darui knew of that day. He's not his father, B. He isn't as dangerous. A said, attempting to quell his brother's unease. No, it's worse. Minato Namikaze wasn't a Jinchuriki, B said seriously. I'd like to meet Mr. Nine when he is here. I'll tell you if there is anything to fear. Gates of Konoha, where is he? We're supposed to leave in a few minutes and he's nowhere in sight. Hanabi asked, her patience growing thin with this man. I don't know why Father, Hinata, and Niji are so interested in him. I bet he's not even that strong, he looks like a total flake. Don't worry, Naruto will be here on time, he always is. Choji said with a kind smile. Yeah, shithead likes to wait till the last minute to show up, stated Tayuya from her spot next to Hana. Tayuya, no swearing in front of the clients. Came a phantom voice behind Hanabi. She spun around and lashed out, only for Hinata to catch her hand before it made contact with Naruto's family jewels. Wow, kinda hostile, huh? Don't worry, I've had meaner clients than you, Hanabi. Naruto, do you really think that this mission will be that dangerous? Questioned Shino, looking over his squad leader. Naruto had on his standard Jonin vest and his signature cloak, Kubikuribocho securely on his back, but underneath was an all-black jumpsuit, not his standard blue and orange suit. Naruto only wore his all-black suit when he thought a mission was a rank, or higher. Yep. Kumo recently signed a pact with IWA for border passage. This mission was upgraded from B rank to A rank, said Naruto with a smile. So at least we don't have to listen to Tayuya bitching. Shithead! You just said not to swear in front of the client. Tayuya shouted as she got ready to strangle the blonde. Choji and Shino just hung their heads. The two strongest members of their squad were idiots. This was going to be a long trip. IWA. It had been a long day for the Tsuchikage. Not only had his granddaughter gone along on the scouting mission to Wave, she had sent him a letter filled with her contempt for the people of Wave that treat that bastard's son like the savior of the world. The young Chunin had a lot to learn about the real world. Her mother had coddled the young woman far too much after her father was killed in the second battle against Minato. If only she could meet the boy. From the reports, he was extremely skilled and very kind-hearted when not fighting. Just like Minato had been. Thought Inoki, only to berate himself. No, she would just fight him and end up being defeated or killed. Her squad leader, on the other hand, was very calm and collected about the mission. He had commented on how Wave was extremely loyal to Konoha, specifically Naruto, and that they were building a small ninja force, most likely so that another scumbag like Gato didn't try to take over again. Good for them, even if it wouldn't amount to anything more than a few Genin and Chunin level shinobi. He knew that they would be passing by a Konoha hot zone in just a few hours at the rate of speed they were moving, and that they would most likely see a few Konoha and Kumo ninja that were on border patrol or scouting the area that was said to be the home of Orochimaru's Sound Village. Just imagine if they did cross Minato's brat, Suna. A dozen Umbu stood around a lone member. This member was bloody and bruised, clumps of sand surrounding the individual as he dropped to his knees. I'm not going to lie, kid, I'm impressed. You're developing well as a ninja, the captain said as the rest of the Umbu dispersed. Thank you, the down Umbu said as he got back to his feet. You know they want you to become Kazekage, right, Gaara? The Umbu captain asked. When you use Shikaku's power, you're unbeatable, and you're already low Jonin as a ninja, you will only grow stronger. Not yet. Naruto beat me, I will not let that happen, I will not be a weak Kage, stated Gaara. And until I take this mask off, I am not Gaara. 5 hours later, border of Rice and Kumo. I still can't believe that they treat him like a hero, even after I told them that his father was a monster, stated Kuratsuchi as she moved with her group. For the last time, the only people in the world that think of him in a negative light are the people of IWA and a few in Kumo. Do you not understand that he did nothing wrong? We were at war, Kuratsuchi. Your father and my brother did the same thing, they killed countless people over the course of the war, Katsuchi said, aggravation clear in his voice. You don't understand war, and if it weren't for your pointless hatred of a dead man, I would hope you never do. Even the two other men in the group were getting annoyed with the granddaughter of their Kage. True, they both hated Minato Namikaze with a passion, but even they could see that her hatred of the Namikaze lineage was ridiculous. Why take your anger for a dead man out on his son? He had done nothing wrong. Yet, humph, and what would you know? You never fought him, grumbled Kuratsuchi, her head down from being admonished. You're right, I didn't. I was fighting against Konoha's Eastern Front, against the woman I suppose would be the kid's mother, stated Katsuchi. And you know what, Kuratsuchi? You never fought him either. Oh, you have to be shitting me, said the man in front of Katsuchi. Everyone looked up to see a group of Konoha ninja, the blonde Namikaze staring back at them, with Naruto. Oh god fucking damn it, sighed Naruto, only to get a thump on the back of his head from Taiyuya. You were right, Hinata, for IWA ninja. What are their chakra levels? The girl is low jonin and the rest are all mid to high jonin. The one in back is much stronger than the rest. Hinata stuttered as she hid behind Naruto. Great. Choji, Taiyuya, Hana, guard the clients. Shino, let's go try and talk them out of fighting. Naruto ordered, disappearing from view with Shino right after him, with Katsuchi. Katsuchi watched in wonder as the blonde and Aburaim came forward. The rest of the team and the Inuzuka canines fell in around a group of what appeared to be Hyuga. He wasn't surprised that the killing intent emanating from his team was almost thick enough to cut with a kunai. Even he wanted to fight the blonde, but now was not the time. All of you stand down, that is an order. Katsuchi commanded. He was pleased when the two jonin calmed down and fell out of their fighting stance. However, his niece did not. Kuratsuchi, stand down. Naruto slowly approached with Shino at his side, their hand where they could show they had no hostile intentions. IWA ninja, I know you all probably want to kill me, but I am currently escorting my client. A fight between us would only cause both of us problems. Is it too much to ask that we pass peacefully? Katsuchi was thoroughly impressed by the young man. He had been sincere and honest in his approach. He was just about to accept the offer when one of the jonin stepped forward. The Namikaze brat escorting Hayashi Hyuga and his two daughters, huh? Funny, I hate both your father and the Hyuga clan, stated the jonin with a confident smirk on his face. I'm going to say this once, if you even so much as make a move at my clients, I will kill you. I take my job very seriously, and I'm very good at it, stated Naruto as he slightly changed his stance. He looked straight at Katsuchi and asked again. Can we pass safely? Fuck this, I'm going to kill all of you. The third jonin yelled as he sprung into action, heading straight for the group, until his upper body split from his lower body, the Kubikurabocho hovering right where his waist had been. Katsuchi had never seen such a sight before. The Namikaze stood tall, his body covered in a bright orange cloak of chakra. I barely saw him move, I didn't even hear him draw the sword. It was just a flash. I guess we're not going to go with peaceful then, stated Naruto as the bright orange cloak began to glow yellow. Wrong choice. Kuratsuchi watched in horror as her fellow IWA nin fell to the ground in two pieces, having fallen victim to the legendary Kubikurabocho that the blonde was holding like it was a feather. Her mind slowed to a crawl as she took in the young man's features. The strange yellow aura reminded her of how Han and Rashi looked when they were using their Biju's power, but theirs was red, and they usually lost control to an amount when using it. She could tell that the blonde was in control. The insane speed at which he moved was unfathomable to her. Not even her uncle couldn't move so fast as to disappear from her view completely. Bad choice, he said as his chakra flared, his killing intent increasing to the point that Kuratsuchi began to black out, before it suddenly vanished. Option remains. Leave now, or you will share the same fate as him. Katsuchi knew if he didn't at least get an accurate representation of the Namikaze's power, Anoki would be very upset. I'm afraid that now that is not an option. Naruto nodded before his chakra cloak receded. Shino, the young Aburaim already knew what to do. He jumped back as Naruto's hands came together in a dragon sign. Hidden Mist Jutsu, Toad Style, Amphibian Cloak Jutsu. Naruto disappeared as an exceedingly dense mist fell in on the remaining IWA ninja. They fell into formation, backs together, as they tried to pinpoint the blonde. 1, 2. You don't have a clue. Killing intent skyrocketed. Kuratsuchi hit the ground as her legs gave out, trying desperately to breathe. Katsuchi was doing much better. He had faced the 7 swordsmen and trained to detect enemies in a great number of ways. For a leaf ninja to have this much stealth in this jutsu is unsettling. Even more so for a young one, a 14-year-old. I can barely feel him, and I can't hear him move or smell him out. 3. 4. She's on the floor. The voice continued to echo around them before the killing intent skyrocketed. Kuratsuchi, get up, I'll protect you with my life, but I need you to watch our backs. Katsuchi shouted. Shit, she's catatonic? What's going on? I've never felt so much killing intent from one person in my life. It isn't human. 5. 6. I need my fix. Katsuchi and his fellow jonin began feeling woozy. Katsuchi suddenly realized that he was covered in the Aburame's Kikeichu, but it was too late as his chakra was cut by 2/3. A quick pulse of fire chakra forced the bugs off of him and, unfortunately, onto his teammate. The man next to him wasn't any better, he had passed out from chakra exhaustion, and Kuratsuchi was still catatonic. He was able to take 2/3 of my chakra in seconds? Not even Shibi could do that. That should be impossible for one person, thought Katsuchi as the killing intent rose yet again. 7. 8. Too late. Katsuchi suddenly found the broad side of the Kubikuribocho, inches from his face, before it impacted, sending him tumbling backward into Kuratsuchi, his vision swimming as he attempted to get to his feet, only to find the Kubikuribocho pointed at his throat. Katsuchi the Earth Titan. Glad to meet you. My name is Naruto Namikaze. Tell your Kage to let this slide, and Konoha won't file mission tampering charges. Naruto said as he looked down on the man, his amphibian cloak fading as he came into the view of the two conscious IWA Nin. I had Shino drain your chakra so you couldn't follow us. Next time, I will kill you, Katsuchi understood. He had killed the Jonin for targeting his charges, he could kill them all, no one in IWA would know. Thank you. I'm sorry about the trouble my ninja caused. Naruto smiled and nodded, signaling his team to move the clients. Once they were out of sight, Naruto spoke. Jiraiya made me read the bingo book cover to cover every night for a month. It says that between you and Akatsuchi, no one is even close in earth manipulation. Why didn't you use any? Because I wanted to gauge your skill for myself. Killing you would be pointless, stated Katsuchi, looking Naruto in the eyes. You're much faster than I anticipated, even without your Bija powers. I look forward to fighting you again. Naruto once again smiled before he disappeared to catch up with his team. Katsuchi had a small smile on his face. The Red Death and the Yellow Flash, huh? Yeah, this generation will definitely surpass us. Kiri, what's the latest report? Mei asked as she looked over her battle charts. We have a strong following in the south and west sections of the island, and we are growing in strength in the east section, but Yagura still holds firm in the north and central areas, stated Ao as he read through reports. The supplies that Konoha is giving us are keeping our ninja strong. It will only be a matter of time before we move to take the north sector. Kumo, 3 hours later. Arriving at the gates, Team 7 as well as Hinata and Hanabi found themselves in awe of the two towering mountains that made up the gateway of Kumo. The 4 guards stationed at the gate, 2 on each side, became wary of the fact that a large group of Konoha ninja were simply walking towards them, especially when they saw both who was leading the group, as well as who it was they were escorting. The main family of the Hyuga were being escorted by Konoha's Squad 1, led by Naruto Namikaze. Oh fuck this. I'm not getting involved with any of this, said one of the Chunin. Good, you don't have to, Yujito said as she made her way to meet the group, Team Hachibi behind her. If you would all follow me to the Reikage Tower, it's good to see you again, Narita-kun. Konoha, this guy is a fucker, thought Fu as she sat in the large office of Kakashi Hataki. The only problem was, Kakashi was out on a mission, meaning that she was having her bi-weekly meeting with Danzo Shimura. I see in the reports of your last mission that you fought without using your Biju's chakra, stated Danzo bluntly. I didn't need it. It was just a bandit camp. There weren't even any missing ninja there, replied Fu as reserved as she could be. She had smarted off to the man once and had experienced the darkest killing intent of her life, and for some reason, Chomei had gone silent. Danzo simply nodded. Good. Then you are progressing rapidly under Namikaze's direction. If I may ask, why do some people call him Namikaze and some people call him Uzumaki? Fu asked. She had asked the team, but they didn't really know either. Danzo sat back into the chair and huffed. Namikaze is his true name, after his biological father. For most of his life, he was called Uzumaki, both the clan he belongs to and his mother's maiden name. My understanding is that because he has yet to change the name on paper and truly accept his father's name, some still call him Uzumaki. When Fu didn't respond, Danzo continued. I believe my need for you is no longer prevalent. Get your rest, tomorrow you have training. Orochimaru was not pleased. In the last 2 months, he had lost Kimimaro, had nearly lost Kabuto, who was still going through treatments for his chakra poisoning, though imbuing him with Jugo's cells seemed to be curing it. He had lost the Sound Four, who really were expendable, but with the losses from the failed invasion he was low on troops, and to top it all off, his most recent acquisition was not very good at cooperation. Sasuke-kun, you were so eager to join me, and now you have no one to grow stronger. Why is that? Questioned Orochimaru. I won't grow stronger under you. I'll just be given power that isn't mine. I don't want to be weak like you, stated Sasuke from the small cot in the cell he was currently locked in. Weak? How dare you call me weak, boy? I am Orochimaru's strongest of the Sannin. Even Kages are afraid of me, and you believe I am weak? You couldn't even touch Itachi as you are, yelled Orochimaru in rage. And I am the weak one? Last time I checked, either could you. This curse mark was clouding my vision. Now that it's sealed I can see clearly. Your 2 best soldiers, hell 7 of your best soldiers, fell to the dobe. If that's anything to go by, you're cannon fodder compared to Jiraiya, stated Sasuke with a smirk. Very well, stated Orochimaru, much too evenly for the rage he had contained moments ago. If you won't join me willingly, I'll just break you, just like I did to my last host. Unknown location. You mean to tell me that Taki just gave away their Jinchuriki? And to Konoha no less? Questioned Pain as Kakuzu and Haiden knelt before him. Yes, sir, she had been banished due to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki gaining full control of his Biju's chakra. They believed that she too could gain full control and were afraid she might retaliate for her poor treatment, so they banished her and sent to Konoha that she was theirs for the taking, stated Kakazu, whom informed Itachi and Kisame. The Kyuubi was their target along with the Gobi. They will get the 2 Jinchuriki in Konoha, you will get the Gobi and Nibi. Kumo, I'll admit, Hyuga Dono, I was not expecting you to come for the final negotiation, stated A as he stood behind his desk. And to be guarded by the infamous Squad 1, I'm rather fascinated by this whole arrangement. No disrespect, Raikage-sama, but the wounds to the Hyuga and the leaf over my brother are rather fresh, stated Hayashi plainly. Squad 1 is here for the protection of my children, who will be sitting in on these talks to better understand politics. I nodded. A good idea. I too sat in quiet a few talks alongside my father while he was Raikage. If you do not mind, Raikage-sama, could we begin the negotiations? I would like to get the formalities in the books before our actual meeting tomorrow, stated Hayashi, using one of his most well-guarded secret political moves. With both of our times so valuable, and the chance that my family might have peace being quite alluring, I would like to begin the intended processes. This caught A off guard. He had prepared for drawn-out negotiations in which the Hyuga would try to suck them dry, much like they had been after the botched abduction mission. He was not prepared for such a fast-paced meeting as the Hyuga was indicating. Very well. As per custom, you may have 1 guest and 2 bodyguards. Hanabi will be my guest for the evening. I believe that young Inuzuka and young Aburame will be my guards, stated Hayashi as he turned to Naruto. Hinata will be in your charge. I would like the other members of your team well rested, as they will be watching Hanabi tomorrow. Naruto nodded and looked to the Raikage. With your permission, sir, there is a jutsu I have been working on, and would like a training ground rented to my team. I grinned widely as he observed the young Namikaze. Lean and powerful frame that seemed to carry the legendary Kubikuru Bocho like it was paper, obviously built around speed and power, and his posture held the calm confidence that his father had. Indeed, a very dangerous opponent, taking every opportunity to train. Yujito, bring them to their rooms, then to training ground 0. A shocked look came over Yujito's face before she schooled herself. Of course, Raikage-sama. Konoha. Hiruzen sat at his desk, several scrolls spread across the work surface as he once again looked over both the Ninja Academy reports and the genin tests. It seemed that the sabotage was not limited to just Naruto. The curriculum and teaching standards had been severely altered, with large amounts of material removed. The cover-up was very well executed as well. All the clan heirs had their clan backing. Sakura was the daughter of two of the incredibly intelligent fighters, and Sasuke had been pampered by a great amount of the village. The classes in the last 3 years had been the same way, mostly clan ninja with some civilians sprinkled in, and it wasn't a surprise when civilian ninja failed. That was why there was no civilian ninja in this group. The entire academy was sabotaged, which meant that this problem ran far deeper than he had thought. The curriculum itself had been changed without his permission and without the consent of the headmaster. A knock at the door brought him out of his thoughts as he called the knocker in, seeing none other than Danzo walk in and take a seat as the door closed. Hiruzen. There is something I must come forward to you with. It can wait, Sarutobi said as he turned the scrolls to face the seemingly crippled man. Tell me what these 2 reports lead you to assume. Danzo, being put off at the unusual seriousness of his rival, began reading. As time passed, he became more and more tense. Looking up from the second scroll, it was clear they had come to the same conclusion. In the last 4 years, as well as the current class, either could recall a single civilian child passing the true genin exam other than Rock Lee, who had help from Madogai his final year. Hiruzen. The curriculum and teaching methods had to have changed 5 years ago, stated Danzo, who couldn't make heads or tails of any other possible explanation. We both know of only one event that happened in the last 5 years that would have been widespread enough to cover such a dramatic change without anyone noticing it, stated Hiruzen as he took a drag from his pipe. Yes. And unfortunately, only 4 people would have had the authority and power to make this change, stated Danzo, his lone eye boring into Sarutobi's. Nara wouldn't do such a thing, and neither would Hayashi. Hiruzen hung his head. He knew what Danzo meant. The only 2 people that could have done this were his old teammates. Umbu. Bring the Elder Council here at once. In handcuffs. They are under arrest until a case can be filed and an investigation started. Suna. This is unsettling news, stated Baki, the head jonin and current head of shinobi affairs until a new Kazekage was appointed. Indeed. Konoha is in talks with Kyumo over a peace treaty, and our reports indicate that they have been assisting Mist in their civil war, stated another counselor. This is most disturbing. At no point in history have 4 of the great nations been in alliance with each other, stated an elder councilman. We are the odd man out with Konoha. We must do something that solidifies the alliance. We cannot be without allies at this point in time. IWA will walk all over us without another village beside us, said another. There is only one way to ensure that Konoha stays by our side. Gaara isn't ready yet. He needs time to grow stronger and mature until we elect him, otherwise it will be seen as weakness, stated Baki as he sat up in his chair. What we need is to offer an alliance to Konoha and Kyumo. No. A political alliance. We need to propose a marriage contract. Realm of the Shinigami. Ah, she's so cute. Look at her blush whenever Naruto gets close, gushed Kushina as she watched her son sparing the young Hyuga in one of Kyumo's training grounds, before turning to Minato. Too bad he is seemingly more dense than his half-wit father was at that age. Now honey, in my defense, you did try to kill me when I finally did ask you out, stated Minato sweetly, making Zabuza's sweat drop. This is so far past messed up that it's starting to make sense. Though the former swordsman, I was pissed it took you so long. Oh God. That poor girl is going to have to grow a backbone with our dumbass son, stated Kushina melodramatically. And look at how well she's developing. She's just like Hitomi. There are going to be so many idiots after her, and our slack-jawed little shit can't take a hint. Pretty mean about your son, stated Zabuza. You fuck off. I don't need advice from a sharp-toothed little bitch who got his ass handed to him by little Kakashi. Kushina snapped as her hair started to levitate around her. Zabuza, I suggest you run, stated Minato as he slowly backed away. There's only one way this ends, and you definitely don't want to see it. Taking his advice, Zabuza turned and ran, but not fast enough to avoid the redhead shouting at her husband. And get on your back. Mama wants to go on her favorite ride, and Mama's ride better be rough. I want to be sore in the morning, or Makoto-kan is never joining us again. With Naruto, a chill went through Naruto's body, forcing him to take a hit to the arm from the surprisingly fierce Hyuga, rendering his elbow and hand useless from the chakra burst sent into his bicep. Needing space, Naruto leapt back, swinging the flat side of his blade at the Hyuga heiress, forcing her to back away or be cut apart. Holy shit, that hurts. That's way more painful than the gentle fist. Guess its name is pretty accurate. I wonder who would win in a fight between her and Choji. Naruto thought as his arm hung limply at his side. And why does it feel like I'm slightly sorry for Dad? Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Questioned Hinata, who was breathing hard from her earlier assault. The brutal fist still takes more out of me than I have to give. I wish I had Naruto-kun's stamina. Bending me over and, Hinata? Are you alright? You're blushing again. Naruto asked, unaware of the fact that Hinata, not for the first time on this long day, was fantasizing about him. Hinata, what? Oh, sorry Naruto-kun, I was thinking about a move I could try, stated Hinata, covering her tracks very well. Can we rest now? I'm rather hungry from the day. Oh, sure. Let's go ask the locals where a good place to eat is, Naruto suggested as he motioned her back towards the village. I'm on a date with Naruto-kun. Hinata thought happily before she fell into step next to him. However, either of them noticed the man standing on the mountain overlooking the training ground. The boy is strong, though he seems to be quite dense. I see it now, she wants a kiss but gets a bow. How sad to see young love deny, so I will help number 9. B thought as he took off. That was just terrible. Just don't do anything stupid, please, Kumo Council Chambers, and for the final request from the Kumo's side. I wish to have an old spar with Naruto Namikaze, stated A as he leaned back slightly. He had gotten almost everything he had wanted in the initial negotiations, and really just wanted to see what the son of the Yellow Flash could do. Hayashi was taken aback, and if the slight reactions from his guard were anything to go by, so were they. Why this request? I failed to see the validity of such an inquiry, Reikage Dono. To tell the truth, I wish to see for myself Konoha's next generation. Namikaze seems to be the strongest of his generation by far, stated A. During the last non-aggression period, my father faced off against Jiraiya of the Sannin. I simply would like the same deal. To the surprise of most of the room, it was Shino who had spoken first. Excuse me, Reikage-sama. But in all due respect, Naruto does not spar. He seems to not know the meaning of the word. I did not miss the wince from the Aburame, nor the motion that the Inuzuka showed when she rubbed her shoulder, remembering a certain blonde and a certain axe kick. Splendid, then I don't have to worry about him hiding his strength, stated A with a rather calming smile. I will bring it up to him. However, I would like to know what you would be placing against such a request as compensation. You must understand that I am quite aware that a Kage versus a special Jonin is an outrageous mismatch, stated Hayashi. If the boy decides to join me in a spar, I will not only hand over a brank jutsu that I believe would be helpful to his growth. I will return your brother's belongings to you. So he wants to spar with me? And in return, he will hand over your brother's possessions that he was handed over with, Naruto said as he looked at Hayashi. He could tell that it meant a lot to the Hyuga head, and it would be a great show of force for Konoha, so he says. I don't think I need to explain how frivolous it is to request you do such a thing for me, but as you took this mission as a favor to me, I can only ask you accept this spar and count it as yet another favor from the Hyuga clan, Hayashi stated seriously. He had sent Hinata out of the room she and Naruto were sharing so he could speak with the leaders of the squad. Naruto nodded. Counting the beating he gave Neji to wake him up from his fate spiral, the fact he had been on hand while in the village to watch over Hanabi while Kumo was in the village, and the fact his team was taking this mission at cost, the Hyuga owed the blonde a few favors. What do you think, Shino? Said Aburame was rather put off by the situation, his hive buzzing irregularly as Shino contemplated the idea. It is unwise to fight a Kage, even in a spar. However, it would be a good show of force for Konoha if you managed to challenge him. The problem is, there is no way it would not end up getting too heated and leading to hostile combat. On the other hand, you match up very well against his known skills. Your wind manipulation can somewhat negate his fabled lightning armor, your speed and strength are both strengths, allowing you to keep up better than most. And your trump card could seriously change the fight in your favor. His lightning manipulation is higher than my wind manipulation. I doubt I can match his speed or strength, even with my Bijou chakra, and I still have doubts that I have refined it enough to use. Naruto muttered, his head in his palms as the low sun glinted off his headband. Hayashi, I need the night to think about it. I will give you my answer in the morning. Hayashi nodded and proceeded to leave, but at the door he turned and looked at Naruto. I'm trusting that these room arrangements will not turn out of favor, and I trust my putting Hinata in your care will not result in a breach of privacy. I trust you to keep my daughter safe and unfertilized while you share this room. And with that, Hayashi left the room. Naruto looked gobsmacked at the insinuation Hayashi had made, and the situation wasn't helped when Shino got up to leave and gave one final piece of advice as he closed the door. Use protection, Taicho. I would rather not kill you for impregnating my former teammate. What the fuck? She doesn't even like me. How am I supposed to sleep with her? Why does everyone assume I'm a pervert? Naruto groaned as he smacked his head against the wall. Oh right, because Kakashi and Pervisage were my senseis. Let's not forget the picture of the one you call Kurenai. Where is that now? Or right. Spoke the fox, you should claim the Hyuga kit. I'm sure she would make a strong litter. Ero Kurama, and Naruto-kun, is it safe to come in now? That's it, mount her. Kurama, IWA. Anoki was seething mad as he looked at his son and granddaughter. Their mission was to scout Wave and see if they could offer their services. Unsurprisingly, the new governor politely refused. After Konoha freed the island nation, they didn't seem to trust any other nation. It was not part of their mission to fight the son of the Yellow Flash. Something that all the members but Katsuchi seemed to forget at the sight of the young man. Now one of his best scouting jonin was dead and the other was in the hospital. So, that's what happened? Anoki demanded dangerously. You risked war because you couldn't hold your temper, and now Konoha has the right to file mission tampering charges as well as an assault charge against us. But Grandpa, he's the son of Kuratsuchi, started before Anoki barked out. I don't care. You didn't follow protocol and just barely avoided insubordination by not standing down. Now leave before I'm forced to act upon your mishaps. Kuratsuchi quickly bowed and left the room. I'm going to kill that Namikaze bastard, then Grandpa will be proud of me. Anoki waited till the coast was clear before he set his gaze on Katsuchi. What are you not telling me? Katsuchi took a deep breath and cleared his throat. He is very fast and very strong. High jonin from what I observed, possibly low kage in speed. He has extremely fine control over his body. In his mist, I couldn't hear him move, though I could somewhat feel him out. The fact he can move so well suggests some boot training, but I have nothing to prove that. His chakra capacity exceeds anything I have felt before. It's like a bijou. You said he didn't use ninjutsu. Anoki said. Other than the Kirigakure, he didn't. He seems incredibly adept at the toad style, amphibian cloak. Obviously the boy has trained under Jiraiya, but his genjutsu prowess is higher than Kushimaru. The cloaking jutsu and the false surroundings jutsu he used were so well hidden I didn't even feel them until he broke them. I believe he has spent time under Kurenai Yuhi. Katsuchi said, ignorant of the fact that Naruto's absolute worst area was genjutsu. I see. And he said that they wouldn't press charges if we let this lie? Questioned Anoki. Then, for now, we will overlook the death of our ninja to prevent war. Find Kuratsuchi and inform her she is not to discuss the mission with anyone. We need to update our bingo book. Konoha, what is the meaning of this, Hiruzen? Why have we been in handcuffs for these past hours? Hamura demanded as he shook his shackles at the Hokage, anger and some fear evident in his eyes. Sarutobi looked to the corner of the room. Danzo had just returned with a folder in his lone functioning hand as he handed it to Sarutobi. The look on Danzo's face was telling. For the first time in a very long time, Danzo was visibly enraged. Hamura, Koharu, I hold in my hand a report that shows over the last 5 years, only one civilian-born ninja has passed the final genin exam. I don't need to tell you what a problem this is. The room instantly filled with killing intent from both Hiruzen and Danzo. Why are your signatures on the document in that folder? The document that unlawfully changed the standards of our ninja academy, removing half of the material and replacing it with useless classes and information. Danzo demanded, his killing intent crushing down on the two. The Uchiha massacre caused much panic. To keep younger ninja in line, we thought it was better they stay weak until the Jonin sensei could control them. Hamura stated calmly, a smug look on his face. You altered the very fabric of the academy to weaken our ninja. That is treason. And you will be put before the ninja council on trial. You will either die in prison or by my hands. Hiruzen yelled as he stood from his desk. You call us traitors? Danzo has done more to undermine this village more than any negative effects that Bill ever had. Koharu sniffed, her nose turned up. Danzo has done nothing but improve and fight for the well-being of this village. Sarutobi retorted, You fool, we made Konoha stronger. Look at the ninja that are in those classes. We weeded out the weak and harbored the strong. Koharu shouted. Hiruzen, what we did was for the best, do you not see that now? This is the strongest batch of genin we have had in the last 15 years. 5 genin made it to the finals of the Chunin exam. Umbu, get them out of my sight, put them in the hole. They are to be given the minimum amount of food and water to keep them alive until their trial. Hiruzen ordered, his glare casting his evident anger on them. The Umbu nodded and disappeared with the 2 elders. We will need to explain this to the council. They are not going to make it to trial. They retired, Sarutobi picked up and moved to Southern Fire Country to live out retirement. Danzo said with a smirk. I will be going over their notes, to ensure a safe travel. Ah, what a life. I trust you can make sure they get their belongings? Sarutobi asked, understanding what Danzo was insinuating. You focus on their replacements, Hiruzen, I will erase them. Stated Danzo, his lone eye scanning the Hokage. Do not choose me, we need the younger generations to take the steps in ensuring their future. And if I do choose you? After you sided with me following your abduction attempt on Naruto, I can't say I know of a more suitable advisor. Stated Hiruzen jokingly. You just said his name. Stated Danzo with a grin. Good luck, Hiruzen, I shall return after the job is done. Unknown location. So, Itachi, how is your illness? Kisame asked while eating the cooked meat that Itachi had made around their campfire. It is still progressing, but the medication I acquire is working well to slow it down. Stated Itachi. It works in my favor that Kisame knew about my ailment. Now he will think I am still weakened should we ever fight. Zetsu, you may come out. How you always know we are here, I will never understand. Stated the black half of the plant person. It's because he has the Sharingan. Answered the white half. What do you want, Zetsu? Itachi asked as he wiped his mouth with a napkin, secretly eating a chunk of Pocky. Leader-sama has found out that the Nanabai is now in Konoha's hands. Taki handed her over. You two have been reassigned. Kisame, your target is now the Nanabai. Itachi still has Kyubi. Stated the Zetsu. Until then, you are to gain bounties and collect money. Nanabai, huh? Good, even more chakra for my sword. Grinned Kisame. And the Kyubi Brad is getting strong, I'd love to fight him. Very well, you may leave if that is all, Zetsu. Itachi calmly replied. I hope to keep you safe, Naruto, but we may have to fight soon. I hope you are strong enough to defeat us. If only you had Sasuke by your side, you would have a counter to Tobi's Sharingan. Kumo, Naruto-kun, make me yours, I've always loved you. Hinata purred with lust in her eyes as she started to disrobe. I need you, I want you. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. Hinata Hyuga, the heir of the Hyuga clan, basically the princess of Konoha, want him in every way. Naruto, use the Schwartz! Commanded a deep voice next to Naruto, startling the blonde. He turned to see a half Jiraiya, half-toad man with green skin and yellow eyes squatting on his bed. The Jiraiya toad raised his toad fist and shook it at the blonde. Use it, pervy sage toad? The hell is going on? Get out of here! Shouted Naruto, only for the toad Jiraiya to pounce at Hinata, who suddenly transformed into a Shino-like giant bug. Shino? Shinabug? I am a mug. Half man, half bug. I'm your best friend. Shino replied, only to receive a brutal fist strike to the back, causing Bug Shino to explode, covering Naruto and the room in beautiful red flower petals as red candles appear around the room. Naruto-kun, I'm going to make you feel good, really good. Smiled Hinata as her eyes turned to him, and her hand reached toward his. Ah! Shouted Naruto as he sat up in bed. Confused, he looked around, seeing the sleeping form of Hinata in the next bed over, no shinobug flower petals all over the place, and no Jiraiya in sight. Thank God, that was all a dream. Naruto got out of the bed and headed to the bathroom, walking past Hinata as he slipped into the door and turned the light on, closing the door behind him. Looking into the mirror, he watched his own reflection look back at him. Of course it was a dream, but still, usually when I have those dreams they don't make my heart race like this. Maybe it was the Toad Man that startled you. He reminded me of something, though I'm not sure what. Not that Bakafox. Naruto growled, only to get a growl in return. Why is my heart in my throat all of a sudden, even when I had dreams like that? I rather enjoyed the Kurenai dream. I wonder if humans can really be that flexible. And the one with the blonde girl, Ino, was it? She took you completely into her mouth. I think your hair tickled her nose. Even when I had those dreams, my heart never raced like that, admitted Naruto. What changed? The subject of the dream changed. Kit, now leave me be. I have to rest up before you get your ass handed to you by the meathead tomorrow. Healing you will not be enjoyable. Thanks for the vote of confidence, mumbled Naruto as he cut the mental connection. The subject. Why would it be any different? Is there something different about Hinata? Suna, so it's settled then. Temari is to be wed to a Konoha ninja of her choosing to solidify the alliance between us, Baki said in a strained voice. Gaara is going to kill us. He has become quite attached to her since the Konoha invasion. It's for the best, and Temari agreed to it, though we will need a new table, Chio said as she looked down at the caved-in conference table that Temari put her battle fan through. Still, I wonder who the girl has in mind? She seemed to calm down rather quickly when she was told it was her choice. I believe it is the Nara who bested her in the Chunin exams. The last 2 trips to Konoha they have been spending a fair amount of time together, stated Baki. It would work out nicely. The Nara are very connected and respected. To think, the last time Suna proposed a marriage contract it was to Yuzu, reminded an elder member of the council. Let's hope it doesn't turn out like that. 6 hours later, Kumo. Most people felt anxious before a fight. Veterans came to like the feeling, their adrenaline rushing and the excitement of a new challenge. Naruto, however, had neither of those feelings. As he looked across the training ground to see none other than the Yandame Reikage and now named fastest man alive, Naruto was scared. However, unlike most people, Naruto was not crippled by fear. He had grown up with the feeling. Fear made Naruto think faster, move quicker and hit harder. Just what he needed to fight, who many considered the world's strongest ninja. Off to the side of the clearing stood Hayashi, Hinata and Hanabi, surrounded by the remainder of Team 1. B and Yujito were off to the side of them, as well as Darui and C. To the other side of the Konoha group was Team Samui. How do you think he will do? Yujito asked. Can you tell how strong he is, B? Strong and fast miss too, with skill and smarts to boot, but Big Bro is stronger and faster, and more experienced. Big Bro will win, but with a lot of variance. B rapped in answer. He will be lucky if he survives the first hit. He's scrawny, and even if he can use that sword like they say, Asama will outclass him, C declared. Don't count him out yet. You are letting your biased opinion skew the facts, Darui retorted, getting a dirty look from C. And what facts would those be? He's 14 and already an A-rank ninja, he has 3 chakra affinities, and he already has fought an S-rank ninja twice and walked away. It may as well be Kakashi Hatake out there. With Team 1, it was another story. Why would he fight the Reikage? Doesn't he know his betters? There is no way he can take a Kage, Hanabi ranted. It is unwise to doubt Taicho, especially if he goes all out. He could very well stalemate the Reikage, Shino said calmly. Yeah, last week he sparred with both Guy and Asuma and stood toe-to-toe with them. I wouldn't doubt him, Choji said in agreement. Let's get this started. I don't like waiting, I yelled as he removed his Kage robes and tossed them to Darui. Naruto took Kubikuribocho off his back and sealed it into his palm before removing his cloak, revealing he had no shirt on under his Jonin vest. A nod was all Naruto had time for before the raikage was on him. Barely avoiding a lariat that would have taken his head off, Naruto knew that taijutsu was not the right choice to fight the raikage, and jumped back, forcing the raikage to pursue. Doton, Great Earth Defense! Shouted Naruto as he sped through hand signs. Futon, Wool of the Wind God! Just as soon as the wall was sprouted, A charged through it, blowing through it like it was tissue paper. Naruto took aim and fired a large concentrated blast of air at the raikage, stopping him in his tracks as he channeled chakra to his feet and stood strong against the wind. Futon, Infinite Vacuum Blades! Out of Naruto's mouth came thousands of small blades of wind, all converging on the raikage, who had just enough time to create his fabled lightning armor. A once again charged, heading straight through the blades of wind with his far superior lightning manipulation. Lariat, 10 Clone Cut! Unsealing his sword and barely ducking another clothesline, 10 Narutos appeared with wind-infused Kubikiribokos, each taking a slash at the raikage, who grit his teeth as he forced them off with a blast of lightning chakra, dispelling the clones before turning and charging the real Naruto. Lariat! He connected, sending Naruto flying through the grand earth wall he had created just seconds ago. That's more like it! Show me what you can really do, boy! Behind the wall, Naruto began a long string of hand seals. You want it? Futon, Grand Vacuum Dragon! A giant dragon, rivaling the size of the Kyuubi, erupted from Naruto's mouth and sped toward the raikage, piercing the wall and turning it to dust as it seemed to gain speed. Only for the raikage to dodge and once again charge Naruto before getting clipped by the tail of the dragon, but not before he replaced himself with a log. That vacuum dragon. That is Danzo's jutsu. It disintegrates everything it touches. Said as his lightning armor flared, a grin on his face. I'm tired of this warm-up. Naruto erupted in his Kurama cloak, instantly increasing to 50% flow rate as his features became outlined in black and seals became visible on his torso. Remember, Kit, you can only handle 55% safely. Any more and you will start to break down. Futon, Pressure Wave! Shouted Naruto before discreetly making more hand seals. Futon Genjutsu, Precision Air Pressure. Stood strong against the A-rank Winjutsu before his eyes widened and he fell to his knees, clutching his ears in hopes of ridding the pain from what he assumed was damage from the pressure wave, not knowing it was the second attack the blonde had sent. Naruto was in front of A, fist cocked back as he threw a punch at the man's solar plexus. A rolled on his knees, dodging quickly and sent a kick at the back of the blonde, who spun and caught the leg, lifting A up and slamming him into the ground twice before A's free leg met the side of Naruto's head, sending the blonde flying while the raikage got back on his feet. Lariat! Naruto caught himself and intercepted A with a shoulder check to the raikage's ribs. Body Crusher! Another Naruto appeared behind A and used the momentum to slam into the back of the raikage, who let out a gasp as he was sandwiched. The raikage took advantage, grabbing Naruto by the legs and flipping him around until he held him high above his head. Liger Bomb! A drove the helpless Naruto into the ground back first, creating a crater that covered a vast area beyond the impact site, the shockwave clearing the pain from A's ears. The Naruto that had been put into the ground popped as smoke filled the area. A raised his arm above his head, blocking a chop by the Kubikiribocho that would have carved him in half, with his gauntlets. Spinning around, he swung his other fist into Naruto's side, getting another poof as the blonde once again turned to smoke. Futon, Pressure Damage! I was once again caught between wind attacks, crushing in on the raikage with two Srank Wind Jutsu. Both Naruto's peeled off and unsealed Kubikiribocho, charging it with a slash, one high, one low. I recovered and escaped before the giant cleavers separated him. The clone latched onto A and anchored himself to the ground with chakra, and Naruto locked eyes with A. Bija's skill, twin element manipulation, shrapnel vacuum bombs. Naruto raised his hand to his mouth and began spitting out vacuum bombs with large rocks in them at extreme speeds. A threw off the clone and avoided being hit by the speeding jutsu, only to be caught in an explosion field that covered most of the training grounds. Futon, Great Breakthrough! As Naruto blew away the smoke and debris, everyone saw that the Raikage stood in the middle of an upturned battlefield, several cuts adorning his skin from wind chakra that had made it through his armor, large shards of rocks still falling from the sky. A once again locked eyes with the blonde, respect evident for the young man that made him bleed. The gaze was matched by Naruto, who was amazed the Raikage had repeatedly escaped some of his best attacks with such little damage. Naruto only had about half of his chakra left, and had been using Kurama's for a large portion of this fight, but continued A and S rank ninjutsu plus boosting his body with chakra to keep up with A had drained him. Naruto realized that he was outclassed in every way. From taijutsu to ninjutsu there was nothing that Naruto was willing to use that would match the Raikage in any meaningful way. I knew this as well. Naruto had a lot more in the tank, but short of an assassination technique, the boy didn't have anything left to turn this fight in his favor. One more attack. Naruto nodded. If he wanted to test his true strength, now was the time. Raisengans forming in both hands before expanding with wind chakra, A's armor growing brighter and cracking as he raised it to full power. Lariat, Raisengan, boom, Naruto, Raikage-sama, Liger Bomb. Naruto reviewed the move over and over again in his mindscape, trying to find a flaw in it so that he could make it better. He had spent all of his time after being knocked out watching the memories of the fight, analyzing every mistake he had made as well as finding ways to improve what he had done well. Such power the meathead can generate with that move. I seems like a sure kill if it lands, very impressive for a taijutsu move. Oh yeah, Kurama was there too, there has to be a weakness. Pervy Sage said that every jutsu has a weakness. Mumbled Naruto. His armor is the only thing covering his back while he executes the move. You could exploit that, yeah right. That armor is unbearable. I put 2 full-powered wind Raisengans into his chest and arm and I've been out cold for 2 days. Stated Naruto. Just wait kid, I don't want a weak container, and you will get stronger than the meathead or die trying. You know, I figured that you wouldn't be nearly as helpful as you have been. Stated Naruto as he stood on the lip of the large bowl that was the limits of Kurama's domain, before the imposing figure of Kurama. The fox sat up, his arms extending out as he rose to sit at eye level with the blonde. I almost wasn't. Stated Kurama cryptically before sighing heavily. When I was sealed in your mother, her seal held me back tremendously. Unfortunately, it let my other half, the half that was nothing but hate and anger, take over. What? I'll start from the night of your birth. Stated Kurama. The masked man, the one who ripped me from your mother, had done something that forced the hatred in me to the surface. After being trapped in humans so long, it probably didn't take much. Once I came to, your father was standing atop the toad before me, Shinigami's spirit reaching through him and into me. Your father didn't have enough chakra to seal me. He had to call on the strongest seal known to you mortals, the Uzumaki dead demon consuming seal. The seal meant to kill both the caster and the target. It is a contract with the Shinigami. It did though, didn't it? Questioned Naruto. You are here, Mom and Dad are dead. I guess I'll have to start even farther back. Back when us tail beasts were just beginning our lives. Your great-great-grandfather had cheated death himself, born before even us tailed beasts, living to an unheard of age, dying well before the rest of Yuza fell. On his judgment with the Shinigami, he willfully gave his soul to the Shinigami, admitting to his sins and offering his soul as tribute. No one knows what happened after that, but we Bijou were instructed to never harm an Uzumaki if we could help it. The night I was sealed into you, I learned why the Shinigami had said such a thing, and why he favors you so. Why? Why would death favor me? Naruto asked, his mind ablaze with questions and confusion. I can't tell you why. The information I have given you should be enough. Kurama said cryptically. Seeing the downtrodden look on Naruto's face, he continued. The sealing was originally supposed to take the stronger half, me, into the pit of the Shinigami's depths. I am the Yin half of Kurama. I contain the mental and physical embodiment of what the great sage had bestowed upon us at birth, that humans, while selfish and greedy, all had the same drive to better the world. My other half contained nothing but hatred for humanity for all their sins against us. As my dark half, he took the hatred and contempt when he was sealed. I see you as possibly being the one the sage spoke about. The one that would reunite us tailed beasts, and end this suffering that the world endures. That's why you helped me. You really think I can change the world by myself? I'm just one person, I don't have the ability to save the world. Naruto shouted. No. You don't. Stated the fox finally before getting up and walking toward the cave near the back of the mindscape. He could feel the emotions rolling off the blonde. We will have to fix that, won't we, Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi was extremely upset right now. A week ago, he had discovered that his old teammates were traitorous, and now he gets a report from Hayashi that Naruto, at Hayashi's request, had a spar with the current Raikage. Now his best special Jonin was in a foreign hospital and unresponsive after suffering chakra backlash from some unknown technique that Hayashi had not described. Thankfully, other than some chakra burns, the Raikage did not seem to be injured in any way. That boy will be the death of me, he muttered under his breath as he looked out over the Hokage monument. Your son is extraordinary, Minato. I should have been the one to seal the Kyuubi. I'm old now, Minato. These last 13 years as Hokage have taken a great toll on me. I was hoping that Kakashi could replace me. He showed so much promise. He still does, but your death hit him hard, and I'm not sure he truly recovered. Your son has proven that he has what it takes. A true leader and quite powerful. He's growing faster than any shinobi I have ever seen, but the boy is young and inexperienced. Sarutobi said as he retrieved his pipe from his sleeve and packed it quickly with his fingers before he lit it and placed the stem on his lower lip. There are things I have done for this village that I am not proud of, and at the same time it's the things I didn't do that haunt me the most. I will not let Naruto be another mistake. Main gate of Konoha. Jiraiya looked over his travel companion and nodded. Ready to go? Shut up, pervert. I want to get this over with so I can relax. I don't get any respect from that brat's friends. I am not his friend. 4 days later, Hiruzen sat at his desk. An unopened IWA messenger scroll on his desk, Danzo and Tsunade across from him in the office chairs. I don't think that I need to explain the situation. Naruto killed an IWA Jonin for the good of his mission, and I assume that this message is to declare some sort of conflict. Sarutobi said as he took a long drag on his pipe, opening the scroll and unrolling it with a quick snap of his wrist. I, Inoki of Iwagakure, take full responsibility for the death of my Jonin at the hand of your ninja. I will not be taking any actions against you or your ninja. Signed, Inoki, 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. I've heard those words before, stated Danzo in disgust. War is coming. And not the kind of war I like. What are you talking about, you old war hawk? He said he won't be taking actions. Tsunade asked. Danzo is correct. Those exact words were said by the first Raikage, after Danzo killed one of his men on an unrelated mission. Stated Sarutobi. What will happen in the next few months will be a shinobi arms race that could ignite the 4th Great Shinobi War. Last time, the Kinkaku forces were formed in Kumo. Tobirama-sensei was lost to them just months later, sparking the First Shinobi War. Stated Danzo. Iwa's Explosives Corp was formed the same way after the Nidaime Tsuchikage and Nidaime Mizukage killed each other. So you're saying that we need to build up, forcing the other nations to build up? Tsunade said. We're going into another war because you old men want to have an international dick measuring contest? Well, I would win. Sarutobi and Danzo said at the same time, causing Tsunade to double-take. This will not be the type of war you are used to, Tsunade, stated Danzo, redirecting the conversation. We are entering a cold war. Kumo, princess, you've been here for 6 straight days, stated Taiya, looking at the Hyuga heir sitting next to Naruto's hospital bed. Go get some rest. He will be fine, he's taken more damage than that before. I was assigned to stay with him by father, Hinata said simply while looking at Naruto's battered face. Just do me a favor, when Shithead wakes up, tell him you like him. Taiya asked as she leaned back in her chair before staring at Hana. What are you looking at? Are you going to tell Choji that you like him? Hana asked playfully, getting a scowl from Taiya. Don't worry, Hinata, Naruto will come around eventually. No, Taiya is right. Naruto didn't have a loving childhood. I don't think he really understands love. I've seen how he looks at me, and I've seen the confusion that goes with it, stated Hinata. I think he just isn't ready to let someone in. I don't think he knows how, Hinata, said Hana. It's okay. I can wait for him. Reiki's office. What are you thinking, bro? Still wondering about that chakra flow? B asked as he lounged in the office. That and how fast he is healing. I don't like the fact that he wounded me through my lightning armor, A said as he rubbed his side and shoulder, running his hands over the bandages that covered his torn and cut skin. He's S rank, B, it might be low, but we have an S rank 14-year-old in our hospital. He matched my speed and power well enough to force me to use my full power. Better sign the treaty then, bro. Who knows, maybe we can be allies and not foes. Maybe so, B. It does make sense to move into an alliance. However, it would make us look weak to partner with them. Who cares? Konoha is in bed with Suna and seeing Kiri on the down low. Only old man Inoki would be trying something on the low, Broby said as he adjusted his sword and leaned deeper into the chair he was sitting in. On the low, indeed, Kiri, shit. I never thought Yugura would send Hidakata out to such a small outpost. Mei groaned as she dodged a bubble attack, firing back with a large lava ball. It makes sense. This is a prime target, Ao said as he grabbed Chojiro and dove out of the way of another spray of explosive bubbles. There is no need to fear. The gallant Jiraiya and the tan lady Fo are here. Orochimaru stood back from the operating table, his back sore and his hands heavy. Without a word, he turned around and walked out of the room. Laying on the table, Kabuto was in agony, unable to move after the pain of having the final cure forced upon him. They had thought that by simply injecting him with Jugo's chakra it would purge his system, and for a while it had worked perfectly. But eventually the Kyuubi's chakra was suppressed, and Jugo's chakra began to take over. With all the chakra cleansers and medicine at their disposal, they could not stop Jugo's chakra from taking over. So Kabuto agreed to the only thing that could save his life. Kabuto had just had a curse seal placed on him, the curse seal of life. Orochimaru came back in, a jug of water in his hands as he splashed Kabuto. While the curse seal of heaven was the strongest, the curse seal of life was by far the most powerful, and the most difficult to perform. It involved literally linking the souls of the caster and the receiver, creating a direct line of chakra transference, boosting the weaker ninja to the point that they were of almost the same strength. But should the seal fail to establish, the receiver would be all but absorbed into the giver. It was a win-win for Orochimaru. Kabuto could never become stronger than him. Kabuto could now heal him remotely, and even better yet, once the cursed seal of life established, either one could die as long as the other lived. Should you survive, Kabuto, I will be waiting in my chambers, stated Orochimaru as he left the room once again. Now to visit young Sasuke, Naruto's mindscape. Hey Kit, you're almost healed. Get ready to get moving. I sense there is some emotional distress going on out there, Kurama said as he sniffed the imaginary air. Now, pardon me, but the rabbit has reappeared. Naruto watched the great Kyuubi no Kitsune chase a large rabbit around the clearing, and not for the first time, wondered if all the legends of the great fox were greatly exaggerated. Get back here, you meat treat. I'm hungry, or maybe not. Suna, do you know who you will choose? Gaara asked as he looked over his sister. They were getting ready to leave on their trip to Konoha, and Gaara did not like the fact that his sister, who he had found himself being very protective of, was to be married off in a political alliance. It better not be Uzumaki. Oh? Is little Gaara afraid of the big bad blonde? Temari teased as she watched her littler brother, Ambu outfit and all, tense at her prod. I have much to thank Uzumaki for. I'd rather not have to kill him should he hurt you. Kumo. Naruto awoke in the hospital bed that he had somewhat knowingly spent the last week in. He felt that it was only him and Hinata in the room, though he could feel one of Shino's bugs on him. He looked up to see the Hyuga heiress staring down into his eyes. Naruto-kun? Are you alright? Naruto couldn't help but be mesmerized by the sight of her dark blue hair hanging around her beautiful face, her soft white eyes boring into his with care, and her full lips smoothly moving with every syllable. Maybe there is something here. Maybe this is what attraction really feels like, this pounding in my chest and my stomach in my throat. Naruto thought as he blankly looked up at Hinata, her eyes still staring back into his. If this is it. Does she like me? Is that why she's so shy around me, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked again. He's looking at me with that look again. This is my chance. I can finally tell him how I feel about him. Hinata, Naruto-kun? Fuck it. Naruto sat up, his lips meeting hers in a deep kiss that shocked both of them. Hinata from the sudden contact that she had only experienced in her dreams. Naruto from the amazing feeling the kiss delivered. Like a part of his soul had been unlocked, was able to run free. He felt himself push deeper into the kiss, a hand coming up to caress Hinata's beautiful face. All too soon Naruto pulled back, hoping beyond hope he was right, that Hinata liked him, that this crazy feeling he got every time he saw her or thought of her was attraction, and that he had found someone that would truly be there for him. As he pulled back, he felt Hinata pull back as well. Naruto waited, milliseconds dragging out. An eternity passed in Naruto's mind as he waited, praying to every deity he could think of that she would return the kiss. And Naruto, stammered Hinata, a massive blush on her face, adrenaline ripping through her veins as she tried to understand what had just happened. Naruto just kissed me. Hinata didn't know what was happening. Her body froze as she looked down at his curious and fearful face, willing herself with all her might to kiss him back and finally have the man she loved. But her body took over, forcing her away from the bed and sprinting out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Naruto watched her leave and felt like his heart was ripped out of his chest. He closed his eyes and fell back to the bed, a lone tear leaking out of his right eye. I was wrong. She doesn't like me. 3 days later, Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked over the mission report, scanning for anything he could use to reprimand the blonde. After all, for their plan to work, he needed Naruto off the active roster. Naruto, I don't have to tell you how bad an idea it was to fight the Raikage. Do I? Questioned Sarutobi in his deep voice. You risked your own life and in the process, you used an rank assassination jutsu on the current head of Kumo. Naruto had no response. He had done just that, but he had done it as a favor to Hayashi, who had, at least in the recent past, helped the blonde tremendously with the council as well as being a good person to talk to. I know it was a bad idea, Hokage-sama. I take full responsibility for my actions. Sarutobi let out a long sigh. He had wanted a better way to get Naruto the training he needed. But for right now, this would work. Squad 1 will work under a temporary leader while Naruto Uzumaki is placed into the Homeland Security Reserves as punishment. Naruto, appoint a leader and tell me who you want put on your squad. I appoint Shino Aburame, current co-leader of Squad 1, in charge. I would like to appoint Hinata Hyuga as his replacement. Her hand-to-hand combat and tracking skills will help out while I am away, Naruto said without much emotion. Shino walked alongside the blonde and placed a hand on his shoulder, a reassuring nod following. Hiruzen looked over to Shino and Hinata. Shino was as stoic as always, though his hide betrayed his emotions on the subject. Hinata, on the other hand, was visibly shocked, and if the looks she kept giving the blonde were anything to go by, something has happened during the mission. Very well. The appointments to Squad 1 stand. Naruto, report to Sector 7G for your punishment. Kiri outskirts. Jiraiya put away his spyglass and descended down the tree he had been crouched in, heading towards Ao. That confirms it. Yugura is not in the village, as per his secretary, and the heads of the purges are with him. I still don't understand how you got that information out of Mira. She would never break under an enemy's interrogation, stated Ao, the disbelief clear on his face. Aha! But the gallant Jiraiya does not interrogate women, he woos them into a very receptive state, stated Jiraiya grandly, his hands flaring out wildly in the air. She's 23, you are almost 50, how did you manage to woo her? Questioned Ao, shaking his head. Jiraiya retrieved his spyglass and extended it. I clubbed her over the head and took her to a nice quiet spot. Are you serious? No, you idiot. I caught her outside of the walls and she informed me that she hated Yugura. She told me everything, Jiraiya said, an indignant look on his face. She even told me that Kiri is on track to host the Chunin and Jonin exams in 1 year. They must think that they will have wiped the rebels out by then. So you never wooed her? I never said that. Defense building, Sector 7G. Naruto arrived to a giant metal door with several locks on it. Danzo was standing at the door, releasing the last lock when the blonde moved beside him. This area was where I mastered my vacuum release and where your father mastered the Haration. Many great shinobi have used these facilities to grow stronger in times of need, Danzo said as he pushed the mighty door open. Hiruzen has informed me that I have 12 months with you. Kakashi and Jiraiya will also be joining me to train you. You will not disappoint me. Naruto looked at Danzo questioningly as he followed the man into a cavernous open room with seemingly endless seals on the walls. Why am I being trained for my punishment? I love training, I don't understand. We don't have the luxury of you progressing normally anymore. The events of your mission have set in motion the beginning of a Cold War. A war in which every country will be building military strength in order to stave off all-out conflict. Much like the beginning of the first war that created both me and Hiruzen, you and a few others are going to be our showpieces, Danzo said as he led Naruto to an apparent sleeping area, filled with beds and other recovery instruments. Jiraiya has reported to us that in 12 months' time, Kiri will be hosting both the Chunin exams and the Jonin exams, whether or not the civil war is still going. With Jiraiya and Fu there, the rebels will have taken the country over. You need to see that you will destroy every person you come up against. By the end of your time with me, you will be a Kage-level ninja. 2 hours later, hospital. Come on, big guy, we need to get you home, Asuma said as he helped Ibiki out of his wheelchair and moved him out into the streets. How you feeling? Like shit, Asuma. It's not pleasant. Ibiki groaned as he moved towards his apartment. How is Anko's team doing? I know she wants them to visit. They're all good. Kotetsu and Izumo are still great together. The Hyuga kid is really something and Mabuki is finally back at full speed. That woman can really fight, stated Asuma with a sigh. That woman reminded him of his late brother's wife. I'll bring them by tomorrow. Lord knows the poor girl could use the visitors. Ibiki simply nodded, not allowing himself to speak of the fact that Danzo had been visiting her until she woke up. Ibiki had to wonder what was up Danzo's sleeve. The man had done a great amount to keep himself and Anko safe, and now he was going to throw everything he could at Ibiki, or so he claimed. He truly wondered how Danzo's daughter had turned out the way she had, but then again, no one had seen her in years. Back in the hospital, Tsunade sat at her desk, wishing that something would break up the boredom of having to file medical charts for the Umbu. Luckily, they had sent over the newest Umbu intelligence trainee to help out. The young pink-haired aspiring medic, a Haruno and the daughter of Mabuki, or so her personality betrayed, had been an incredible asset where paperwork was involved. Here you are, Lady Tsunade. I've alphabetized them like you asked, Sakura said with a slight smile while looking at the clock. Tsunade sighed. The girl was waiting for her old teammate to get back from his mission. Apparently they were going to have a spar or something. Of course her old teammate just happened to be the brat. You know he won't be on time. Hell, the little brat might forget entirely. Sakura just let a sad smile cross her face. She looked over Tsunade's desk, spotting a few pictures of Naruto. You're really close to him, aren't you, Lady Tsunade? I guess you could say that. The brat is basically what is left of my family, being in Uzumaki and all, Tsunade said as she looked at the picture of herself, Naruto, Jiraiya, Shizen, and Hiruzen on her desk. She didn't dare tell the girl that she was actually Naruto's listed next of kin, but that was just because he didn't trust the pervert with his house. But I'm going to tell you this. That brat will keep his word. You will get that spar. A knock at the door and a quick response from Tsunade revealed none other than the Hyuga heir, Hinata. Lady Tsunade. If it isn't so much trouble, I'd like to train under you. A Hyuga? A Hyuga wants to learn medicine. Finally. Yes, Hinata, with your Byakugan and your chakra control, you would make a fine medic. Tsunade cheered, her dream of seeing just how far a Hyuga could take the skills of a medic finally in her grasp. That also reminded her, you know, Sakura, I've seen your intelligence, and if you have your father's chakra control, you would make a good medic as well. Actually, Lady Tsunade, while I also want to become a medic, I want to be your apprentice. I want to be able to fight the way you do, Hinata said with a great show of confidence, surprising Sakura and triggering a thought in Tsunade's mind. Hinata, what made you choose to ask me? I believe Kurina Yuhi is your instructor. She's one of the best jonin in the village. Tsunade asked, a suspicion growing in the back of her mind. Well, flashback. Haishur had just arrived back home with his daughters. Hanabi looked about ready to drop, most likely from the rather strenuous week. Hinata, on the other hand, looked ready to collapse into herself. Hanabi, you may go rest. Hinata, follow me to my office. Hinata grew wary. The only time she had been brought to her father's office was when her mother had died and when she had lost to Niji in the Chunin exams. Either had been pleasant memories. Beside that, she wanted to find Naruto and set everything straight. She wanted to go over the remainder of the mission. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get any alone time with the blonde. Upon arrival at Hayashi's office, Hinata sat on the pillow allowed for her, while Hayashi sat on the pillow behind his desk, a serious look on his face as he began. I am no longer going to be quiet about your feelings towards Uzumaki. While I don't agree he is a suitable husband for you, I cannot deny that the influence he has had on you has been outstandingly positive. I will give my blessing if you do begin a non-platonic relationship. But there is something I must know before I give this blessing. Hinata was dumbfounded. Her father was allowing a relationship between her and Naruto. He wasn't picked by the clan, he wasn't even on the list of suitable candidates, let alone her father would give them his blessings to begin a relationship. What might you wish to know, father? Hayashi remained stoic. However, his mind was rather happy she had not stuttered while she spoke to him. She had come a long way. Naruto will be locked up in Sector 7G for an unforeseen amount of time. Should your affection for the boy last, I will give my permission to begin a relationship, on the condition that he be the one to ask you. You cannot be the one to initiate the relationship. Hinata couldn't even fathom all that Hayashi had just said, but nodded as her brain began to piece everything together. All right, father. I will not ask him if it means you give your blessing. Good. Now there is little more I can teach you in the ways of the brutal fist, and with your appointment to Squad 1. I believe you should find someone who specializes in chakra-enhanced combat outside of the clan. I believe Lady Tsunade would be the best teacher. Flashback end. Tsunade's eyes were wide at the end of Hinata's edited explanation, as she had left out the deal she had made with her father. Sector 7G. Tsunade murmured with a faraway look on her face, almost as if she had seen a ghost. Hinata, I will bring the brutal fist to a level only gods could dream of. I accept you as my apprentice. But for now, I must go kill the Hokage. Tsunade swiftly moved out the window. Sakura and Hinata looked out the window for a few seconds before Tsunade popped her head back in. Training starts at noon tomorrow, Training Field 3, you're invited as well, Sakura. With that, the two girls watched Tsunade slowly make her way to the tower, leaving a wake of people that quickly got out of her way. Hey, Hinata? What's Sector 7G? Gates of Konoha. Gaara, take the mask off. Sighed Temari while holding her nose in frustration. I see no reason to remove my mask, stated Gaara, donned in full Umbu uniform. If you don't remember, the last time I was here I crippled one of their ninja and started an invasion that got our Kage killed. Gaara, that man was your father, Baki said with a slight show of disdain. While he was very fond of the Jinchuriki, he disliked the callous attitude towards the former leader. I hope I am a better father than that sperm donor, Gaara said before his head shrunk back into his shoulders. Shikaku is frightened. Something dangerous is near. Sector 7G. Are you kidding me, old man? That sounded like Tsunade, stated a gate guard that had gone unnoticed until he spoke. The Suna group turned to see two new faces in the check-in booth. Hokage-sama will be informed that you are in the village. I advise you check into your hotel before visiting. And just why the hell is that a bad thing? Tsunade's voice echoed over the village. The Hokage. Maybe it would be better if you all just stayed the night in the hotel, finished the gate guard. Shikaku wants to run. I don't disagree, Oto. Orochimaru watched carefully as Kabuto walked into the room, his face flushed with color, and no signs of chakra poisoning. Lord Orochimaru, I feel great. What is the curse seal? I've never heard of it, Kabuto said while he touched his bare chest, grating his fingers over the seal that was placed over his heart. The curse seal of life. It is the complete version of the curse seal of heaven. It allows for complete connectivity of the chakra networks of two beings. Whenever you need strength, it will come directly from myself. By the same token, you most likely be able to heal me with the same chakra transference, Orochimaru said while looking over a scroll that sat in his lap. Sir, why haven't you used this before? Questioned Kabuto. This basically allows me to remotely heal you wherever you go. It's outstanding, because of the tremendous downsides, Kabuto. Enko has the same seal you do. I was forced to deactivate it when I found out the weakness of the seal. All you need to know is, the longer that seal is on you, the harder it is to deactivate. And while your seal is active, I cannot shed my skin, nor can I switch bodies. I plan on deactivating that seal the moment you are healthy, and I will be sealing it. Nara residence. Shikamaru was relaxing and watching clouds with his father when an Umbu arrived and handed Shikaku a scroll. You are to report to the Hokage's office tomorrow morning at 9. The details are in this scroll. Don't you tell me to calm down. Shikaku looked at the Umbu while registering what he had just heard. What has Lady Tsunade so pissed off? That, I'm sure, is classified, stated the Umbu before looking back in the direction of the tower. Besides, I left the second I saw it was Tsunade who punched in the door. Sector 7G. Naruto looked up at Danzo, his bandaged arms still outstretched from the punch that had dropped him easily. Damn, the old man is freakishly strong. At least he isn't as strong as the Raikage. That punch still felt like hell. Danzo simply looked down at Naruto. He was denied the chance to train the boy as a child. Now, he could mold the boy into the hardened warrior the village needed. Get up, boy. Your shift with Hataki doesn't start for another 30 minutes, and I know you're still hiding something from me. Show me what you are hiding. Naruto slowly stood back up, his Kurama cloak pulsing and a chakra chain attaching to the handle of the Kubikuribocho, lifting it off the floor and into Naruto's hand. You want to see everything? Fine, I'll show you. 6 months later, Anoki sat behind his desk, shuffling papers and cursing the vast amount of paperwork. You called for me, Gramps? Kuratsuchi asked as she walked into the room. Yes. There are going to be Chunin and Jonin exams being held in Kiri in 6 months. They appear to be coming out of their civil war, and the Leaf are their only current allies. Anoki said before looking his granddaughter in the eyes. You are to find 2 other Chunin or special Jonin and begin training. This will be a stage to show the growing power of IWA. We must show greatness. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen looked over the village, the quiet calm masking the raging torrent of change he knew was coming. Over the last 6 months, Hiruzen had implemented several programs to boost the strength of his military. Everyone from Genin to the remaining Sannin were placed into a mandatory training program, focused on making them all into incredibly more well-rounded fighters, something the Leaf had always been famous for. He had gone so far as to begin accepting a larger number of A and S rank missions, having lesser experienced ninja complete them with the help of the more experienced ninja. Luckily, Naruto had been able to lead Squad 1 during his training breaks. They had been the team to complete the largest number of high-ranked missions. He turned back to his desk, looking over the files of the ninja he would be sending to the Chunin and Jonin exams in Kiri. Naruto. The file was incredibly outdated, still listing the skill set he showed in the Chunin exams almost a year and a half ago. Hiruzen knew better. With 6 months of high-level missions and almost non-stop training, the boy was becoming something of a monster. Jiraiya had reported that Naruto nearly matched Kisame Hashigaki in pure chakra reserves, and to boot the boy had Umbu-level chakra control, something that just shouldn't have been possible. Then again, Naruto was not normal. Danzo didn't train normal ninja. And neither did Jiraiya. Kumo, do you 3 understand why I am sending you to the Jonin exams? A asked, his eyes narrowing at Killer B. Damn it, B. Flirt with Mabuya on your own time. I believe it's because we have the most experience of the Chunin in the village, sir. Samui said, expertly ignoring her sensei's antics, before looking over Omoi and Karui. Also, we are highly visible. With Killer B and Yujitoni as our senseis, it would make sense to send us. Aside, as he was reluctant to let B continue to flirt with his secretary. Partially. Konoha will most likely be sending the members of Squad 1 to both the Chunin and Jonin exams. You know them the best, giving you more allies. Especially if one country decides to use the exams as a chance to overstep their bounds. Understood, Raikage-sama. Suna. So we are in agreement? We will send Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara to the Jonin exams. One councilman asked. I still do not believe it wise to risk Temari in such a way. Should she be injured, or heaven forbid killed, the alliance could fall through, stated Yura, a younger member of the council that had recently been appointed. I will ensure that they are strong enough to survive. Besides, the Konoha team is the biggest threat, and they will either let them pass or simply defeat them. We have nothing to worry of her or either boy dying, stated Baki, his confident half-smile showing behind his cowl. Very well, begin their training at once. Gaara will be temporarily removed from the Umbu rotations. Training Ground 3. Come on, Hinata, you have to do better than that. Tsunade shouted while dodging a brutal fist strike that would have blown a hole into her abdomen. Sakura, time your release better, you're still wasting chakra. Hinata looked much different. 6 months of training under the blonde Sannin had changed her in ways that completely smashed her old confidence problem, turning the Hyuga heiress into an extraordinary combat ninja, though the girl still acted kind and meek towards others. Tsunade was glad that her apprentices were both kind people. The 16-year-old Hyuga now sported an outfit extremely similar to Tsunade's. Matching cut blouse, though with considerably less cleavage being shown. Not that Hinata's growing figure didn't fill out the outfit. Black ninja pants that allowed the girl to use her hybrid taijutsu style, and high-heel sandals that were dark orange in color completed the outfit. Though when she wasn't fighting, she would wear a thin jacket with the Hyuga symbol embroidered on her back. Sakura had changed much the same, her outfit replaced with a red tank top and black ninja pant that ended below her knee, black high-heel sandals and 2 medical pouches on her hips. Her headband now used to hold her growing hair back, which reached almost to her mid-back. Hinata charged again, only for Tsunade to appear behind her and crush her into the ground with a leg drop before peeling off and landing a punch on Sakura's shoulder, sending the girl flying. Not good enough, girls. I don't even need a drink, you better do better than that. Nara complex. Why do we have to plan this troublesome wedding? It's our troublesome son getting married, make him plan it. Shikaku complained as he fell out of his chair and looked at the ceiling, his mind imagining the clouds. Dear, the bride's family is paying for it, and your son is lazier than you are. Now get back up here and help me set a guest list. This wedding is in 8 months, and we don't even know who your son is going to want to stand up in it. Oh, now he's my son, not our son. Troublesome. Namake's estate. Taiyuya and Karen sat at the table. With Fuin Kiri and Naruto spending a huge majority of his time in Sector 7G, the house was empty. Thankfully, Naruto's team would spend some nights there in the spare rooms, helping fill some of the empty space in the house. Across from them were Choji and Shino, both enjoying the meal that Choji and Taiyuya had made for dinner. So where's Hana and Hinata? Usually they are here too. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Ino or Sakura here much either, Karen said as she continued to eat. Come to think of it, Temari is still in town, we should have invited her. Hinata is busy training with Sakura. I believe it's one of Tsunade-sama's angry days, as Hinata calls it, stated Shino with a small pause to chew. Hana is out on a mission to the bordering villages with her mother. Ino has to tend the flower shop this week because the IT department is going through a training session, stated Choji. I think Temari is there as well, picking out flowers for the wedding. I miss Shithead. When do you think he will be back? Taiyuya asked. We only see him during high-level missions anymore, and per princess still hasn't had the chance to mount him. I believe that Naruto should be ending the training he is receiving soon. Last we spoke, he said he has only one more obstacle in his way, Shino said, having no clue that obstacle was none other than Danzo. As wrong as it sounds, I can't wait until he gets back. I wonder how long he lasts in bed? Karen wondered out loud, getting Choji to cough on his food. Or maybe that was the Taiyuya's foot that was lightly teasing him under the table. I would like it better if he refrained from asking such questions. Naruto-senpai is basically spoken for, Shino said before reaching into his overcoat and removing a tomato, closely inspecting it while giving it a few light squeezes. What are you, squishy fruit? Well, bug boy, maybe you could keep Karen in line? Taiyuya joked, her tone humorous. After all, you're Naruto's right-hand man. I'm sure you could handle little Karen. Karen was about to interject before Shino beat her to it. Perhaps. Unknown location. This arming phase that the world is going through is beginning to endanger our operations, Pain said dangerously, all the members sensing his displeasure in his tone. Zetsu reports that all major villages are increasing strength in order to match each other. Just send me and Kakuzu. It's not like we can die, said Haiden with a cocky smirk. Silence, Haiden, this is not a situation to laugh about. Pain barked. As it stands, the countries that house Jinchuriki are growing stronger every day. We need to begin moving now. Due to the fact that Itachi's and my targets are both at the end of the order, do you want us to help with other captures, or gain funds? Kisame asked, his shark-like teeth showing in the dark room. For now, you will all be gaining bounties and getting stronger. Zetsu claims that the exams in Kiri may hold one, if not more targets, besides the Rokubi that has yet to reform and Yagura, who has not yet been informed dead, stated Pain, casting a glance at Itachi. Itachi, Kisame. Go to Kiri and track down either of those targets. Sasori and Deidara will meet you there. With any luck, the Sanbai or Rokubi will be available when you arrive. If they are not, wait until the exams start and isolate the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Kisame, I want him crippled and captured. He is becoming too strong, and we cannot seal the Kyuubi until last. Itachi, either separate him from his team or capture Yagura. Oto, hello Sasuke, how have you been holding up? Kabuto asked as he looked into Sasuke's cell, seeing the Uchiha do push-ups. Fuck off, Four Eyes, stated Sasuke as he continued training. How original. Are you ready to cooperate? Lord Orochimaru would greatly appreciate you accepting the inevitable and allowing your curse seal to be repaired. Kabuto asked, his smile gone, replaced by a scowl. The worst mistake you could have made was telling me that. I refuse to join you and Orochimaru. You are both weak, stated Sasuke. Even if Orochimaru offered to return your parents to you 6 months later. Good. Now tell me why taijutsu is the most important skill as a shinobi, Jiraiya said as he looked over the sitting form of his blonde-haired student. Because it requires the least chakra. It is the most widely used and diverse skill used by shinobi, Naruto replied as he stretched out, the tattered remains of his outfit tight around his impressively increased size and bulk. Naruto had gone full tilt into his training, not that Danzo would allow him to do any different, and now looked like the man sitting before him. Naruto had let his hair grow out, allowing him to use several of the hair-based jutsu that Jiraiya had taught him, his shoulders and back growing into a wide and sturdy frame that made the Kubikura Bocho look almost small for the teen, who had shot up to leave him at about 5'10", just as tall as Kakashi, who had commented on their, now shared eye level. Jiraiya nodded, scanning his pupil once again. He knew from their spars that the blonde was strong, forcing Jiraiya to enter Sage mode to defeat the blonde, who could now use an incredible 70% blast of Kurama's chakra. Naruto was now the second or third most powerful ninja in the village, only himself and Danzo being able to match and defeat the blonde, though Hiruzen had begun training again and was quite possibly on Danzo's level. And what was the most important lesson you learned under my teachings? Jiraiya asked. Keep my junk clean. No. Well, yes, but most important ninja lesson I taught you, clarified Jiraiya, to never assume I understand the situation completely. I will always be marginally wrong, stated Naruto. That's my boy, now let's. The village is under attack. Naruto, Jiraiya, you will be with me. Hokage office 5 minutes earlier. How is his progress? Questioned Hiruzen. Danzo grinned from his spot across from Hiruzen. He is ready. Ready? He still has a month left. Sarutobi gaped. 11 months. Things have changed so much in that time, just like the first war. The boy is ready, Hiruzen, stated Danzo once again. He is more than ready for the exams in Kiri. I dare say that he could single-handedly take down Yagura, should he come out of hiding. Lord Hokage, sputtered the Umbu that appeared next to the desk in a crouch. Flying ninja spotted over the southern forest. ETA of 6 minutes. Flying? What were they wearing? Commanded Hiruzen. All gray with purple or black face masks, stated the Umbu. They were attached to large metal wings. The land of sky? We wiped them out years ago, snarled Danzo. It appears not, stated Hiruzen seriously. Danzo, retrieve Naruto and Jiraiya, you will fight them head-on. Lizard, sound the alarms, get the civilians to safety and stage a counter-force. Summoning jutsu, 3 puffs of smoke enveloped the area around the defense building, giving the first wave of Sky Ninja pause. The leaf was supposed to be weak, their leader had said so. How could they be staging a counterattack when the first wave had only just got there? Gamaken! Water lightning barrage! Bunta! Give me some oil! Baku, suck them in! The unfortunate Sky Ninja that made up the first wave were bombarded with jutsu. Some fell victim to Naruto's lightning-filled water bullets, frying them instantly. Others were burned alive by Jiraiya's flamethrower. The remaining casualties were caused by the terrifying combination that Danzo provided. With his summon, the mighty Baku, the half-elephant, half-lion that was said to be capable of eating dreams. The Baku would suck the ninja toward Danzo, who was unleashing vacuum spheres one after another into the helpless Sky Ninja. Just as the remains of the first wave regrouped, the second wave arrived, escorting odd-looking 2-man flying machines. Sir, the Leaf has already begun a counterattack. The first wave is down to only 6 ninja, stated one of the ninja on the 2-man flyers into his communications device. Proceed to the second phase, was all he heard over the radio. Naruto watched as one of the 2-person flyers seemingly opened up, a ball of lightning forming under the 2 ninja. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that they were targeting the academy. Oh hell no! In an instant, Naruto activated the chakra cloak, getting ready to take out the flyer. Ken! You do what you need to protect the village, I'll be right back. Naruto drew the Kubikiribocho off of his back and disappeared, reappearing on the roof of the academy just as the ball of lightning discharged. Naruto began spinning the Kubikiribocho like a fan, pumping wind chakra into the cold metal of the blade. The lightning impacted the spinning sword, only to deflect back into the sky, safely away from the village. Alright, assholes. Naruto launched the blade straight up, spearing the bottom of the 2-man flyer, killing one of the pilots. Naruto kept his arm raised and a chakra chain exploded out of his sleeve, attaching to the handle of his sword before Naruto retracted the chain, pulling him up to the flyer. Impossible! Naruto grabbed the handle of his sword, infused wind chakra into it, and cut the flyer in half, causing the remaining ninja to fall out. Naruto once again threw the sword, impaling a nearby Sky Ninja, using the chakra chain to swing around and take the next ninja in his sights out as well before swinging back onto Gamaken's head, retracting the blade. Gamaken, can you get me to the wall without crushing any buildings? Naruto asked as he pointed to the south walls, where the third wave of Sky Ninja were still approaching and the second laser cannon flyer was preparing an attack. Behind Naruto, Danzo was picking Sky Ninja off like flies with his vacuum techniques while Jiraiya was combining attacks with Gamabunta, dropping Sky Ninja left and right. No problem, just hold on. Gamaken answered before taking a mighty leap, landing just outside the walls. Do you have enough chakra for a wide area attack? Naruto asked as he stood. More than enough. What would you like? Croaked Gamaken as he watched the Sky Ninja that were approaching begin targeting him. Toad God Dragon. Gamaken nodded. Give me the water. 2 shadow clones appeared on either side of Naruto, each starting hand seals. Twin Water Dragon Bullet. Grand Vacuum Dragon. Toad Bolt Jutsu. The twin water dragons swirled into the Grand Vacuum Dragon, creating a swirling, speeding water dragon that, when combined with Gamaken's Toad Bolt Jutsu, created a surging, twisting violent lightning-fueled water dragon, heading straight towards the grouping of Sky Ninja too fast for any of them to avoid, killing them all instantly. Incoming 3 to your right. Gamaken alerted, pulling the Susumida off of his back and swatting a Sky Ninja. Naruto was about to react when he saw the 2 remaining Sky Ninja drop out of the sky, apparently from lack of chakra. Naruto turned to the wall to see Hana and Tayuya assembled, Shino standing on the guard tower to the right of them. He looked up to see the few remaining Sky Ninja retreating, heading back to where they came from. You can dispel now, Ken, thank you for your help. Gamaken nodded and shook his head, sending Naruto toward the wall, where he landed safely next to Hana, who began checking him for any injuries. Gamaken dispersed when he saw Naruto was safe. Taicho, incredible as always, Shino said as he jumped down from the guard tower, his insects returning from the 2 sky ninja that he had taken down. Hey, Shino, thanks for the save. What's the damage in the village? Naruto asked as he rolled his shoulders. Only 2 of the bombs landed on the ground. The academy has some minor damage, no one injured. The other building hit was the hospital, but none died, though Choji was injured saving a civilian. Sakura and Lady Tsunade are healing him now. Shino answered. 2 other bombs detonated in the air. There was a civilian hit by shrapnel, but Hinata is healing him, so us 3 followed you to the wall. What are our orders? Questioned Hana. I will be giving them in a moment, Danzo said as he landed next to the members of Squad 1, a visible sheen of sweat on his exposed face. As I told Uzumaki before, the Sky Ninja are from an ancient civilization that split up to occupy the Land of Snow, Amigakure, and of course, the Land of Sky. It is believed that the civilization split during a civil war during the time of the warring clans. Each group is greatly advanced in technology, Amigakure with its steel and other weapons, the Land of Snow with its armor and train system, and the Land of Sky perfected the ability to fight at long range, using launchers, warships and as you saw, and devices that allowed flying. It was for that reason that I ordered them to be wiped out after they aided Iwa and Kiri to destroy Uzushiogakure. The Sandaime said as he too landed with the group, dressed in full battle attire. They were located on a small island between the Land of Fire and Demon Country. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru lead the attack force that wiped out their ninja, but we were unable to find any of their laboratories. We believe them still active, and as we all saw today, we were right, so they came to return the favor. Naruto said as he stepped away from Hana, who still wasn't used to his growth and let go easily. We need to go finish the job. With an attack force like that, they could wipe out whole nations. There was almost as much chakra in that 2-man thing as what goes into Mini Imari. That was their goal 25 years ago, stated Danzo. I will have the information you need in 20 minutes. I want your team in pursuit the second you get your information. We will assemble a backup squad in the meantime. 1 hour later, Southern Forest of Fire Country. Shino, when we find their camp, you lead Choji, Taiyuya, and Hana and try to take out their carriers. Your reinforcements will be here by the time you are ready to strike. Naruto ordered as he jumped from branch to branch, his team following behind him. Hinata and I will be going to the ruins that Danzo has plotted on this map. Intel states that there is a temple that lies just past a farming village that was their command post. If we find no enemy in their old fort, we will circle around and assist your end of the mission. Hi, Taicho. Hopefully you do not find any conflict. It would be better if we act swiftly and eliminate this threat, Shino said as he accepted the scroll that Naruto was handing him. As we discussed, the old weak points on their equipment were the men and women operating it. Naruto continued as they reached the edge of the forested area. The cove that Shikamaru had figured was the resting place of the fleet was up ahead. Be discreet, it's better if they don't know you're there. Good luck, Shino. Kakashi and the others will be here soon. Begin when you are all ready. I will see you all in a bit. Shino nodded and led his team toward the rocky cove that they saw the black smoke coming out of. Naruto turned to Hinata and looked her straight in the eyes. I need to talk to you when we get back to the village. Hinata saw the look in his eyes and nodded. She had waited a year. One more mission couldn't hurt. Naruto turned and began their journey towards the old ruins that Danzo had pointed out. He idly wondered if Danzo was hiding anything, but pushed it to the back of his mind. That question wouldn't do him any good now. After about 10 minutes of running, they reached the village that lay before the ruins, only to see the center of the village on fire, deep black smoke billowing from the fire. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the village. There isn't anyone here, no bodies either. Naruto began walking into the village, not being able to sense anyone. Hinata, can you see the temple from here? No. There is a strange cloud of grayish-black chakra at the edge of my vision, stated Hinata, whose eyes then went wide. There's a person there. It looks like they're hurt. Naruto looked around again, before nodding and taking off towards the ruins of the temple. After about 2 minutes they came across an old battleground, weapons and pieces of technology littering the landscape, which was slowly being enveloped in a dark mist, emanating from the small figure of a teenage girl, who was on her knees, slumped over. Dark chakra. So tainted. Be on guard, that person is not normal. Naruto nodded, silently conferring with Kurama. Suddenly, the girl stood up, her red hair and brown jacket standing out from her tan skin. All that you see here, all that is wrong with this field, is the leaf's fault, stated the girl, a wicked grin on her face, her eyes glowing red. All this destruction, caused by the leaf. And I love it. Okay, that's creepy, Naruto said, Hinata silently agreeing with him. Oh my, a Hyuga, and with a powerful set of cursed eyes. You have almost as much darkness as the blonde. Though the blonde has something special in him. Something that poses a threat to me, the girl said, chakra forming around her until she was hidden inside a large looping coil of dark chakra. Show me the Kyuubi. Show me how strong you are. Who are you? How do you know what I have inside me? Naruto demanded, his hand on the hilt of his sword while the other was ushering Hinata back. I am the Zero Tails. When conflict rages in the world, when human hearts are overtaken by darkness, I am born anew, stated the girl behind the chakra. Suddenly her eyes turned red, and the chakra solidified around the girl, completely enveloping her. I feed on the darkness in men's hearts. I grow stronger the more darkness man contains. I am the unstoppable Zero Tails. Now fight me. Show me your darkness, imposter. He is no tailed beast, he is barely a demon. Naruto, rip him to shreds, with pleasure, shouted Naruto as he was enveloped in the Kyuubi cloak, his suit turning gold as his hair spiked up, a deep yellow chakra emanating from him. A golden chakra chain left his sleeve and attached to the handle on the Kubikurabocho. Another chain came out of his left sleeve, which he sent towards the Zero Tails at incredible speed, piercing the chakra construct and wrapping around the tube-like body. Hinata, stay back for now. I might need your help later, so stay on guard. Not waiting for a reply, Naruto yanked on the chain holding the Zero Tails, forcing it towards him as he leapt high into the air, drawing his blade and overloading it with wind chakra. He sliced down, cutting the Zero Tails deeply down the middle, only for the creature to smile with both sides of its mouth and reform back together, also forcing the chakra chain out of its body. Naruto grit his teeth. This was going to be tougher than he thought. He let the chain holding the beast dissolve, and began hand signs with his free hand, ending in the Tora signal. The blade was covered in wind chakra, then coated in fire chakra, causing the blade to become coated in raging blue fire. Naruto set forward again, outmaneuvering the beast as it cut limb after limb off of it, only for them to grow back as quickly as they were cut off. Going for broke, he began spinning, his blade held outward as he began move ring towards the beast, his blade continuously cutting as he plowed into the body of the beast, cutting the coils of chakra wrapped around the girl until he had a clear shot. Gojio Fuin! He slammed his hand into the girl's gut, sending her careening back. Instantly, the Zero Tails detached from her and headed straight for Hinata. Naruto turned to intersect the chakra construct, but saw Hinata prepare a jutsu, brutal fist style, 256 hand massacre. Hinata met the creature head-on, lashing out with the first hit, blowing a huge hole through the mask-like face of the beast. The next tore off an arm, then another through the body of the beast. Naruto watched in awe as Hinata systematically destroyed the body of the beast, one hit after another in a brilliant and beautiful dance of absolute brutally efficient power and grace. As the beast started to pull away, Hinata would grab with one hand and deliver a blow with the other, literally feeding more of the beast into the buzzsaw that was the Hyuga heiress. As she landed the last hit in her combo, she began spinning. Brutal fist, domination field, chakra exploded from the Hyuga as she spun, tearing and ripping into the beast that had tried to attack her. By the time she began to slow down her spin, the Zero Tails dispersed, the dark haze that had surrounded the area lifting. Naruto caught Hinata as she came out of her spin, preventing her from falling to the ground as her legs gave out. Hinata? Are you okay? You barely have any chakra left. Did I do well, Naruto-kun? Questioned Hinata before Naruto forced a hand over her mouth. Sure, give me a second, I'm going to restore some of your chakra, Naruto said as he closed his eyes. Seconds later, Hinata felt her chakra pool being replenished, almost by half. Naruto took his hand off her mouth, cutting her off. I need you to take that girl and return to the farming village we just passed. You don't have enough chakra to keep fighting at a high enough level, and I don't want anything happening to you. No, I won't leave you! Hinata cried defiantly, her posture on leaning in towards Naruto. As your commanding officer, I'm ordering you to, stated Naruto seriously, though Hinata could see the care and fear in his eyes. Before I go, I have to tell you that I love. Hinata was cut off by a deep kiss that shocked her. For the second time he had caught her off guard, but this time she returned the kiss, looping her arms around his neck and pulling him in deeper. After a few brilliant moments, their lips parted, and both caught their breath. I know, now please take her and go back to the town. I can't lose you, Naruto said as he continued to hold her, still unable to believe that this shy and meek Hyuga was so strong. She was perfect for him, and they both knew it. Hinata looked Naruto in the eyes and nodded. Just come back to me in one piece. Just promise me that. I promise, stated Naruto, his eyes unwavering as he stared into Hinata's. Now go, get to safety. Hinata nodded and disappeared, taking the girl with her. Naruto's eyes slightly widened. That's as fast as me in my base form. Southern Fire Country, Cove. Taiyuya and Choji were preparing to set the diversion when a loud explosion was heard throughout the land. Moment later, they watched as several flying ninja were sent out to investigate. The ships all began turning, now pointing halfway between Konoha and the site of the explosion. Never mind. You two stay close, Hana, form a perimeter. I will use this as the distraction, stated Shino, who creeped into the water and disappeared from view. You think Shithead is responsible for that explosion? Taiyuya asked, her body relaxing slightly as she fell back with the others. Would you really be surprised? Hana asked as she and Choji followed Taiyuya. He always does stuff like that. I'd honestly be more surprised if it wasn't Taicho. 9 minutes earlier, Southern Fire Country, ruins. Naruto had been walking through the ruins of the temple for about 5 minutes, dispatching Sky Ninja left and right on his way to the biggest source of chakra he could feel. He had finally reached the chakra when he felt the ruins begin to shift. I see. So the leaf sent a single ninja, stated a long-haired blonde man with yellow eyes. Blue pants with a doctor's tunic were partly covered by a sleeveless red robe. He was sitting on a throne in the middle of the room. How pitiful. I was beginning to doubt my men. I just got a report that 3 ninja defeated my surprise attack force. But if you were in the village, then maybe they weren't lying. Especially with your pedigree. Naruto, who are you? Naruto asked evenly, his training with Danzo kicking in. Now wouldn't be a good time to lose his composure. Oh? Not what this place is. Not how I know your name. How about what I'm going to do to your village when I'm done killing you? Questioned the man, his confident smirk annoying Naruto when he could tell that the man's chakra reserves were smaller than most Chunin. You're pretty sure of yourself, old man. Besides, I know what this place is already, Naruto said, his hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. It's your grave. Big words from one so young. I will answer your question. My name is Shino. I am the one who will lead the land of Sky to the world power we deserve to be, stated Shino as he stood from the throne he had been sitting on, moving forward to stand at the center of the large brass circle that lay before the throne. Even with your immense power, boy, you will never match me. The power of the Zero Tails is limitless. Suddenly, Naruto felt the man's power level spike, and felt the dark chakra of the Zero Tails begin filtering into the room. Naruto watched as Shino's hair and beard began to turn black, his posture grew taller, and his body bulked up. A power so dark and tainted that even humans react negatively to it. Only the strongest can harness this power. This is the power of dark chakra. Black chakra began pulsing around the man, tearing the fabric around his torso, leaving him shirtless as his muscles bulged and rippled. This is the ultimate body. With my body activation jutsu, powered by dark chakra, I gain the body of a king. Fitting. We stand in an unstoppable fortress known as Angkor Wat Tian, literally the fortress of the empire. And it's good to be king, very nice. But Naruto disappeared, kicking Shino in the side of the head before slicing his back open with his sword. I failed to see a king here. Shino attempted to kick Naruto, but he simply backpedaled. Shino returned to his feet, the cut on his back closing up. I'll show you, brat. The power of dark chakra can only be harnessed by those who allow despair to enter their hearts. It is that darkness that the Zero Tails grabs hold of, it's that darkness that I invited. I am the holder of dark chakra, I am Shino. Shino rushed Naruto, only for Naruto to disappear again, before punching Shino solidly in the gut, sending them both rocketing into the air. Before Shino even realized it, another Naruto was behind him, landing a punch on his back, crushing him between the two impacts. Shino dropped to the ground before his throne, the clones disappeared and Naruto retook his place by the entrance. Get it now, old man? You're no king. Shino stood again, anger and hatred building in his mind as he pulled more and more dark chakra from the Zero Tails. He continued to bulk up as he spoke. I am more than you could possibly imagine. With every injury I grow stronger, more powerful. I will rule this world. I am, only for him to be blown back through his throne, and pinned to the wall by a glowing golden arm. He looked up to see a golden Naruto, elbow deep in his chest. You are nothing, Shino. This power of yours doesn't touch the power I possess. Die happy, knowing you are the first of your country that will fall. Naruto removed his arm and watched Shino fall to the ground, blood pooling around him. Ha! Ha 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 ha! An enormous wave of dark chakra pulsed from Shino, forcing Naruto to back away. Before the man stood up, the hole in his chest gone and his chakra levels rising even higher. You defeat me? Do you not understand? The more I am injured, the stronger I become. As long as the infinite power of the Zero Tails continues to pump dark chakra through my body, I will heal automatically. I grow stronger every second thanks to my body activation jutsu. Can you imagine? Entire armies fighting me, I could grow exponentially in strength without so much as a single push-up. And on top of it, the Zero Tails is powering this flying fortress. The greatest piece of technology the world has ever known, Anchor Vantion. Kit, I grow bored of this insect. The Zero Tails cannot survive without a host or beacon, just kill him and save those people we sensed earlier. I don't have time for your delusions, said Naruto as he threw his hand forward, chakra chains exploding through Shino's shoulders and hips, wrapping around his limbs and holding him in the air. As I said before, you will be the first to fall today. Once again, Shino laughed. Your intelligence is much lower than I anticipated. Do you not understand? There is nothing you can do to me that can kill me. I can heal from anything as long as the Zero Tails gives me dark chakra. Naruto didn't respond. He held up his right hand, summoning two clones. He formed a Rasengan in his hand. The clones began weaving in wind chakra, for long wind blades grew from the Rasengan, which was slowly growing in size. A bell-like screech filled the room. Shino couldn't believe his eyes. Such a powerful jutsu, such a move would destroy half of the throne room, maybe even a portion of the ship. You don't get it. You already told me how to defeat you. Without the Zero Tails chakra, you are powerless. This is my ultimate attack, Rasen Shuriken. It attacks at the molecular level. It will destroy your chakra network. You won't be able to heal yourself. Suddenly, Naruto's arm moved forward, and the terrifying jutsu launched, and Shino. Before he could even scream, Shino was cut in half, the jutsu expanded and the man was swallowed up by the attack. As the dust and debris died down, Naruto saw the destruction of the jutsu. Most of the throne room was simply trashed, a hole clear through the ceiling to the world outside from where the jutsu exploded, but on the ground laid the body of Shino, his hair returning to gray as he died, his entire body covered in microscopic holes from the countless wind blades that the Rasen Shuriken attacked with. He had been cut in half. Naruto moved from the throne room, on towards the people in the holding area that he had felt before. And to think, that guy thought he was a king. Cove. Shino resurfaced from the water. He trekked his way back to the group just in time to see the ships beginning to sink. As they continued to watch, they saw several large chunks of the ships begin to disappear, Shino's bugs taking the ships apart bite by bite. Our job is done. Let us rendezvous with Taicho. Bug boy, stated Taiya as she pointed out over the forest, where the sky temple floated. Shithead was heading for that, wasn't he? temple. Naruto returned to the throne room, searching the remains for whatever had allowed Shino to control the power of the Zero Tails. He placed the dead body out of his mind as he looked over the throne, only for a line to catch his eyes. Looking closer, he saw a line of tiny seals that led to a section of wall that seemed to be out of place. Naruto eyed the seals and began recognizing some of them, but one caught his eye in particular. The Trenton symbol, used in most control seals, like the curse seal he had helped Jiraiya seal on Anko, or the tongue seal taught to him by Danzo and Jiraiya. There was something odd about it though. It had been turned on its side, just like in the caged bird seal, so that's how Shino had been able to control the dark chakra. The throne and tile work covered an enormous array of seals that all lead to the center of the throne room. Naruto stood at the center of the room, trying to decipher what was being used to house the Zero Tails' massive chakra, only for a hidden panel on the other side of the room to open when Naruto channeled chakra into the seal array. He made his way over and found the compartment held a scroll that seemed to hold up against the description of the scroll Danzo asked him to retrieve if he found it. Behind the scroll was a lever. Naruto pulled it, and the floor beneath him gave way. Luckily, Naruto caught himself with his chains before slowly descending into the tunnel. As Naruto reached the bottom of the tunnel, he found himself on the ledge of an unfathomably large seal room, a large tablet on the far wall with a giant floating cocoon secured before it. So the weakling died, did he? Questioned the cocoon, confirming that it was indeed the Zero Tails inside. Good, he made a terrible host. Now that Hyuga female, so ripe with emotions, and those marvelous tainted eyes, Naruto began studying the seals on the wall and found that it was the same simple seal over and over again, a chakra containment seal. So it was the tablet itself that allowed Shino to control the dark chakra. This room just housed the beast. It must have been dormant in these ruins since the construction of the temple. I am speaking to you, child. Feel privileged that you stand before me, stated the Zero Tails again. Only those with darkness in their very soul can withstand my presence. So what? Everyone has darkness. It comes as no surprise to me that I have it in my soul, said Naruto, his eyes still roaming for a way to remove the threat of the Zero Tails once and for all. Naruto looked down to the tablet, attempting to read the ruins that made it up. It is no use, child. Even I cannot decipher those texts. It would be wise for you to not try either, stated the Zero Tails. Just know that as long as that remains in this world, I will always reform. Naruto jumped down, coasting down the wall before leaping out, landing near the middle of the room. Naruto began walking toward the Zero Tails. Tell me, what is it that you want? You're nothing but a being of darkness, but even you must know that if the world is completely dark, then you would have no reason to exist. Very astute child. In truth, I want nothing more than to act as a sponge for the darkness of the world. Then, when the time is right, I will turn the world over to my true masters, stated the Zero Tails. As long as there is darkness and despair in this world, I will reform. Not if I destroy you, stated Naruto as he began charging chakra to his throat. Nine Tails Judgment. A beam of pure energy exploded from Naruto's mouth and consumed the Zero Tails, blowing a hole in the side of the room, straight out of the bottom half of the ship, showing daylight and the rapidly encroaching forest. A much better name than Burp. Those trees look kinda close. Oh shit, muttered Naruto as he watched the forest getting closer. I don't have much time. Naruto was about to leave when he saw a black ball of chakra reforming atop the giant stone tablet, just as the Zero Tails had claimed it would. I'm sorry, Haim. Looks like I won't come back safe. With Hinata. Hinata had reached the town fairly easily, and had spent the time waiting by talking to the girl that had attacked them. Her name was Amaru, and she had lost track of her sensei, a man called Shino. They had been looking for the population when she had blacked out and woke up in next to Hinata. She had no recollection of being possessed. When they had heard the ground breaking, they both looked up to see a giant floating temple that Hinata recognized as the one Naruto had entered less than 10 minutes ago. It wasn't much later when an explosion blew the top out of the temple, and then the temple stopped moving and began descending towards the earth. Hinata took off with Amaru towards the temple hoping that Naruto would get out in time. They arrived in a field that was about a half-mile before the spot the temple was to land, only for Hinata to see that Naruto was not on the platform with the rest of the people that had been on board. They all appeared to be boarding some sort of flying craft to escape. Seconds turned into minutes and still no Naruto. The temple was getting closer and closer to the ground. Then, she saw the escaped craft leave. Her heart sank. Naruto wasn't on board, he was still in the temple. A tower of yellow chakra came from the bottom of the temple, blowing a hole in the bottom of the lowermost chamber. Hinata knew that attack. It was Naruto's trump card. He only used it when he knew he had no other option. She almost dropped to her knees as she watched the temple impact the ground, collapsing in on itself. Amaru began running toward the escaped craft, catching it just as it landed. "Master Shino?" questioned Amaru, her eyes searching for him, then turning to the people in the craft. "Where is Master Shino? He was taken by the ninja when he tried to fight," stated one of the elder villagers. "We have no clue where he is. The guy who saved us isn't here either. He went back into the temple to retrieve something," stated another. Amaru looked back to the temple and debated running to it to look for him, but saw Hinata on the ground sobbing. Then it hit her. Hinata had said that her teammate had gone to the temple to investigate it. He must have been the one to rescue all the people of the town. He hadn't made it out of the temple either. She made her way to her, holding her in an embrace. Amaru understood. If a trained ninja hadn't made it out, then Master Shino probably hadn't either. Both of them fell into despair. "He said he'd come back. He promised," muttered Hinata under her breath, her vision becoming blurry. "I just got him. He said that he would be here. He promised he'd come back." The villagers figured it out soon after, and they all came to grips with the news on their own. Shino the miracle worker and the mysterious blonde had both lost their lives attempting to save them. Hinata collapsed into herself, trying to think of a way Naruto had survived, praying that the blonde had done the impossible again and survived that fall and the temple's collapse. It was about a minute later that she felt a hand on her chin, lifting her gaze onto a pair of deep blue eyes that made her heart skip a beat. "Haim, why are you crying?" asked Naruto as he brought her to her feet. She looked him over. He was beat up pretty bad. His jacket was missing, and his pants were missing a leg, but thankfully he was only bruised up. "And Naruto-kun," squawked Hinata as she latched onto him, crying into his shoulder. Naruto looked over her shoulder and saw the red-headed girl that the Zero Tails had possessed. She was looking at him with hope that made him uneasy. Did Master Shino survive too? Did he defeat the Sky Ninja? Naruto could feel that the only negative emotion the girl had was pain. She didn't know Shino was behind the attack. "I'm sorry. Your master lost his life defending what he believed in." It wasn't a lie, but Naruto couldn't bring himself to tell the girl that her master had tried to take over the world. He watched as she just nodded and moved back to where the rest of the people were. He smiled lightly as he watched them comfort the girl. She would be fine. He turned his attention back to Hinata, only to be kissed by her. He had to admit, he could get used to it. Next day, Hokage Tower. Naruto sat across from the Hokage. He had just got done giving the report for himself and Hinata, as Shino had delivered his beforehand. Now Naruto was alone in the room with Danzo and Hiruzen, and they did not seem happy. "As you know, the secondary object of this mission must remain secret," stated Hiruzen. "Hi, Hokage-sama," stated Naruto as he handed a scroll over to Danzo. "Then we can give you your next mission. You will be traveling to Kiri immediately with 2 others to help set up their Chunin exams. During the exams, you will be acting as a reserve sensei for any teams we send. During the month break, Kiri will be holding a special event," stated Hiruzen, the pipe in his hand as he packed it with tobacco. "The Jonin exams are far different than the Chunin exams. Only 1 team from each registered village may compete, and there are only 2 stages. Only 2 teams advance to the final, and from there it is an attendance vote on the 4 ninja that fight the finals," stated Danzo. "The first exam starts the day after the second stage of the Chunin exam, and they last a week. The footage will be shown on closed-circuit television until the day of the Chunin exam finals. After the Chunin exams, the Jonin finals will start." "Alright. Who's my team?" "Alright, class, before I let you go today, I have one last assignment, stated Irika, who was on the receiving end of some frowns and groans. Shut it, you brats. Anyway, all you have to do is take a note card and write the name of the person you would want to spend your last day on Earth with. After you're done, leave it face down on your desk and you're free to go. Irika was actually doing this because Naruto and Shikamaru had fallen asleep in class and he knew this would piss them both off, but he had to admit, he was interested in who everyone wrote down. Kakashi had once told him that in order to help teach, it was best to understand the people he was teaching. Of course, the Cycloptic Jonin had meant for Irika to better understand Naruto, but it helped with all students. He turned to see Shikamaru lazily write something and get up, Choji following behind them. Kiba and Sasuke followed as well as most of the class. While the rest of the class wrote their answer and left, Irika and Hinata watched Naruto fold his paper into a paper plane, which he tossed into the air before exiting out the window. Hinata changed her answer and left, leaving Irika alone to ponder exactly why Naruto had folded his paper and thrown it. He knew the boy had a strong connection with the Sandaime, and he even spent some time with Shikamaru, Choji and Kiba. After everyone had left, Irika began picking up the pieces of paper. Naruto had been the name on Hinata's paper, slightly obvious that the quiet girl had a crush on the blonde. The rest of the papers had been expected. Naruto's had been blank, confirming that Naruto either didn't see anyone that fit the bill, or was a loner like some thought. Family members and friends made up the remainder of the names, until he got to the last paper. Dobe, and flashback. Naruto found himself in Haishi's office, Hinata by his side and Neji guarding the door. Naruto hadn't realized it yet, but Neji had become the head of the branch family, like his father before him. Hayashi looked over Naruto. It wasn't hard for him to see the lip balm that the young man had missed, or the slight nervousness in his posture. He would never admit it, but he took an amount of pleasure in seeing the usually infallible young man so nervous. Hinata, you have just returned from a mission. I assume that you have good news to report. I do, father. Myself and Naruto-kun have begun a relationship, stated Hinata confidently, catching Hayashi off guard by the boldness and suddenness and making Neji choke. I see, stated Hayashi as he looked over Naruto. He loved the power he had over Naruto right now. The usually confident and headstrong Naruto was almost unflappable usually, but right now, he had the boy where he wanted him. She is to be home at reasonable hours, unless staying with you. When available, you will eat one meal a week here. Should she become pregnant, you will wed her within 1 month, and should you interlope in my clan compound, you will be quiet about it. We have no room for your howls of pleasure. Neji informed the elders I have approved a suitor for Hinata. Flashback end. As Naruto walked to his seat, he looked around and saw that the room was full. His spot next to Shino was empty, as was the spot next to Hana where Hinata would sit if she hadn't been on clan business, most likely still signing the paperwork for his courtship of her. Before he had the chance to sit down, Danzo entered the room. Danzo stood at the front of the room and waited until Naruto had sat down to begin speaking. As you all know, yesterday morning we were invaded by ninja from a country thought long gone. At 11 o'clock, ninja from the land of sky breached the village and made several attempts to damage us. Thanks to the timely intervention of Naruto Uzumaki and Jiraiya of the Sannin, the village took minimal damage and the land of sky was defeated later that day by squads 1, 2 and 6. During the operation, Uzumaki succeeded in delaying and eventually killing the leader of the assault, destroying their base and much of their forces while the remainder of Squad 1 removed the threat of their naval fleet. Squads 2 and 6 handled the remaining enemies. Danzo allowed a short cheer to run through the room, before continuing. However, just this morning there have been reports of ninja matching the description of those responsible moving throughout the elemental nations. We fear that these men and women are attempting to reform the land of sky, or perhaps join another village to regroup and attack us again. On top of this, the joint exams are taking place in Kiri in less than 1 month's time. Naruto, come address the room. In a moment Naruto moved from his seat, taking his place at Danzo's side. The newer recruits had a look of adoration on their faces, while the veterans all gave signs of acknowledgement to the blonde. Because Kakashi is out of the village right now, myself and Shikamaru and Nara will be handling his duties. While I'm absent from my team, Shino Aburame will once again be leading Squad 1. Shino will be co-heading the intelligence division with Shikamaru Nara to allow him to assist me. Over the next month we will be conducting security sweeps through and around the village. Squads 2 through 6 and Squads 8 through 12 will all be on rotations. Squad 7 will be assisting in the military police as well as the remainder of Squad 1. Danzo said, getting a nod and a few groans from the room. The intelligence division will assist the interrogation division on gaining knowledge of the teams for the Kiri exams. The Jonin exam team will be myself, Shino Aburame, Ibiki Marino, and the alternate will be Mabuki Haruno. The division's Chunin exam team will be Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka of the interrogation division, and Sakura Haruno of the intelligence division. When not on missions, they will be training for the exams. Any questions? Is it true that a civilian has been connected with the Sky invasion? Questioned a man near the back. An investigation into that rumor rendered a false claim. The civilian that had been rumored to have aided the enemy has been cleared on all counts, Danzo said. The man believed to be guilty was framed by the leader of the Sky Ninja, Shino, a wandering medic who was a Jonin of the Land of Sky during the Second War. Does this mean that we are suspending the search for Sasuke Uchiha? Questioned Asuma, who was still assigned as a co-leader for Squad 2. The search for Sasuke Uchiha is to be treated as an active side mission, but as of last night, the operation was suspended. Danzo replied. The operation will resume when the exams have passed, or until viable information is received on his location. Lord Danzo, what was your summoned creature? That's the Baku, stated Naruto. The rest of the information on it is classified. What of the rumors that the daimyo is coming to assess the damage to the village? Lord Taiyuki will be visiting in 3 weeks' time. He will arrive with his eldest son and they will be staying at the Hyuga estate, before accompanying my group to Kiri to consult with the water daimyo over a non-shinobi debt, stated Naruto. While in the village he will be guarded by the Hyuga branch family. My group will be providing guard to and from Kiri. Oto, damn him. Damn that fucking brat. Raged Orochimaru, a messenger dead at his feet, and the room around him being torn apart in a rage. Kabuto, who felt the emotional turmoil that pulsed across the curse seal, was sprinting towards the room. When he finally reached the room, he found Orochimaru standing next to what remained of an undetermined amount of sound ninja, unfortunate enough to be caught in the Sanin's rage. Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto! The brat! That fucking brat killed Shino! Orochimaru seethed as he moved back to his throne. Kabuto moved to a scroll he had found on the floor, looked it over and immediately knew what had his master so angry. Konoha, the Land of Sky invaded yesterday morning, on the 5th, caused almost no damage due to the appearance Naruto Namikaze, Danzo Shimura and Jiraiya of the Sannin. As of the 6th, Naruto Namikaze and his squad have destroyed the Sky Ninja Army, the base, and killed Shino, believed leader of Land of Sky. I'll get more information as in leaks. Your solder inside. Land of Sky? But that shouldn't be possible. He has no means of aerial combat. How could he? Kabuto! Enough! Orochimaru commanded, scaring the medic with the backlash of chakra through the seal. It's apparent that he's become too strong to allow him to be unhindered. Added to the bingo book, Naruto Namikaze is now listed as an rank criminal in our bingo book. Capture on sight. I'm going to hand this little bastard to Akatsuki on a silver platter. Understood, sir. What should I do about Sasuke? He still hasn't broken, and without Shino, your body will start failing soon, Kabuto said. If he remains in control, then all the training that we have been putting him through could come back to hurt us. A dark sneer crossed Orochimaru's face. I'm tired of waiting for him to break. I'm going to break him myself. How, sir? Kabuto asked. I'm going to tell him the truth about Itachi. The whole truth. If that doesn't break him, then I'll give him to Hashi. That should be more than enough. Hospital. Can you believe that idiot teammate of yours? Questioned Tsunade with a laugh. At this rate, he might surpass my grandfather. Sakura smiled lightly, continuing her sorting. Since she was accepted as Tsunade's student, Anbu had placed her as the go-between for the Anbu medical records. She spent most days either training with or simply helping at the hospital with Tsunade and Shizun. He was always the strongest. He survived Orochimaru. He has a bridge named after him too. How about that time that he farted in Kiba's face? Real strong move there. Ino said as she walked in carrying a stack of paperwork. Here is the latest batch of Jonin mental testing. They all passed, but something weird showed up in Kurenai's NCIs. I'll look it over later. Her family doesn't have a history, and I doubt that she's mentally unstable. Tsunade said as she motioned Ino to sit in one of the chairs across her desk. Ino, have you been informed of the Chunin exams yet? Yes, Lady Tsunade. I'm teamed with Forehead and Hinata. There's no way we can lose, stated Ino with pride. If Hinata turns out like the rest of the people in Naruto's life, she's going to get even stronger. Sakura said, that brat does bring out the best in people, just like his mother did. Tsunade said with a smile. Good thing he doesn't have her temper. People wouldn't recover if he went off like she used to. It was the reason I never taught her how to enhance her strength like I did with you three. Yeah, Hinata isn't much better, exclaimed Ino. She's more brutal when fighting than anyone I know. Remember when she punched a hole in that guy? Oh, that was child's play. I was doing that before I was 12. The real good one was when she picked up one bandit by the ankles and used him as a club to hit other bandits. Tsunade laughed. We have this Chunin exam in the bag, smiled Sakura. Don't get overconfident. This year won't be like the years before. Tsunade warned. The best of the best are going to be there. Just like you three, there will be Jonin-level genin at every turn. Danzo's office. 1 week later, Danzo and Naruto sat across from each other. The large oak desk lay between them as Danzo looked over a set of paperwork that looked foreign to Naruto. Do you remember the lesson I taught you your first week in 7G? Questioned Danzo as he shuffled around paperwork. Yeah, you pretty much beat it into me, winced Naruto as he rubbed his shoulder. I can see why you keep that cane. What was the number 1 rule? Questioned Danzo, hiding the smirk that threatened to cross his face. If you start with her first, she will always come back for more? Questioned Naruto. No. Well, yes, but as long as that Hyuga girl breaths, she will love you, so it's more a token of appreciation to start with her, stated Danzo sagely. What was the first rule of combat? Kill it dead. Always finish off enemies and never leave a comrade behind. Good, Danzo said, his eyes snapping to Naruto. Have you come to an answer to the proposal? Flashback. Naruto sat across from Danzo, the mood somber. What I am about to tell you doesn't leave this room, Danzo said with stillness in his voice. Naruto nodded and activated the privacy seal that he had placed on his chest, allowing him to activate it when needed. You may be given a genin team after you become a jonin, stated Danzo. Your team would consist on Konohamaru Sarutobi, Hanabi Hyuga and one other that you will be allowed to pick. Why those two? Back when the villages formed, the Shimura clan and the Hyuga clan entered into a pact. They were to wed the clan heirs to prove their bond not only to each other, but to the village. Hinata's grandmother was the member of the pact with the Hyuga. After 3 years of marriage, when the male heir of the Shimura clan was unable to meet her requirements, she divorced her husband and married another male of the Hyuga clan. This broken pact placed the Hyuga in a difficult spot. If the pact was not restored within 1 generation, the Hyuga would be forced to leave Konoha, or surrender themselves as servants of the Shimura clan. The last 2 generations have not met the requirements of the pact. This generation will meet the requirements, but you are the last Shimura, stated Naruto. Is your oldest going to marry a Hyuga? Are you going to ask me to be the best man or something? Would you shut up? Now, there are 3 more. This is the information that does not leave this room, stated Danzo dangerously. Ibiki Marino is my grandson from my 3rd marriage. His father, Hiru, was my son. Enko Mitarashi is my granddaughter from my 2nd marriage. Her father died during the 3rd war. My last child, my daughter, is the result of a fling during the 2nd Great War with an enemy ninja. She was hidden in the Sarutobi clan to protect her, where she fell in love with the heir of Hiruzen, stated Danzo. Kurenai is your daughter. No, you fool! The elder heir, Hashi Sarutobi, the firstborn, stated Danzo. He died 10 years ago hunting for Orochimaru, but that would make Konohamaru. Yes. Konohamaru is the rightful heir of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. My daughter is no longer a ninja of the leaf. Enko is marked with the cursed seal, and Ibiki is not considered a good enough match for any of his generation," stated Danzo sadly. "If Konohamaru does not marry Hanabi Hyuga, and an alternate is not found, the structure of the leaf will crack at its very foundation. What about you? You're still a viable member. There are elder women who were never married, you could marry them. I cannot. When she divorced me, I was removed from the list of suitable heirs." "It was you?" Naruto was shocked, too stunned for any rational amount of thought as he sorted out the information. After a moment, Naruto grew somber. "Then Konohamaru is going to be married off. Will you lead this team?" Flashback end. "Yes," stated Naruto. "I will train this team should I be given them, but I can't bring them out on missions. I still need to lead Squad 1 and I'm too big a target." "You will be able to appoint a co-sensei for the team," stated Danzo. "However, I want the best for my grandson. That means making him as strong as possible and making sure he and the Hyuga are happy together." "No. He doesn't need to marry her," stated Naruto. "Make me the ward of your estate. Since you have no true next of kin, you can name me your inheritor, and I will be able to take Konohamaru's place in the pact." Unknown location. Itachi walked down an overgrown path through southern lightning country, his mind wandering. Pain had instructed Kisame and himself to split up to avoid attention. Itachi had thought it odd but had no reason to question Pain. Now his mind reflected back on his time as a leaf ninja. Usually he thought of his time in Umbu or Sasuke, but recently he had received word that Naruto had grown tremendously in power, enough for Orochimaru to fear him. Needless to say, Pain was less than thrilled. Itachi was sure that soon they would order him taken out. He wasn't sure how he would handle it, however. He would think of a way to prevent Akatsuki from harming his little brother. That brought along thoughts of his other little brother, Naruto. Itachi had watched Naruto from afar for the boy's entire life, ensuring that the boy was well cared for, and dispatching retribution the few times a few drunk villagers had tried to harm him. Flashback. Naruto, age 7, was walking down the street on his way home from his first day at the academy. Hiruzen had placed Naruto in the academy when Naruto had complained that several of the older students were picking on him. This put Naruto in class with those 2 years older than him, but Itachi had seen the hidden talent and drive in the blonde as he watched him that day. "Take this." Naruto turned when he heard someone yell, only to be hit in the side of the head by a bottle, knocking the blonde out cold. Itachi didn't have time to retaliate on the man that had thrown it, as his captain, Kakashi Hatake, had the man already in custody and was probably earning his nickname of Cold-Blooded Kakashi. Just as Itachi moved to take Naruto to the hospital, he heard a voice below him. "Father, that boy is hurt," stuttered out the Hyuga heiress as she moved to Naruto's side, kneeling next to the boy. "What happened to him?" "I do not know," stated Hayashi Hyuga. "Bring him to the hospital." Flashback end. Itachi had a small smile cross his face as he remembered that day. Even though Naruto was hurt, Itachi learned that he still had allies in the village. Itachi suddenly felt a pull on his mind, an indication that Pain was connecting them through his powerful eyes. Itachi found a good spot to hide and allowed himself to join the rest of Akatsuki. One blink later and Itachi was standing before the projections of the rest of the members. He was the last one to join. A few seconds later, Pain began to speak. "We are going to begin extracting the Nibi tomorrow at dawn. Kakuzu was able to grab her on a mission, and she will be the first extraction. After this, Kakuzu and Haiden will travel to Iwa to begin scouting Han. Deidara and Sasori will begin their acquisition of the One Tail. Itachi and Kisame, I want you in Kiri. The Kyubi Jinchuriki will be there in less than 1 month's time. Kisame, cripple him. Itachi, ensure that Kisame is not interfered with. Kiri Hotel Room 419, 3 weeks later. Man! You're the luckiest Hinata! You landed Naruto! This isn't right," complained Ino, who had caught a glimpse of Naruto in his new outfit for the Jonin exams and immediately grew jealous of Hinata. Choji and Kiba had both made Chunin in the last exams, along with Niji, who was now training for the next Jonin exams. Lee had made Chunin about 2 months after his operation, and Tenten had also been promoted in those exams. I'll be honest, I don't think anyone really saw it coming, and I know a ton of people are really pissed, and he's so hot. That body isn't even natural. You have no clue, half of the people that read this shit have stopped reading," stated Shikamaru as he stood up and stretched, his Jonin flak jacket hanging off of his shoulders. "What a drag." "What?" Sakura asked, before being waved off by Ino. "He says stuff like that a lot. Ever since we were kids he's talked about terrible authors and lazy writing. I think all the cloud watching has him seeing things." Ino laughed, getting a chuckle from Sakura and a small giggle from Hinata. "Shika, remember that time you said that the lazy author was too erratic, and that it makes the story hard to read?" Shikamaru simply shrugged his shoulders and left the room, lazily starting his journey to find his bride Tobe and her brother. After all, he was assigned to be one of the proctors along with Gaara. The Mizukage was so troublesome. As Shikamaru left the room, Sakura spoke up. "You know, Hinata, I didn't even know you and Naruto had been spending any time together. It was pretty shocking when you two returned to the village and started being seen together. Ever since you took the break from Lady Tsunade's training, I haven't seen you much." "Yeah, Hinata, give us the details, girl. How did it all happen?" questioned Ino, fully into gossip mode. "Well, after the Chunin exams, father began my training again. After a spar with Niji, I tried to mimic something Naruto did in the Chunin exams. Father recognized that I was much more relaxed and natural fighting in that way. That's how father suggested the brutal fist, which I quickly learned. Too quickly, actually. By the time that I had advanced to the point that my body couldn't handle going farther, Naruto and the team had returned from one of their missions." Hinata explained, her still meek and kind voice filled with calm confidence that continued to show how far she had come. To shorten the story, father had a few things he wished to talk to Naruto-kun about, though I only know the details about me. After that meeting, father invited Naruto-kun to dinner, and he hit it off with my family. He was able to converse with father, entertain Hanabi, and even gain Niji's favor. Father invited him over again for some sparring sessions, and eventually Naruto began helping Niji and myself train. "Did you finally admit to him then?" Ino asked. "I'm sure if you stopped interrupting her, she would tell us, Ino." Sakura mock scolded. "Anyway, myself and Niji grew in strength, to the point that I was beginning to match Niji in spars. Father said he believed that it was the fact that the brutal fist style relies on water element movements, where the gentle fist is earth element based, but I, and even Niji, believed that it was Naruto." Hinata let out a small giggle into her sleeve. Naruto began hanging around more. Hanabi became bored with him, claiming that he was overrated because she had never seen him fight seriously. About a week after he really started spending time around the Hyuga clan, I began seeing that I would catch him looking at me from time to time, only to look away. I thought I was seeing things at first until some of the branch members began joking that he had a crush on me, but when one of the younger girls asked him, Naruto seemed confused and greatly troubled. "Oh, I get it," stated Ino, getting confused looks from Hinata and Sakura. "It's called environmental sociopathy. Because Naruto was an orphan and an outcast, he had limited access to situations where he would develop the emotional understandings that most of us take for granted. Naruto's only love interest growing up was Sakura, who didn't love him back. Without a stable background, he began to understand his crush on Sakura as the highest form of attraction he knew. Anything past that, or even anything that was different than that, would have been new and confusing to him. I'll ask Dad if I should add that to his chart when we get back." "So because he liked me, he wasn't ready to like Hinata?" Sakura asked, who knew that Ino was incredibly gifted at reading emotions. With her knowledge of psychology and her father's training, Ino was one of the best psychoanalysts in Konoha, despite only just being a genin. There was a rumor that she was learning under Anko, but that was hopefully just a rumor. No one needed two attractive, nosy, slightly unnerving women in the village. No, you see, Naruto wouldn't have known what he was feeling was a high-level attraction. With his history, he would have likely turned away from those feelings because he didn't know what they were. Ino explained. Yes, he did. After that incident, Naruto didn't spend a great deal of time with the Hyuga for a while, though he had a lot of missions. Anyway, Naruto helped guard us when the Raikage and a few other Kumo ninja came for a meeting. Apparently, Naruto and Shino volunteered to do it free of charge. It was about 3 months after that when Naruto accepted again to guard us, this time on our diplomatic mission to Kumo. I can't say any mission details, but Naruto ended up getting hurt on the mission. I stayed at his bedside until he woke. I was going to try and get him to admit his feelings. Why didn't you just admit it to him? Sakura asked. Because Naruto is the type to barrel head first into everything, including emotions, stated Ino. If he really does have a case of environmental sociopathy, then confronting him with emotions could lead to negative side effects. That's why Hinata was trying to get him to understand. Ino is correct. Though, I didn't have any time to do that. Within moments of Naruto waking up, he kissed me. Unfortunately, I was completely unprepared. I was so surprised that I left the room to get a hold of myself. When I returned a moment later, the bed was empty and he was gone, stated Hinata. Oh yeah, he's done that before. I remember after he got the shit beat out of him in Wave, he slept for almost a whole day. When he woke up, he was out of the room in moments. It was the fastest I've ever seen him move, stated Sakura. I know, I was our field medic during the year that Naruto was assigned to Sector 7G. I can't tell you how many times I had to have Choji pin him down so we could heal him, remembered Hinata before continuing her story. I didn't get a chance to talk to him alone again for almost a year. Naruto was always on a mission or locked up. Any time we were alone on missions we just enjoyed each other's company, and I'd hoped to catch him before he left again. It wasn't until the attempted invasion that it just happened. That sounds way too romantic to be Naruto, muttered Sakura, getting a snort from Ino. It does, doesn't it? Stated Hinata, a smile on her face. Maybe we should start talking about strategies. Being an all-kunoichi team, we may be targeted first. Oto. Sasuke awoke, bright light filled his vision as he tried to cover his eyes, only to find his arms were bound to whatever he was leaning against. Same with his legs. It seems Sasuke is awake. Shall I inject the serum now? Questioned Kabuto. Sasuke blinked a few times trying to gain focus on the white-haired medic. Yes, I think that would be a fine idea, stated Orochimaru, who Sasuke zeroed in on, only to become aware of the fact that Kabuto was now injecting him with something in his right arm. Suddenly, painfully, everything came into focus. Sasuke took in every detail as his body began to feel numb, Orochimaru's eyes bearing down into his as the Sannin grinned evilly. Now Sasuke, since you seem so eager to accept my training, I figured you would like to know what exactly it is you are fighting for, stated Orochimaru with joy. By now you feel the effects of the sealing serum, a stimulant concocted by Jiraiya and Tsunade to allow perfect interrogation. While this serum is active in your body, everything from your neck down will be numb, too weak to even move. However, your eyes, your ears, even your nose, will all strengthen to levels similar to the effects of adrenaline. Sasuke tried to speak, only to find he couldn't. That I added myself. I don't like to hear screaming, stated Kabuto. It just paralyzes your tongue and jaw. It will wear off in about half an hour. Thank you, Kabuto. Now Sasuke, you wish to kill your brother for killing off your clan, do you? Questioned Orochimaru, getting a glare from the Uchiha. Good, but there is something you must know, Sasuke. Itachi was ordered to kill your clan. Sasuke's eyes widened, but he kept calm. The Sannin wanted something from him, so he would try to keep him talking. You see, the Uchiha had long been suspected of planning to take the village over. But it wasn't until Itachi, the good little umbu he was able to find proof, did Hiruzen Sarutobi step in. Laughed Orochimaru, twisting the facts to try and drive Sasuke mad. Sarutobi Sensei ordered Itachi to kill your whole clan, and Itachi agreed, as long as his little brother was safe. Itachi killed every man, woman, and child in that clan, except for you, because Itachi needed something from you, Sasuke. Itachi needed the eyes of someone related to him, in order to obtain the ultimate Uchiha power, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke sat shocked, his eyes flashing into the Sharingan from the emotional distress that he was feeling. His heart was pounding and his brain racking to cope with the fact that much of what he knew was nothing but a lie. But you see, Itachi was never your brother. Sasuke's eyes went wide as he stared at Orochimaru, his head throbbing and his vision pulsing as he zeroed in on the Sannin. Itachi Uchiha, or by his proper name, Itachi Namikaze, killed your family on order of the Hokage that his father took over for before sealing the Kyuubi into Itachi's baby brother, Naruto Namikaze. Shouted Orochimaru, hoping that with one final push Sasuke would snap and draw on the cursed seal in an emotional rage. Sasuke was extremely close to doing just that, his mind blank from everything he had just heard. Try as he might to tell himself that it was all lies, he couldn't do it. His mind was too full of sorrow and shock, anger and fear and every other emotion flowing through Sasuke in quick succession as he tried to escape. But there is a happy ending, Sasuke. You wanted to kill your brother, and you almost did. Itachi and you share a mother, but Itachi's father was Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father. You tried to kill your own brother, and it all stopped. Sasuke went still, his struggling stopped and his breathing regulated as his head drooped forward. Well, it seems Hashi won't be necessary at all, stated Kabuto as he moved forward to check Sasuke's vitals. As the medic approached, Sasuke lifted his head, zeroing in on the white-haired medic with red and black eyes. Kabuto! No, Amaterasu! Muttered Sasuke in a dull, droning voice, Kabuto being smothered in black flames immediately after. Orochimaru quickly performed a fire seal, saving Kabuto from the flames before turning and trying to knock Sasuke out, only for Orochimaru to freeze as a dark black swirl began forming from Sasuke's right eye. Kamui, you have grown so much, Naruto. Taller than me now, hard to imagine that you're that same brat from Wave. Mei Terumi said as she watched the young special Jonin closely. She had to admit, for a 16-year-old, the young man was in a class of his own, and not just in power. Naruto was sporting a new outfit. Black baggy Umbu-style pants formed into a far too form-fitting dark orange muscle shirt, which could clearly be seen, due to the fact that Naruto's flak jacket was left unzipped under the new cloak that had Demon of the Hidden Leaf down the back and white characters over the blue fabric. Black flames traced the bottoms and sleeves. Naruto had his headband on the same way that Zabuza had worn his, obviously still giving tribute to the man whose blade was on his back. So much like Zabuza, though even he didn't have your appeal. Thank you, Mizuka Jesima, but I must remind you, I am in a relationship, stated Naruto uncomfortably. This woman was seriously the female version of Jiraiya. Naruto didn't like the fact that he was alone in a room with this woman as part of his mission here in Kiri. Could we get back to discussing the second challenge? It's far too much like my Chunin exams, and those ended up being too easy. Oh, of course, Naruto. We are here on business, after all, Mei said with a flip o' her hair. If you believe that the second challenge is child's play, then how about we plan for some more grown-up things? Maybe a true survival exam. One that's a lot more, how your friend says, troublesome. I need an adult. I am an adult, Konoha. Danzo continued his trek down the long tunnel that stretched deep down below the surface of the village. He was heading toward the only room in the village he knew was completely secure, the lab that Orochimaru had used when he attached the arm to him. The room only existed because Danzo had allowed it. It was complete with chakra blockers and reinforced walls. Danzo was going to this room to finally begin the research on Naruto's secondary objective from the mission against the Land of Sky. Danzo wasn't a fool. He knew the Land of Sky would return to hurt them again. Only a fool would think it was over. Naruto only killed the figurehead, Shino. The leaders of the Land of Sky would be back. It wouldn't take long either. Whoever was pulling the strings on Shino, whether the man knew it or not, must be powerful, and that mixed with their technology was dangerous. That's why Danzo had Naruto retrieve the two things that Danzo knew existed in those ruins. Danzo walked through a threshold into an aged and decaying laboratory. He almost shuddered to think that the man that had manipulated his granddaughter had used this lab to attach such an abomination to his right shoulder. But he had done it for the safety of the village. He hated himself for how much he loved this village. As he walked up to a large table, he placed the scroll that Naruto had retrieved at the center. He unraveled it. He examined the seals and found a disturbing discovery. He had sent Naruto to recover the two artifacts that had been kept in the temple, so that the Sky Ninja could never attack them again. However, there were 4 items sealed in the scroll. One of them in a body stasis seal. It was a human, Kiri. Naruto sat in the back of a crowded meeting room, Shikamaru on one side, wearing the special Jonin flak jacket over his usual attire, Gaara on the other side, full Umbu uniform minus his mask. Temari was with Mei somewhere. She had been set as the joint diplomatic liaison for Kiri. At the front of the room was Ao, whom Naruto had met the week before. Now, as for the reason why there are Suna and Konoha ninja here. They will be the assisting proctors in the 3 rounds of the Chunin exams, and Naruto Uzumaki will be in the Jonin exams, which will be discussed later. Shikamaru, Nara, and Chojiro will be the first exam proctors. It is my understanding that they have designed the task themselves. Gaara Sabaka will be placed with myself for the second exam. The tournament will be proctored by myself, Naruto Uzumaki, and Baki of Buna. Why are we letting them have anything to with our exam? Questioned a nameless ninja in the back. Mizukage-sama has requested that, due to the history of home field advantages, that members of other villages be proctors. Kumo declined and Iwa never responded. Ao answered, I think that he should return that blade. Stated one cocky Chunin who stood up, sizing up Naruto. That blade belongs to Kiri. Goma, sit down. Commanded Ao, his posture shifting into an authoritative stance. If Mizukage-sama couldn't take that blade from him 2 years ago, what hope do you have? But sir, but nothing! Shouted Ao, his Byakugan bulging beneath the sealed patch that contained it. That man is an rank ninja, an ally of the Land of Water. You want a sword? Challenge Kisame Hashigaki or Raiga. Hey, it's alright, no need to be hostile, you're riling up the only red-headed Jinchuriki in the room. Stated Shikamaru, his head nodding towards Gaara, whose eye was twitching violently as Naruto kept a hand on his shoulder. I will not allow you to harm Uzumaki, regardless if he needs my help or not. Gaara growled. Well, there you go, Goma. Now 2 Jonin-level ninja, who are the sons of Kaiges, want to fight you. Stated Ao with a snort. Now sit down, we have much to go over before Mizukage-sama joins us. Suigetsu. Goddamn missed. Why did I miss this place? Suigetsu grumbled. It's not that bad, kid. Think of it as training. Stated the tall man behind him. Besides, once we find that brat that has your brother's sword, then we can give him a nice funeral. Then you can have the Hiramakari. Then I can go kill that blonde bastard that has the Kubikuru Bocho. Suigetsu muttered. That would be your funeral, kid. Akatsuki, everyone prepare for this extraction. Without the Ichibi or Sanbai, this will be a very long and trying extraction. Pain said as he addressed the rest of Akatsuki. Sasori, Deidara, begin the extraction of the Yanbi. Unknown. He blinked rapidly, trying to gain his vision back. He had woken up on his back in darkness, not pitch black, but dim, like that of a starless night. The hard-packed earth below him was obviously one of the causes of his soreness. He tried valiantly to sit upright, but was unable to overcome the strain his body had gone through. He tried once more, this time attempting to roll onto his side. Is this another trick? What is he trying to pull this time? After one last push, he's able to get to his hands and knees, where he attempts to regain his breath as he focuses on the giant blank spot in his memories. Where am I? How did I get here? Did he leave me here? After a few minutes his eyes adjusted to the dark and he found himself in the middle of an empty street, lined as far as his eyes could see by copies of the same house. Eyes widened as he recognized the house, before another house caught his eye, this one slightly different, newer, and it was covered in blood. Eyes continued to scan houses, finding each one to have a slightly different look to it, as if they each were younger or older or were home to different aged people. Slowly, painfully he moved to the one covered in blood, his mind somehow already knowing what he would see as he walked through the threshold. Only he couldn't cross into the house, an invisible wall blocked his entry. He could see the entryway, see the bloody footprints, but he couldn't get into the house. A barrier of some kind? Could the leaf have set up some sort of way to stop people from getting in? With a quick activation of his Sharingan, he gasped in pain, his eyes filled with pain and information as he deactivated them. What is going on here? As he blinked the pain from his eyes, he was shocked to find that he was no longer in front of the houses, but instead in an endless gray void. He could not see anything around him, just a low-light nothingness that seemed to deafen him with its silence. I was just in the Uchiha district. Why am I here now? He thought as he began looking around before picking a direction and walking. Is this one of his tricks? Just like when he tried to. His eyes widened as he tried to block out the words in his head. But there is a happy ending, Sasuke. No, it can't be. He shouted in his head. It can't be real. You wanted to kill your brother, and you almost did. No, Itachi is my brother. He killed the clan, killed your family on order of the Hokage. Ordered? But why the Uchiha? Why my brother? You tried to kill your own brother, Naruto. He whispered as his eyes became wide, his body trembling as his mind forced a long-forgotten memory to the front of his mind. Flashback. Itachi, who is that boy? We always see him when you're watching me, asked the young Sasuke as he watched a group of older kids pick on the boy. Sasuke watched his brother's eyes turn soft and caring for the briefest of moments before they returned to his uncaring gaze. Sasuke. That boy is named Naruto. He's your age. He's a very good person, Sasuke, and he is very important, but most people don't know that. What makes him important? Is he strong like you? Questioned Sasuke. Strong? Yes, but not like me. Naruto is very strong emotionally. He has a special gift, one that will lead to a life of pain and suffering, stated Itachi, motioning to the group of children that had just been picking on Naruto, now happily playing. Not all children have a happy life, Sasuke. Some even hate that they were ever born. Naruto is one of those special people that can take all the hatred a person has and shoulder it himself. Do you see those children now, Sasuke? Sasuke stood in awe that he had just heard his quiet and secretive older brother talk so much. Ignoring the oddity, Sasuke focused on the group of children. They were happily playing tag, though one of them kept glancing over at the boy, his pineapple haircut hanging like a question mark over his head. They are all happy, indeed. They transferred their negative emotions to Naruto, allowing them to feel better about themselves. This is Naruto's gift, and his curse. Naruto, whether he wants to or not, takes the pain and sadness, the hatred and fear, away from people, and allows them to vent and become happy again, stated Itachi. However, everyone has a limit to the emotions they can keep inside. No one can handle the amount of stress that Naruto must feel every day, and that is why he acts out. That's his relief. That is why Hokage-sama usually doesn't punish him for his pranks. What about his parents? Don't they punish him when he acts out? Asked Sasuke. Itachi's mood turned sour and his Sharingan flashed for a brief second. We must return home, Sasuke. It is getting late. Flashback end. That had been just a few weeks before the massacre. Sasuke had woken up in the hospital after and had found a handwritten note next to his bed. In poor handwriting it simply said, "If you ever need help, come find me. I'll be at the top of the fourth head. Naruto." He muttered as he sat on his knees, wishing he had gone even once. He wondered if Naruto had ever sat at the top, waiting for him. Did Itachi know? Did Itachi know that Naruto was his brother? He fell back, letting his shoulders hit the ground and his head rest as he stared into the gray void above him, remembering every time Naruto had just been in the background when they were young. Did Naruto know? This doesn't make any sense anymore. He laid there for what felt like hours, pondering what he knew and what Orochimaru had told him. What do I do now? Do I try to clear Itachi's name? Do I find Naruto and see what he knows? He turned his head, looking into the void. I don't even know where I am. All the while he was unaware of the being that was watching over him. Another capable of Kamui. He will have to hear about this. Kiri, I can't believe I let you talk all of us into ramen, stated Temari as she sat down at a large table, surrounded by people she considered friends. It's not that bad, besides, he's paying anyway, stated Ino from between Hinata and Gaara. With a sly look, Ino took in Gaara's appearance. And with that uniform, your brother is quite the looker, and I love looking. Ino, stop hitting on Gaara. There are already too many troublesome blondes in his life, stated Shikamaru, His head rolled back into the wall that he had conveniently placed himself against. "Shut up, Shika!" Naruto and Temari yelled. "See?" mumbled Shikamaru. "Why am I the one stuck with all these blondes?" "It is quite alright, Shikamaru," stated Gaara with the slightest smirk on his face. "Thank you for the compliment, Ino. I'm quite taken by your outfit as well. If you'd like, maybe you could get a better look later." As Temari's, Ino's, Shikamaru's, and Hinata's jaw collectively dropped, Naruto struggled to keep from busting out in laughter, while Hinata patted Ino on the shoulder. "I wish I had that on tape. Looks like you've met your match, Ino. Now maybe you'll stop trying to convince me to have a three-way." Actually, Naruto saw the blush forming on Hinata's face, wondering what was embarrassing her. Geez, it seems like every time she spaces out like that, something embarrasses her. Wonder what she's thinking about. Food's here. The group ate happily and quietly as they enjoyed their lunch. Every once in a while a topic would pop up that would gain their attention, and they would discuss it. Near the end of the meal, Naruto spotted a familiar face. "Hey Samui, what are you doing here?" asked Naruto as Team Samui approached the table. Ino and surprisingly Gaara found themselves marveling at the young blonde's assets while Hinata once again began blushing. "If you could join us for a moment, Naruto, the Raikage has a message for you." "You should probably hear this too, Sabaka-san," stated Samui. Naruto noticed the gloomy looks on Omoe and Kari and excused himself from the table, Gaara following closely behind until the five ninja were in an alley behind the restaurant. "What happened?" questioned Naruto. "The body of Yujitoni was recovered in a cavern just west of Rice Country. Her two teammates were incapacitated and later, one fell to his injuries," stated Samui. Yujito's bija had been extracted. Naruto and Gaara shared a glance and nodded. "How is B, physically?" "He is fine. Raikage-sama moved him to the village. He isn't allowed more than half a mile away from Asama," stated Samui. "He's torn up about losing Yujito. He hasn't talked to anyone but us and Raikage-sama," stated Oma. "He has even stopped rapping. It just isn't right." "So they're already moving," muttered Gaara, his sand starting to swirl in the gourds he kept on his belt. "This isn't good. Jiraiya said that they weren't going to start moving until at least another year. The fact that they attacked when she had allies shows that they are moving," stated Naruto before looking at Gaara. "You need to be careful. I understand, Uzumaki. I believe that as I hold Shikaku, I will be next," stated Gaara. "I'll send for Pervy Sage. With you, me and the 3 and 6 tails still around, Akatsuki will be on the move in this area," stated Naruto. "I need to get a hold of Itachi. We are here for the exams, but our secondary mission is to eliminate Akatsuki members if they show," stated Karui. "With Darui here, we have enough firepower to take them on." "No. These people aren't normal. So far the confirmed members are Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara, the Mad Bomber," stated Gaara. "These people have trained to take down Jinchurikis, with or without backup. Normal ninja will not be able to stand against them in a team. Gaara is right. Should you face them, any one of them alone, retreat and find Darui or one of us," stated Naruto. "We should return. They will begin to wonder what is taking so long," stated Gaara, who nodded to the Cloud Ninja and began his return back into the restaurant. No one saw the shiver in his spine or the nervousness he hid so well. "Another piece of advice: everyone has a weak point. I should go too. I'll see you all in the Jonin exams," stated Naruto. The Kumo ninja began leaving, only for Samui to stay a bit longer. "You're all I have left of Yujito. You remind me so much of her." Thank you," stated Naruto, unable to think of anything else to say. Samui turned to look and make sure that her teammates weren't in seeing range before she lunged at Naruto, kissing him on the cheek. "I'm sorry. I know you and the Hyuga heiress are together, and I apologize if this causes any negative repercussions. Just please be safe. It would be uncool if they got you." And then she was gone, leaving a stunned Naruto in the alley, and a knowing Byakugan user in the restaurant. 3 days later, the sealing of the Gobi is complete. "Fuck me, that took a long time," exclaimed Haiden as he began stretching out. "Shut up, Haiden," Kakuzu growled. "You're an irritant." Look, Itachi, the married couple is arguing again, joked Kisame. At least Deidara and Sasori don't bitch at each other like that. At least Sasori senpai talks, unlike the Prince of Darkness over there. Deidara snarked. Are you still mad that Itachi beat you without lifting a finger? Questioned Kakuzu with a laugh. Still too young to know better. At least my dick still works, you old bastard. Enough! Commanded Pain, his silhouette flaring with power, as everyone became silent. The matter on whose dick works and whose does not is not of any relevance. I've changed my mind. Deidara and Sasori will capture the 3 tails, Kakuzu and Haiden will capture the 1-tailed Jinchuriki and Kisame. I want him crippled, maimed, anything, as long as he lives. Itachi, you are to ensure that no one interferes. Arena, 3 days later. Ino huffed as she waited for the proctors to speak. The team had been the first team to complete the second challenge, after being the first team to complete the first challenge as well. With Hinata's Byakugan and Sakura's intelligence, Ino had been able to use her mind broadcast technique to transfer answers between themselves easily, and even though Shikamaru wrote the test himself, he hadn't gone to extraordinary lengths to hide the answers. The second test had actually been challenging. They had to fend off other competitors while searching for one of 6 Kirijonin that were actively hiding, and they were allowed to fight back. Unfortunately, the one they ran into had to go to the hospital, muttering something that very closely sounded like 3 Tsunades. Now the 3 students of Tsunade were standing among 4 other teams that had made it to the finals, and 2 things had become clear to them. That there was going to be a preliminary, and that this group of genin really was skilled, just like Tsunade had warned. Welcome to the Chunin exam stadium. Unfortunately, due to the fact that too many teams have passed, a preliminary will be enforced, stated Ao from in front of them. To remain an even battleground, one of 3 proctors will be officiating these unknown matches. Myself, Baki of the Wind Blade, or Naruto Uzumaki. This is bullshit. We beat the challenge. We should all be in the finals, shouted a random genin in the back. First, the important people coming to these matches don't care if you earned your spot, only that you give them a good fight to watch, stated Naruto. As Ao said, this is a preliminary. You won't all make it to the finals. First fight will be Adori of IWA versus Kano's Satori of Mist. I will be judge, stated Baki. The fight ends when I say or when the other opponent is incapacitated. Border of Fire and Rice. It has been a long time since Danzo had seen or spoken to his daughter. It has actually been just after Hashi Sarutobi's funeral, when she had asked to be placed off the active roster and move away from the village. Hiruzen had allowed it, and when Konohamaru was old enough, he had moved back to the village. Danzo now stood outside the door to the house he had built, well, that he had Tenzo build, and was about to knock when the door opened. Across from him was none other than Itachi Uchiha. Danzo, stated Itachi as he narrowed his eyes. Itachi, replied Danzo, his posture unchanging. How's the eye? Asked Itachi, looking at what he knew was Shusui's right eye. Fully functional. Yours? In a crow. In a crow? Correct. Fascinating. How is Naruto doing? I will be seeing him soon. He is outstanding. He might stand a chance against you. He will be fighting Kisame. Naruto will kill him. I believe so as well. How was your checkup? Don't know, too busy staring at her ass. You're an ass man? General pervert. Same here. Good day, Danzo. I'll say hello to Naruto for you. You as well, Itachi. How are you doing, Danzo-sama? Kono asked from within the house, her voice tense. Danzo waited a moment, allowing Itachi to get far enough away before moving into the house. Kono dear, I am still your father, you don't need to be so formal. Kono's eyes lit up as she lunged and latched on to Danzo. Daddy, Danzo allowed a smile to grace his lips as he embraced his daughter, patting and rubbing her back as she tried her best to squeeze the life out of him. How has it been these last 2 years? Kono broke the embrace and led Danzo to the kitchen. I've been fine. I miss my son and I miss Hashi. Tsunade keeps me company sometimes when she passes though, and Itachi is always pleasant during his checkups, even though the little brat always looks at my ass when he thinks I'm not looking. He said as much, humored Danzo before pulling out a scroll. Konohamaru is no longer in a marriage contract with the Hyuga. What? Demanded Kono. What happened? Did those fucking Hyuga ruin this again? No, quite the opposite. Stated Danzo as he unrolled the scroll. The girl definitely had her mother's temper. This is an estate contract, signed by one Naruto Uzumaki, declaring him as the executor of my estate. Naruto is now a vassal of the Shimura clan, and he will be fulfilling the contract, as he is courting Hinata Hyuga, Kushina's son and Hana's daughter? God, that child will be terrifying. Laughed Kono. Does this mean that I must come back to the village now? Danzo looked into his daughter's eyes and saw the conflict within them. Until Itachi Uchiha is issued a clean bill of health, you must remain here. However, you need not return to the village until both I and Sarutobi are dead. Thank you, father. Smiled Kono as she poured some tea. I'd like to visit with my son though. I shall have Naruto bring him out when he gets back from Kiri. Stated Danzo. But we have other things to discuss. With Naruto being the executor of the estate, he will inherit it when I die. He has been instructed to place it somewhere safe until Konohamaru can use it. Along with it, he will be the one to gain the other Shimura clan treasures. He has been instructed to place it into an account that only you and Konohamaru can access. That's fine, father, I have plenty of money, and Konohamaru will always be a Sarutobi. Stated Kono. But there is something you should know. Before we get to whatever it is you are going to tell me, I must know. Do you have absolute control over your mother's bloodline? Chunin exams. Hinata was bored. There were only 2 matches left, and Sakura and Ino had won easily. Sakura could hit just as hard as Tsunade, and Ino was no slouch herself. Now Hinata was simply waiting to see which of the 2 remaining IWA ninja would be her opponent. Unlike her first exam, Hinata had no butterflies. Her time on Squad 1 had made her a cold and ruthless fighter, with her time under Tsunade only furthering her skills and brutal fist style. Alright, since we have an odd number of ninja left, the last match will be a 3-way free-for-all. Would Hinata Hyuga of the Leaf, Dozu Ishua of IWA and Raiza Ishua of IWA please make their way to the ring? Hinata began to feel a bit of excitement as she made her way down to the ring, Ino and Sakura wishing her luck. The Ishua clan is said to hold the Iron Body Jutsu, making them extremely good in taijutsu and impervious to the gentle fist. By the time Hinata had made it to the ring, an evil smirk was plastered on her face. Let's see how they stack up against my brutal fist. How lucky! We get a Hyuga. And not just any Hyuga. Raizu crowed as he stretched his arms. We get the Namikaze bastard's whore. Dozu sneered but instantly regretted it when he felt several sources of killing intent focus on him. I was going to make this easy on you too. Stated Hinata, her Byakugan activating and chakra flaring from the ends of her fingers. But I think I won't. Ha, good one. We all saw your teammates' matches. Stated Dozu. It's obvious they carried the team. You're just a spoiled, pampered heiress. Stated Raizu. Weak, like paper mache, or radish. Enough banter. Stated Baki. Final match of the Chunin preliminaries, begin. Hinata's eyes saw both IWA genin force chakra into thick layers below their skin. I wonder if Naruto could do that with his no-focus Hinata. Dozu and Raizu charged, confident grins on their faces as Dozu launched a punch at Hinata's head. Hinata ducked, letting the punch sail over while spinning out of the way of a kick sent at her torso. She grabbed Dozu's ankles and used her momentum to bring him completely around, smashing his head into Raizu's hip, causing Raizu to go flying while Dozu screamed in pain. Hinata lifted Dozu high and smashed him into the ground, his back and neck bouncing off the ground as he continued to scream in pain. As Raizu charged, Hinata spun, whipping the screaming IWA nin into his clanmate. Raizu caught Dozu and set him down. Dozu, what the hell is wrong? My ankles. He strained out. The crowd gasped as they collectively zeroed in on the ninja, only to see both ankles absolutely shattered. Impossible, muttered Raizu. He looked up in a fury, his eyes meeting the cold eyes of the Byakugan. Impossible! The iron body jutsu wouldn't allow that kind of damage. I'm surprised that you believe that one jutsu would make you invulnerable. Stated Hinata. You channel chakra in that technique, am I correct? You channel it to your skin, bones, and ligaments. That's the reason the normal gentle fist doesn't affect you. That's it, I'm going to kill you! Ryza shouted as he sprinted at Hinata, kunai in hand. It was over in a millisecond. One strike to the shoulder led to the first explosion of pain as the ball and socket were torn apart by the vicious blast of chakra that separated the joint. Next was a strike to the diaphragm, paralyzingly his lungs. As he dropped to his knees, trying desperately to breathe, Hinata placed her palm against his forehead. Yield, or you never leave this place, the IWA ninja nodded as he started to black out. Winner, Hinata Hyuga, Baki declared. Everyone tensed as Hinata reached down and grabbed the boy's chest, only for the boy to gasp in air. Hinata's hand moved to his shoulder, a green aura surrounding the area as loud pops and cracks sounded, though the look of pain was fading from Ryza's face. When Hinata got done, she stood and made her way back to her teammates. The preliminaries are complete. You will not be told who you are fighting in the finals, stated Ao. You may all leave now. The finals will be in 1 month's time, Jez Hinata. That was brutal, laughed Ino. They deserved it, stated Sakura. Could you imagine if Naruto got to them? Wish I had a boyfriend like yours, Hinata. He's so nice and powerful, stated Ino before pausing. Think we could share him? Ino, knock it off, muttered Sakura. I don't think Hinata wants to share him. It's okay, Sakura, but you are right. I don't want to share him, stated Hinata. Which is good, cause I don't want to share you, stated Naruto as he snaked his arms under hers and kissed her neck lightly. Hey Naruto, why don't we get to know our first opponents this time? Sakura asked, far too used to seeing her friend with her current teammate. Mei-sama wanted it to reflect a real mission. That's why she's not announcing the matchups until 2 weeks before the exams, stated Naruto, still embracing Hinata. Now if you'll excuse me, I only get 6 hours with Hinata before you all head back to Konoha, and I'm going to enjoy every second of it. In a blur of speed, Naruto was gone. A small eat from Hinata was all that remained. Ino once again sighed. I wonder how big he is. A snort from Sakura was her reply. Next day, Chunin Exam Stadium. 7 teams of 4 stood in the bowl of the stadium. The competing villages were Konoha, Iwa, Kiri, Kumo, Suna, Aim, and Taki. Naruto looked around. He already knew about the Kumo team. Gaara had informed him that the Suna team was instructed to stay away from Naruto and his team. The Aim team looks familiar, but he knew about one ninja. Aoi, the man that had tricked Ibiki's younger brother into stealing the Raijin. Naruto would be sure to retrieve it. The murderous look Ibiki was giving the man didn't help. The Taki team was nondescript. All wore the standard Taki uniform. Same for Kiri, though Naruto noticed that Goma was actually competing. He really hoped that the Kiri-nin wouldn't do anything stupid. Finally was the Iwa team. Kuratsuchi stood proud as she glared daggers into Naruto. The other ninja in her team, he didn't recognize. What did you do to piss her off, Naruto? Questioned Irika as he sized up the competition. Irika was unnerved by the people around him. Even though he was a Jonin in strength, when you factored in his barrier jutsu and his echolocation abilities, he was still just a Chunin. He was incredibly thankful to be teamed with 3 incredibly powerful and deadly fighters, even if 2 of them had been his students. Long story, Irika-sensei, stated Naruto. Everyone, thank you for coming, stated Mei as she walked to the center of the makeshift circle. Welcome to the opening stage of the Kiri Jonin exams. In this stage, you will be competing against other teams to gain control of a certain item. There are 5 of these items, and only 5 teams can pass the first round. After that, it will be a team-on-team fight to see which 2 teams will be heading to the final round, with the quickest team to complete this challenge getting a free pass to the finals, which will take place after the conclusion of the Chunin exams. From there, 6 ninja total will be selected to go to the finals. 2 ninja get buys, 3 matches, winner take all. 2 from each remaining team? Questioned Aoi. Any 6 ninja. It will be a ninja exclusive vote from each of the competing villages, clarified Mei. Any more questions? After no response, Mei continued. Here are the ground rules. This will be as close to a mission as possible. Fighting is allowed at all points of all rounds and stages. Killing is allowed, but unlike the Chunin exams, repercussions can accrue after death. There is to be no outside interference. Any outside interference can, and at least in my case, will be determined as an act of war. Bullshit! Shouted a Takinin, eyeing up the Kumo team. Shut up, weakling. The last good ninja from your village was Kakuzu. Stated Aoi. That's enough, demanded Mei. I'll kill you both myself if you don't stop this squabbling. This to the Jonin exams. If you can't behave, then go back to your village. When no one spoke again, she continued. Good. Now, does anyone have any real questions? I'm surprised no males asked for sexual favors. That woman is rather delicious. Not now, Fox. Time skip 2 days. Naruto and his team had just retrieved the item, which strangely enough was a lone chopstick, and were headed back to the stadium. But something wasn't right. Yes, they had purposely gone for the most remote item, but they hadn't seen another team since the start of the mission. Irika, can you find anyone? Questioned Ibiki from his spot next to Irika, behind Naruto and Shino. Unfortunately, I just began to feel 2 large chakra signatures. The closer they get, the bigger they are, and they are coming right for us. Stated Irika. Akatsuki? Stated Naruto as he slowed down. Shino, take Irika-sensei and Ibiki and get around the back of them. They want me, so I'll hold them off until you can surround them. Naruto, that's insane. Hi, Taicho. Stated Shino, interrupting Irika and motioning the 2 to follow him. A few moments later, Naruto was alone in the mist, waiting for them to show. He closed his eyes and began slowly filtering Kurama's chakra through his coils. As he opened his eyes, he saw none other than Kisame Hashigaki, the monster of the mist, standing across from him. Where's your partner? Questioned Naruto as he looked over the man, Samahata quivering on his back, mostly from the bloodlust and chakra in the air. Itachi intercepted your friends. He's going to keep them and anyone else from interfering. Grinned Kisame with sharp teeth. Leader Sama has ensured that there is nothing to stop me from maiming you. A flare of chakra from Kisame was all Naruto needed to know that this wasn't the kind of fight that simply ended when someone lost. No, if Kisame beat him, not even Itachi could save him. And beating Kisame didn't solve anything. Naruto needed to kill the monster of the mist, and fast. Naruto allowed Kurama's chakra to explode from him, his body outlined in golden chakra as the ground around him began to crack and fatigue. Kubikuribocho drawn from his back as the sword began to faintly glow a bluish-white as Naruto keyed in on Kisame. I see. One of us will die because of this fight. It's going to be you, kid. No one can fight a Jinchuriki as evenly or effectively as I can. Kisame laughed, drew Samahata, and with a quick flick of his wrist, ripped the sentient blade from its bandaged coating. Let's see if you're a better ninja, or a better Jinchuriki. The mist enveloped them more and more, cutting down on visibility as their eyes never lost contact. They both knew the world would speak of this fight in awe and fear. This battle would be legendary. The chakra in the air was literally palpable. The crushing weight of monstrous killing intent filled the field with an almost wilting dread, the naturally dank, depressing environment almost bowing from the pure energy in the air. Kisame grinned darkly as he eyed the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He may be a simple man, but he knew that this young man was dangerous. Kisame's biggest advantages, his huge chakra reserves, large-scale water jutsu, and kenjutsu prowess lined up perfectly with the blonde. Kisame had the experience, they both knew, but Naruto had more versatile firepower. Neither one knew what would be more valuable, but Kisame was more likely to walk away from this fight. I'll give you a chance, brat. Come with me and I won't mutilate you, stated Kisame, his hand on the already unbandaged sword. We both know that isn't an option for either of us. Naruto replied seriously, his chakra cloak billowing in the non-existent wind. I suppose you're right. But I have to tell you, Leader told me to bring you back broken, Kisame said, his grin disappearing as he quickly blocked an overhead chop from the Kubikuribocho. He didn't have time to retaliate as Naruto retreated back into the mist, exploding forth moments later to swing at Kisame's back, once again being blocked by the large, scaly sword. He quickly disengaged when he witnessed the wind chakra on his blade being absorbed. Shit, thought Naruto, his mind racing. That didn't even leave a scratch. Kisame chased, continuing the exchange with a vicious swipe at the blonde's side. Naruto planted the Kubikuribocho in the ground, blocking the swipe while he spun inside, driving his shoulder into Kisame's ribcage, exploiting the opening with a slash from Kubikuribocho that was quickly blocked by Kisame. Naruto let loose a sharp punch, only for the shark-like ninja to grab his wrist and attempt to throw him away, creating space while swiping his sword, removing a large chunk of the cloak's chakra, and forcing Naruto to retreat. The two stared into each other's eyes, the brief exchange seemingly validating what the two knew about each other. Kisame had known that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was skilled for his age, but this was somewhat unexpected. The boy was actually keeping up with him. Some part of Kisame knew it was the Bijou that allowed this, but it was still quite a large feat of power, and due to the fact that Kisame couldn't test his strength against others in Akatsuki, he didn't know how strong he truly was. Naruto, on the other hand, had not enjoyed the exchange much at all. A glancing swipe from that sword had taken a good chunk of the chakra cloak, leaving him with no option but to retreat and redistribute the Kyuubi's chakra. He wouldn't be able to continually recharge and attack at the same time, meaning he would have to fight defensively and wait for his moment. Damn! I wish I could shelve my chakra and use only yours. We might have to attempt that later. Get back to the fight. In an instant they were back on the attack, Naruto supercharging his sword with wind chakra, only for him to lose a great portion of it once it came in contact with Samehada. However, Naruto was prepared this time. The second the swords made contact, Naruto sealed the Kubikuribocho into his palm, leaving Kisame unbalanced as he lost the counterweight on his blade, allowing Naruto to land a brutal kick on his left thigh, before combining it with a sharp punch to the face, leaving the monster of the mist reeling. Pressing the advantage, Naruto channeled as much of Kurama's chakra into his fist he could handle, unleashing it into one earth-splitting punch to the face. Kisame received the full force of the attack, sending him bouncing into the mist. A loud crack, like that of a large bite into a fresh apple, rung through the clearing. Earth-style, arena trap! Shouted Naruto, using the brief moment he had to his advantage as he slammed his hands to the ground, depositing a large portion of chakra into the soil. Only a moment was spared and Naruto had to roll to his right, just in time to avoid a downward chop that would have crushed the blonde into the ground. Kisame had a large, blackish-purple bruise over his right eye, his teeth showing in a gruesome, bloody visage as he stared at the blonde with a twisted, broken grin, his now lopsided jaw causing his speech to slur out of his mouth. So, was that it? 'Cause if that's all the harder you hit, you better have some damn good jutsu, kid. Naruto felt a small amount of panic set it. That had been just about as powerful a punch as he could muster, and it seemed that it didn't really even affect Kisame, as he had recovered almost instantly. It appeared that Itachi had been correct in his assessment of Kisame's strength. Kisame didn't give him a moment to spare as he charged, continuing to swing the shark-like sword. Naruto blocked a horizontal swipe with his own mammoth blade, this time spinning away from Kisame, lashing out with a kick that narrowly missed him. Just as Naruto was about to lunge out of the range of Samehada, he felt the sword swipe by his left side, and Kurama's cloak weakened significantly. Kid, that just ate a 30% blast of my chakra. If it can keep that up, it will fatigue your chakra system faster than I can heal it. A silent nod to Kurama was all that Naruto could muster before he was forced to avoid another chop from Kisame, his infuriatingly bloodied shark-like smile much more threatening than it had been before. Kisame never lost his grin as he pressed his assault, swinging low at Naruto's legs, forcing the younger ninja to jump out of the way. Only for Kisame to continue the swing, rotating completely and slamming the sword into the broad side of Naruto's blade, sending the blonde skyward. Kisame followed, getting under the blonde and preparing another strike, slashing again at the boy, who was unable to fully block the blow, his chakra cloak weakening as a result. Naruto continued to strategically retreat, attempting to gain a favorable distance. He was tempted to just use his chakra chains, but he didn't know if they would even survive a brush from the sword. He ducked a high slice, attempting to get in the guard of the larger swordsman, but was unable to gain any advantage when Kisame pulled his sword in, once again stealing a portion of the blonde's chakra. Naruto leapt backward, forming a chakra chain that wrapped around Kisame's wrist, pulling him off balance. Using the opening, Naruto unsealed his own sword, slashing downward at the unguarded outlaw. However, the chakra chain dissolved just in time for his opponent to duck out of the way of the descending blade, just barely catching the monster of the mist in the shoulder, leaving a deep gash. Naruto pressed his advantage, resealing the Kubikuribocho and landing a brutal punch on Kisame's injured shoulder, forcing him to dip his shoulder in pain. Kisame caught Naruto off guard, charging with his injured shoulder, tackling the teen to the ground. Naruto regained his bearings quickly, and threw Kisame off of himself, both fighters regaining their footing and staring the other in the eyes. For a few moments, this is how it continued, Kisame eyeing Naruto as the blonde began to gain his breath. The monster of the mist slowly healing, and the mist becoming thicker. When they could no longer see each other, the real fight began. Naruto deactivated his chakra cloak, suppressing his own chakra output. Kubikuribocho gripped tightly as he forced his heart rate and breathing to slow. It had been Zabuza's dream to be truly silent. To be able to take down any enemy before he was even suspected of being there. Naruto had worked hard to match Zabuza's level, and he surpassed it. Kisame appeared behind the blonde, cranking down his sword into his head, only for Naruto to disappear. Not a sound was heard except for Kisame's blade embedding in the earth. Kisame felt his back open up as Naruto's blade opened him up, only the lack of chakra on the Kubikuribocho keeping it from slicing Kisame in half. Another slash, this one blocked as Kisame barely brought his sword around in time. He followed, slashing again at the blonde, only for him to once again disappear. Funny, Zabuza moved the same way you do in the mist, stated Kisame as he moved his blade to rest on his shoulder. I have to admit you're a good kid. Hell, I can only detect you when you get close. Kisame lunged out, kicking the approaching Naruto back into the mist. But I was always better than Zabuza, and just like him, you have the same weakness. Kisame suddenly lost track of the blonde, seemingly disappearing from the battlefield as both his chakra signature and the scent of his blood on the blonde vanished. Acting quickly, Kisame released the mist and prepared for anything, but nothing happened. Even as the mist cleared, Kisame still couldn't detect the blonde. And that greatly unnerved him. What unnerved him more was the fact that the cold feeling of dread in his spine grew more potent for every moment he couldn't locate the blonde. It was only thanks to Naruto's mastery of silent killing that allowed him to survive long enough to formulate a few theoretical ways to beat the monster at his own game. He had the strength and speed to match Kisame, but only while in Bijou form. And any time he got close enough to do damage, Samahata would eat most of his Bijou cloak. It left very few options, ninjutsu being the most plausible choice. Next problem. His wind, fire, and water jutsu were made out of mostly chakra, reducing the effectiveness once Kisame's sword was introduced again. Which meant that Naruto wouldn't be successful attacking him directly. So rule number 7 of Danzo's training came in: widespread destruction. Kisame jolted when he suddenly located the blonde, Naruto's sword almost impaling him as it flew through the air, missing by mere inches as Kisame moved just in time, only for a chakra chain to reach out and attach to its handle, ripping it back and stabbing it into Kisame's ribs. Water release, Grand Typhoon Dragon! Shouted Naruto as all the mist and groundwater erupted into a towering column that instantly came crashing down on Kisame, who was still mortally wounded from the sword. Or so it appeared. However, Kisame had managed to move at the last second, avoiding most of the damage the attack had done, healing quickly once again from the chakra stored in Samahata. Naruto had to avoid a slash as he formulated his next step. Thankfully, it appeared that Kisame was temporarily slowed down for the dragon, giving Naruto an opening to lash out at him with a kick. The resulting backstep gave Naruto the time to back off and formed 100 or so clones, spreading most of them out around the battle as a small group continued to battle Kisame. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball. The clones began spamming the two jutsu as much as they could towards Kisame, creating firestorms that blanket the area. The earth itself sizzled and flamed as the raging inferno grew larger and large, each clone spamming the jutsu until their chakra ran out, dispelling them. Out of the fire rose an impossibly large dome of water, absorbing the mist and ash that scarred the battlefield, turning the dome of clear water into a murky glob that towered over the landscape. Naruto found it impossible to outrun the dome of water, and knowing that he had no way of fighting underwater, he knew he had only one option. Naruto charged as much wind chakra as he could to his sword, straining for every last drop, before spinning in the water and performing a full swing axe strike, launching the giant wind blade directly through the middle of the dome, cleaving it in half, tearing it open like a large balloon as the water flooded out, surging away in large, wave-like tides as the rushing waters uprooted trees and tore large stones out of the ground. He summoned 5 more clones, rushing Kisame as he gained his footing on the rapidly depleting water. Naruto sat back, looking for a flaw in the swordsman's style, but found none. Kisame was well worthy of his name and rank. Even now, covered in burns and his cloak in shreds, he fought like a true ninja, never slowing down. With taijutsu, kenjutsu and most of his ninjutsu out of the question, Naruto needed some sort of edge on the man. Just like the Raikage, Naruto worked his clones to create space while he charged wind chakra, his sword back in his palm. Wind began to circle protectively around the blonde, swirling and writhing while it grew upward, towering over the clearing. The standing water climbing skyward on the power of the wind. Wind style, Grand Vacuum Dragon. Kisame managed to kill the last clone with a vicious swipe across its back when he was forced to defend himself against. The massive dragon barreled down on Kisame, eviscerating the earth where it contacted and tearing into the monster of the mist, who was forced to bunker down under the silhouette of Samahata. Once again, Naruto stood ready, his breathing uneasy as he moved slowly around the shallow crater, Kurama's chakra allowing Naruto to know that Kisame had easily survived the attack. I'm starting to think that either the meat bag, or his sword is part Isabu. No organic thing should be able to survive such attacks with this amount of ease. I think I agree, stated Naruto mentally as he watched Kisame stand back to full height. Are you serious? He's barely even hurt. That was 1/5 of my chakra. Naruto knew that his back was now officially to the wall. He had worked to weaken the monster in front of him, and he just kept coming. The bigger problem was that Kisame had yet to take his turn to attack. He couldn't let that happen, but he didn't want to reveal any trump cards in case the plant man that Jiraiya had warned him about could be watching. The only thing he could think of was to press his advantage that the arena trap jutsu gave him. Now that his chakra had been given time to settle throughout the ground, Naruto would be able to use earth jutsu at less than half the normal chakra cost. Summoning a few shadow clones, Naruto began what would hopefully equalize the fight. Earth style, Shrapnel Dragon Barrage. Earth style, Great Earth Wall. Shouted the 5 Naruto clones as they surround Kisame with tall earth walls, trapping him in place for the Shrapnel Dragon, only for Kisame to raise his sword and drain the chakra out of the approaching dragon, rendering it back to dirt, letting it slowly fill the bottom of the enclosed wall that held Kisame. Earth style, Shrapnel Dragon Barrage. Shouted the clones. Kisame had enough of being pelted by shrapnel dragons and began his offensive, charging the earth wall with Samahata and bowling into it, only to bounce off and narrowly avoid an earth dragon that once again began filling the bottom of the enclosed wall. Why can't I break your wall? Grunted Kisame as he tore through more and more earth dragons. Naruto knew better than to reveal his only true remaining trump card, and continued to bombard the blue man with wave after wave of dragons, never letting him get near the wall where stood. Soon, the ground began to rise. What's your plan, brat? You're only raising me out of your trap. If you haven't noticed, I'm a close-range fighter. Naruto once again resisted speaking as he continued to build an ungodly amount of chakra, so much so that Samahata began to shiver in excitement. Kisame began to feel dread as he felt his sword begging to get to the blonde. Earth release. Swamp of the underworld. In an instant, all the chakra Naruto had built up unloaded into the ground. The loose earth from the dragons liquefied and Kisame felt himself pulled violently into the rapidly appearing swamp, the murky water and retreating basin dragging him down an unimaginable distance, before he felt himself his bedrock. He attempted to jump and swim upwards, but the mud of the swamp began to harden around him. Kisame looked up, trying to see through the dark and mucky soup that the swamp had summoned, only to see it harden back into the wet, clumpy dirt of the hidden mist. Naruto sat on the surface, not nearly foolish enough as to think that finished off this glass ninja, as he prepared his next move. Kit. There's a lot of chakra down there, warned Kurama. Prepare fast, he coming up to the surface. Naruto's eyes widened as an explosion appeared just moments later in front of him, revealing Kisame, his cloak gone and his body twitching with small bolts of lightning. Naruto's eyes widened as Kisame didn't hesitate one bit, aiming his palm at the blonde. You are the first person to force me to use my lightning jutsu. Not even he could make me resort to it, muttered Kisame, his other hand wrapped around Samahata, drawing chakra into himself as his body began to rapidly heal. The blue swordsman rapidly formed one-handed seals. Lightning release, false darkness. Naruto, who knew he had to remain still to gather enough chakra for his next attack, held his sword in front of himself. The lightning attack hit the sword, channeling the current directly into a seal on his wrist, forcing the blonde to his knees in pain. Shit! The seal wasn't meant to seal this much lightning chakra, thought Naruto as he thanked every god he had ever heard of that he had finished his version of Jiraiya's fire seal before the Land of Sky invasion. Lightning affinity! Cried out Naruto as he pretended to spasm, attempting to trick Kisame into letting his guard down, hoping for enough time to implement his next plan. I told you. I'm the perfect opponent for you, brat. My water jutsu surpass yours, my water suppresses your fire, my sword removes the potency of your wind, and now you see, my lightning negates your earth. No one even suspects you have a lightning affinity, stated Naruto, more to himself than anything. This is really bad. I'm still drained from the swamp and he looks ready for round 2. To top it off, my arm was still numb from sealing that jutsu I've never used in front of anyone. Ground out Kisame as he took off toward Naruto, who once again began evading the repeated swings from the deadly sword. Kit, you need the toads. I don't have time. You're mine! Shouted Kisame as he caught Naruto with a surprise kick, sending the blonde reeling as he dragged the sword down the boy's back, tearing his skin open as the blonde howled in pain. As shadow clone jutsu! Shouted Naruto, using a good amount of what was left in his reserves to summon as many clones as he could before sprinting away, hoping his plan worked. Kisame growled as the clones surrounded him, waves attacking him as he cut them down. He looked for the original, only Naruto on his knees, hundreds of feet away. With blood staining his back, Kisame watched the blonde, until Naruto grinned at him, the same grin that Zabuza had on his face when he was about to kill someone, and his hands in a very familiar hand seal, one he had seen Itachi use several times. Shadow clone explosion. The hundreds of remaining shadow clones all went off at once, tearing the landscape away as the force of over 1,000 explosive notes went off with Kisame at its epicenter. The entire nation of Kiri most likely felt the tremors as the earth erupted skywards and outwards, a shockwave leveling the trees that had withstood the battle so far, expanding as it tore through the landscape. Naruto waited, his breath stuck in his throat as he watched the smoke dissipate. The massive hole his clone explosion created was rapidly filling with groundwater. Then he spotted it, the limp, burnt body of Kisame, floating face down in the water, most of his arms and legs shredded from the explosion, Samahata slowly floating away from the swordsman. He could feel Kisame's chakra weakening. Naruto sighed in relief. At the very least, the shark was down for the count. Naruto sat on the rim of the crater, looking down at Kisame's body in satisfaction, until he saw Samahata begin to twitch. The sword began floating back towards Kisame, the handle almost calling out to its master. Kisame's arm reached out and grabbed his sword, the chakra visible as it healed the blue man until he was sturdy enough to stand up, causing Naruto to curse. Just what does it take to kill you? Shouted Naruto as he stood up and began to gather the last of his chakra. Kisame was a ghoulish sight. He was missing half of his face, his body was chunked and broken. And none of it mattered as he healed nearly instantly, his face reforming and his body filling back out, stopping most of the bleeding. Naruto watched in horror as an almost fully healed Kisame began moving toward him. Kisame grinned at the look of pure terror on the blonde's face. Naruto stood, his right hand raising as the Kurama cloak returned to full strength. Kisame looked on with fascination as a swirl formed in the blonde's hand, rapidly expanding into a swirling and twisting until it suddenly formed a massive spinning four-bladed chakra shuriken. The deafening bell-like shriek enough warning that, whatever it was, would kill Kisame. The Akatsuki member attempted to run, only to feel his shoulders and knees wrapped in something. Just as he glanced down to see what it was, Naruto unleashed the jutsu, Rasen Shuriken. What took moments felt like an eternity. Naruto had put all he had left into that jutsu, leaving a minuscule amount left, hoping beyond hope that even though it was weakened by his low reserves, his attack would finally kill Kisame Hashigaki. In a blink it was over. Kisame's body was torn and bleeding, Samehada hanging limply in front of him. The man had attempted to block the attack. Only the chakra chains had kept him upright. All but one clone was destroyed when the attack hit. Once again, Naruto sat at the edge of the crater as the clone retracted the last chains, only for Kisame to remain standing. His head snapping to Naruto's form on the lip of crater, Naruto stood back up, before he suddenly fell to his knees. Kisame grinned even darker, as he saw the blonde was succumbing to chakra exhaustion. "Goddamn kid! The rumors aren't lies after all. You nearly killed me with that one. If I hadn't had Samehada absorb as much of that as possible, I would have been a dead man." "Oh come on, don't worry kid. The damage you did to my chakra network can be fixed by Leader Sama when I drag you in," laughed the blue man as he began to walk towards Naruto, who was still on the ground, struggling for breath. "Raikiri." Kisame's eyes shot open as he felt his chest explode. Lightning danced in the bottom of his vision as he watched the Naruto on the ridge poof away. As the light faded from his vision, Kisame looked down at the hand protruding from his chest, realizing that it was the blonde's hand holding the lightning, a seal on the blonde's wrist glowing an angry red. "Sensei. You were right. I'm sorry. Clear a path. Now damn it!" Citizens and shinobi alike fled out of the path of Ibiki as he carried Naruto across his back, Iruka and Shino following closely on their way to the hospital. The fact that his face was covered in blood and his nose was clearly broken did act a dangerous look to the already intimidating man. As they approached the entrance, they were stopped by 3 Embu, who all had weapons drawn. "Halt! What happened here? Was he injured in the exams?" Before anyone could respond, a ninja in the street blurted out. "Is that Samehada?" "What?" demanded the lead Embu, who circled around the massive frame of Ibiki, only to see that Naruto had both the Kubikura Bocho and the Samehada across his back. The Embu leader reached out to touch the sword, only for spikes to spring out and pierce his hand. "Get him in a hospital room and get the Mizukage here now. I want 2 teams of Embu here and send a tracker team out to find Kisame." Naruto's head lifted up weakly as he looked the Embu in the face. "Kisame is dead. Unknown location. So he killed Kisame," stated Pain as he looked at the hologram of Zetsu. "Yes. The Kyubi Jinchuriki finished him with the Hataki's Raikiri," stated Zetsu. "What of Itachi? He escaped the Jinchuriki's team and recovered Kisame's ring, but not his sword or body," stated Zetsu with disdain. "At least he recovered the ring, though we will need to gain the one tail now," stated Konan. "Without Kisame's resources, the sandbai will take nearly a week to seal. The sandbai is already being brought in by Toby. We have to seal it anyway," stated Pain, clearly upset. "Get Itachi back here now. We will discuss his new partner, and if he shall be punished for allowing Kisame to fail, we will need Deidara and Toby here then. Shall I pull them from Mist? Konoha will be sending reinforcements soon." Naka Shrine. Sasuke fell to his knees, his eyes struggling to adjust to the vast amount of light that this place had over whatever hell he had been in since Orochimaru. After several minutes, Sasuke opened his eyes, finally able to see. He was at the Naka River Shrine, a fortress built in the days of the clan wars, that was used as a forward post against the Senju. "Why am I here?" Sasuke stood, his legs weak as he moved toward the entrance. He grumbled as his eyes had to readjust to the dark, his mind hazy as he searched for a place to rest. Upon seeing a large throne in the middle of the room, Sasuke moved to it, before passing out in front of it, his mind and body giving out. "Rice Country, you have your mission. Gyurin, Gozu, you 2 go get what I requested from Waterfall," ordered Orochimaru before he watched his 2 loyal subjects nod and take off. "Good. Now Jugo, Hashi, you did so well getting me Sasuke the last time. Go ahead and grab him for me again. The two large figures nodded and turned to leave. Oh, and Hashi. The smaller of the two men froze as he heard his name. If anyone tries to stop you, kill them. Understood, stated the shorter man, his voice bringing back fond memories. Good, Kiri, sir. Excellent news from Kiri. Kisame Hashigaki is dead, exclaimed an eager voice as he moved toward his boss. What? Asked a tall, well-dressed young man. Lord Daimyo, that swine who killed our father, is no more. He was killed, right here in Kiri not even a day ago, stated the messenger, who revealed himself to be the daimyo's younger brother. By who? Even Mei would struggle to defeat that wretched man. The water daimyo hated Kisame, having been there when the monster of the mist killed his father, Naruto Namikaze. He apparently ran across him in the first trial of the Jonin exams. Anumbu has reported that he is in our hospital now. He possessed the Samahita, Namikaze. He now has 2 of our swords, does he? A smile crossed his face. Summon my guard, I shall meet this man. Tell the servants to give the fire daimyo whatever he wants while I'm gone. Konoha. The Namikaze estate once again stood host to a small gathering. Tayuya and Choji were eating dinner in the living room, while Hana and Karen were idly chatting on the couch next to them. The topic had rather quickly turned toward the 2 team members out in Kiri. I'm sure they're fine. Naruto is considered rank in some countries, and Shino is on par with Kurenai, stated Hana, watching Tayuya and Choji destroy a pair of steaks. It's like they were made for each other. Karen tuned her clanmate and friend out before she replied. Yeah, but those Akatsuki guys are still out there, and even if Naruto is strong enough to fight one of them one-on-one, are the rest of them? Shino really isn't a direct fighter, and I barely know the other 2. Tayuya was about to respond, when a loud knock at the door caught her attention. Damn it, just come in. The door opened to reveal an Umbu. Everyone in the room froze as the Umbu stepped into the house. Namikaze has had a run-in with unknown enemies in Kiri. His team is to head there now. Stop at the tower for the paperwork. I told you shithead would get himself in trouble. Hokage Tower. Are you sure this is accurate? For the 8th-time Horizon, yes, stated Danzo as they waited for Naruto's squad to show up. Ibiki confirmed it. Naruto killed Kisame Hashigaki and obtained the Samahita. He is in the hospital now with chakra exhaustion and other injuries. What about Itachi? Questioned Horizon. He was fighting the rest of the squad. Abirame suffered a broken arm, Yumino a cut on his leg that was field-patched, and Ibiki has a broken nose, stated Danzo. I have instructed the Genin team there to heal them, as I do not trust the Mist medical teams. When his squad gets here, you will be going with. I do not trust Akatsuki. If you must use it, then so be it, stated Horizon. I'm still wanted for war crimes there, reminded Danzo, a small smirk on his face. I'll handle that. Get Naruto home. If you must wait around a week or 2, then so be it, replied Horizon, his own mouth twisting into a sly smile. Was she worth it? No, she was terrible. Kiri Hospital. Hey Kurama, long time no see, stated Naruto as he looked out at the Kyuubi, lying under his tree. Kit, we have a problem. Well, I do anyway, this probably is good news for you, stated the massive fox as he turned his head towards the blonde. Your body is ready for a full transformation. It would probably knock you out for a few days, but it won't kill you anymore. Awesome! Wait, how is that good news for me and bad news for you? Do you not want me using a full transformation? Questioned the blonde with a confused facial expression. Is this one of those bijou pride things? No. This is more of a we need to link our minds, so my escape no longer can happen type things, stated the fox as it sat up to look Naruto in the eyes. If that happens, then I don't get to walk out of here anymore. Instead of being released when you die, or the seal breaks, I have to reform. It took the Sanbai 15 years to reform Kid. I have overwhelming more chakra than Isabu. Remember the tales? Yeah, every tale is twice as strong as the last, rattled off Naruto before his eyes went wide. You have 32 times the strength of the Sanbai? How the fuck did you ever lose to anything? No, you idiot, I have 32 times the chakra. I'm about 9 times stronger than Isabu. I'm about 12 times stronger than Shikaku, but his damned sand makes up a lot of the gap," retorted Kurama as he looked at the blonde. "But the chakra will condense at the rate of power. It will take more than 50 years to reform, so you will never let me use a full transformation? Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" "Because I was hoping you would mess up before this point, and I could escape. I like you, Kit, but not more than freedom," stated the fox. "Real nice, QB. You asshole, I thought you were different. If you had been trapped for a quarter of your life, and there was an opportunity to be free again, would you not take it? Foolish human, I may respect you, I may even call you a friend for what you have done for me here, but you are not above me." Then there was a tense silence, 2 sets of eyes locked in morbid combat. "Is that why you let me take your chakra? So you could escape quicker?" A sinister grin from the fox made Naruto's heart sink. "I don't make deals where I get the short end of the stick, Kit. Like I said, I like you more than any other mere mortal I've ever met, but you're my means to an end." Kurama was shocked when Naruto simply faded out of existence, but let a snort go as he looked to the top of his cage. "Guess you will just have to wait for the next visit then." Hospital room. Naruto's eyes opened to see a sight that warmed his recently injured heart. His lovely girlfriend, Hinata Hyuga, was sleeping in a chair next to his bed. Of course she was less than presentable. Her hair was a mess, a line of drool down her chin, and her jacket zipped all the way up, all making her look like a drunk marshmallow. "You're so beautiful," muttered Naruto as he looked at his significant other. "Not now, Naruto-kun, I'll do it again later." It feels so good when it goes down my throat," giggled Hinata as she slept, making Naruto turn red. "Hinata! Wake up!" sputtered out Naruto, glad no one else was in the room. "I am awake." "That was for making me think you were actually hurt," stated Hinata as she sat up and looked him in the eyes, straightening her hair. "You always come back hurt. You're lucky the Mizukage let us work on you. I needed him awake." The two turned to see Mei standing in the doorway. She had a very serious look on her face as she looked behind Hinata, where Kubikuribocho and Samahita were leaning in the corner of the room. "It was Zabuza's will that you keep the Kubikuribocho, and I will respect that until you are no longer the owner of that sword, but we can't lose the Samahita. I guess that is fine. I'll just take the reward for killing Kisame and the reward for returning the sword," stated Naruto honestly. Mei paused. "The 2 rewards together would put us in deep trouble. I'd have to get it approved by the daimyo. We will see what we can do. Other than that, we need to debrief you on your fight with Kisame." "I killed him. With jutsu I don't want anyone unnecessary to know about," stated Naruto with a very terse response. "I'll tell you how I finished the fight in private if that is what you are looking for, but other than that I can't say." "That won't be necessary." Another voice spoke from outside the room, making Mei freeze in her tracks. The gathered ninja watched to see Chojiro walk into the room. "As the current leader of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, I will challenge you for Samahita." "No, Chojiro," ordered Mei, swinging the attention back to herself. "He has to be fully healthy for 1, and 2, he just killed Kisame Hashigaki. You would be dead before you hit the ground." "But Mei-sama, we cannot allow Konoha to have 2 of our legendary blades. We only just got back the Kiburi," pleaded Chojiro. "I know I can defeat him. Swordsman challenges are to the death, Chojiro. I will not lose you to a silly mistake like that," replied Mei, forcing Chojiro to blush. "That won't be necessary," stated Ao as he walked into the room. "Back in my day, we didn't need 2 swords. But the bylaws of the village dictate that no man, or woman, not of the Hazuki clan, can hold more than 1 of the legendary swords at a time. I'm not part of your village, and the only person standing in this room that could physically stop me won't," stated Naruto as he pointed to the Mizukage. "But that won't be necessary." "You're right, that won't be necessary," stated another voice, which once again made Mei freeze. In walked the water daimyo, his brother and bodyguard following him closely. He gazed around the room before his eyes landed on the Samahita, where a grin formed slowly on his face. "So it's true. That son of a bitch is dead. That monster is dead." "My lord, what are you doing here?" questioned Mei, suddenly very wary of the situation she was standing in. She knew that the water daimyo hated Kisame more than anything, and now that Naruto killed him, the water daimyo likely would side with the blonde in all trivial matter. I came to see the young man that has slain my father's assassin, stated the daimyo, before looking back at the Konoha nin. I assume what my gatherers say is true. The demon of the hidden leaf, and the Hyuga heiress. I must request I get an invite should you wed, Lord Daimyo. Perhaps these arrangements can be made after we discuss Kisame, stated Mei. Ah yes. Nothing to discuss really. I will be happily paying the young man directly for the bounty on Kisame's head, and he can keep the sword for now. We would lose more should you have to pay him, or should he kill one of our aspiring ninja, stated the daimyo with a kind look at Chojiro, shocking the room. Lord Daimyo, that is not something I can just allow. Samahita is the most powerful and valuable sword in the world. We would be left with only 4 of the 7 in our possession, stated Mei fiercely. Oh please, Kisame was rouge for 5 years and this country survived just fine without him, stated the daimyo with a snort. And do you forget, those swords all belong to me, as do the ninja who wield them. They are the daimyo's personal guard, and right now you only have 1 swordsman for me. That's 3 vacant swords before this one can even be filled, and no one in the village qualifies in skill or chakra capacity. Lord Daimyo, those vacancies are being filled as we speak, stated Mei. Then you can buy the sword back when it's time to assign it to its next wielder. I'll set it up with the fire daimyo tomorrow night, stated the water daimyo. He then turned back to Naruto and smiled. I am grateful that you killed that traitor, but please behave yourself while you are here. Your reputation for destruction is quite well documented. That won't be necessary, old man? The group collectively froze as Danzo walked into the room, his eye trained on Naruto. It's good to see the reports of your injuries are greatly exaggerated. They made it sound as if you were nearly dead. Danzo Shimura, you are wanted for war crimes in this country, stated Ao angrily. So is Meitorumi. Anyone that stood against that bloodline-hating idiot had a bounty on his or her head. That charge is from 40 years ago. It is older than everyone in this room, Danzo said smoothly. And I could say the same for that Ao of the Byakugan. Besides, I'm here on request of Hiruzen Sarutobi. I have immunity for the duration of my stay. We have something very important to discuss, Ms. Torimi. And it would be an honor for you to join us, Lord Daimyo. The fire daimyo will be joining us in your office in minutes. With that, Danzo turned to leave the room. Ms. Hyuga, take care of him and make sure he doesn't leave this room. Until he give his report to myself and the Mizukage, he is being detained. With that, the group left, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone in the room, Danzo sneakily locking the door behind him. Hinata looked at the Samahita, finding a strange draw to it. She shook her head and looked back at her boyfriend. Naruto smiled, before Hinata's hand shot out, slapping the back of his head. I can't leave you alone for 48 hours without you fighting in class ninja, Naruto grinned sheepishly. It's not like I look for them. They just show up. They just show up, huh? Asked Hinata with a giggle as she took off her jacket and hung it on the back of the chair before she stretched out. We are going to be here a while. Ino and Sakura patched up your team and they all went back to the hotel rooms. You won't be discharged till tomorrow morning, Naruto groaned at the news. He hated hospitals. His eyes shot open as reached under his hospital gown. Hinata. Hinata smirked at the blonde and winked. What? I said I'd do it later. Do you know how hard it was for me to work on your legs and see how heavy they were? Now hold still, I have a tickle in my throat. Akatsuki hideout. Kisame is dead, stated Pain, causing 6 holographic figures to slightly jump. What? Impossible. Who killed him? Questioned Kakazu. Naruto Namikaze. Everyone looked to Itachi. I ensured that no one interfered. It was a one-on-one fight, and the Jinchuriki walked away from it. Pain only nodded as the rest of the members stood shocked. That matches what Zetsu claimed. This boy is too powerful. Well shit. I thought that the hibachi was going to be the hardest to capture, stated Deidara. We are missing the one-tails, stated Sasori. We can get him in mist, and we cannot deal the rest of the beasts as we are missing Kisame and the Ichibi. No. With the QB that close and the current ninja assembled, you wouldn't be able to capture him and escape, stated Pain. I'll get the QB when the time is right. For now, gain information on the Six Tails location, find the Seven Tails Jinchuriki and prepare to capture the target when he returns to Suna. Kiri, 12 hours later. Where is Shithead's room? Tayuya asked the hospital receptionist. The receptionist looked at Tayuya like she had two heads. Thankfully, Hana stepped up and asked. She means Naruto Namikaze. We are here to meet with him and lend assistance. Okay. Namikaze is in room 302, but he is in lockdown until he gives his sworn statement, stated the receptionist. Only his medic, who is staying with him, and the team that was in the Jonin exams with him can visit. Then where is his team? Questioned Choji. Tayuya. Tayuya froze, her mind blank as a voice from her childhood filled her ears. No, she's dead. I saw her die, it must be someone else. Thank you for watching this video, I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.